chickadees. Happy Monday morning to all of you. Boy, do we have a pack full of information 4 days ahead of us. So we will start this morning with day one of the Raul Valle trial. I do want to make sure everyone understands in Connecticut, it is an option to have opening statements. And in this particular case, the prosecution and the defense both chose not to do opening statements. So we will start the trial today right with the very first witness. Some background about the case, if you don't know anything at all. Raul Valle is on trial for first-degree homicide. He has lesser charges. The victim is Jimmy McGrath, they were all high school students at the time this took place. And Jimmy McGrath is the young man who lost his life. There were three other individuals, also high school students, that were stabbed that same evening in the fight. And there are lesser charges for those actions, I guess, for lack of a better word. Good morning, Ava. Thank you for joining. We've got a lot. So this is the trial that ended in July earlier this year. So there's a fair amount to unpack. Oh, and KS Granny is with us as well. Good morning. And I have to tell you all, side note, my birthday was last Saturday, and Mr. Demeanor took me to my very favorite place on earth, the beach. And it was fantastic. We had a great day. The weather was beautiful. It was relaxing. I didn't think about anything except how blue the sky was and how fantastic the sun felt on my skin. We had a lovely dinner. And after dinner, my asthma really started bothering me. So I decided that I would do a breathing treatment. I had brought my nebulizer with me just in case. Thankfully, I did. And I did my breathing treatment, and y'all, I felt so bad afterward. It was just awful. Apparently, after I kind of felt a little better, I did some research and I just threw some albuterol in with the nebulizer when we left. I didn't pay any attention to whether it was expired. And it was expired. And let me tell you, that was miserable. The side effects from it were awful. I had like severe tremors. I was like a meth addict tweaking or something. It was bad. It was really bad. So definitely pay attention to the expiration date on your medication. I definitely will now going forward. But other than that little glitch that we had, it was a fantastic time. And I'm so thankful that he took me there. It is my absolute favorite place on the planet. I am bougie about my sand, so the Emerald Coast is all that will do for me. And so it was much needed time and relaxation. Went to my favorite restaurant. It was awesome. Yes, KS Granny, never in my life have I encountered a reaction like that. It was awful. I'm not a medication. Y'all know I don't drink because we have our Wine and Crime Wednesday, and I always tell you I'm not drinking wine. So I don't like to not be in control of myself. So it was really unpleasant. Sunday morning, I woke up back to my old self, still struggling with asthma. Later in the day, it gets worse for me. Early in the day, I'm great. So we should be good for a while. My end plan is that we will watch about 3 hours, 3 to 4 hours worth of testimony. I'll break for lunch for about 30 minutes. I'll schedule and start a new live stream for the afternoon. So then you can pop in for that in the afternoon. And we'll do that every day this week. I also want to tell everyone, I feel like they talk really slow in Connecticut. And so I am posting this at 1.25 speed. I might even end up bumping it on some people to 1.5. There is a witness for the I think it's the defense. It's day 3 or 4 or something like that. There is a witness. I will slow him down. He's very difficult to understand. But other than that, it will be 1.25, sometimes 1.5 speed, because I can't do that slow. Oh, goodness. So how about we get right to it here? Are we all ready? Oh, also, before I get going too heavy into this, tell me where you're coming in from. Tell me if you're eating breakfast while you're watching me, what you're eating, if you're drinking. Also, if you're at work and not supposed to be doing this, tell me that too, because I have maybe done that a time or two. So let me know in the chat. Of course, if you're following on the Twix, I know that's a little more difficult, but feel free to join in and let me know all the details. Alrighty. Coffee and biscotti. I love biscotti. It's one of my favorites. Not coffee. I'm not a coffee drinker. I had a bagel this morning, so. Can everybody hear okay? I'm not entirely sure if I needed to boost the volume. Here, let me try that. KS Granny, are you saying you don't have any sound? Oh boy. Let's try. Can't hear court. Okay, let me see. I have boosted that as far as I can. Y'all know I have to call my IT department for this stuff. So let me see. Let's try again. Still nothing, guys? Doggone it. So you all still can't hear any court whatsoever. Doggone it. I don't know what setting on here. I'm going to... still nothing. Great. Okay. Let me I'm going to remove this. I shared this screen a little differently this last time. Let me try it this way. I was trying to get fancy, and I think I shouldn't have. Let's try now.
I was on the patrol division at the time, so I was responsible for responding to calls that were in my area that was assigned to me.
Any better?
Did you receive a 911 call that night to report to an area of Shelton?
Yes, I did.
And can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yes, so around 11:50.
You still don't have any sound from my video. Oh, it is perfect now? You can hear it now? Oh, hallelujah. Okay. My apologies. I'm going to back us up. Sorry. I'm a professional, so. Okay. We are going to go. This is Lonnie Blackwell. He is the very first witness, and I believe he's a law enforcement officer. So let's get going now. Minor technical difficulty.
Mind just keeping your voice up? It's a little loud in here with the AC, okay?
No problem.
Can you please tell ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you currently do for a living?
Yep, so currently I'm employed by the Department of Homeland Security. I'm awaiting to go my training to become a special agent in about 2 months. I've been employed by them for about a month. Prior to that, I was a police officer for the Shelton Police Department for about 4 years.
And when you were a police officer, did you have any training that you had to go through to become a police officer?
Yes, I attended the Milford Police Academy for about 8 months in 2021.
And I want to direct your attention to May 14th of 2022. Were you working that day for the Shelton Police Department?
Yes, I was working the evening shift, 4 p.m. to midnight.
And what were your responsibilities that night?
I was on the patrol division at the time, so I was responsible for responding to calls that were in my area that was assigned to me.
Did you receive a 911 call that night to report to an area of Shelton?
Yes, I did.
And can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yes, so around 11:53 p.m. that night, dispatch reported that there was multiple stabbing victims at the address of 43 Laurel Glen Drive. I immediately responded to the area, arrived to the area of the scene in about 6 or 7 minutes.
Your Honor, I don't think there's an objection. We have some exhibits that are pre-marked. Maybe asking to give me full exhibits at this time. I don't know if we can get.
Sure.
No objection. Have they been marked full? Yeah.
Your Honor, I have reviewed these in advance.
All right, give me one moment. Once they're marked.
By the way, y'all, I forgot to say early on, thank you so much to the Trial Channel. We are streaming from the Trial Channel's condensed version of this entire trial. I so appreciate the work. Takes out the sidebars and a lot of the dead time so we can get things condensed in a shorter period of time. So thank you, Trial Channel.
Attorney Smith, you've had an opportunity to review exhibits 1 through 9.
I have, Your Honor. I'll take a chance to
Thank you.
review them one more time now that we've got the numbers on it.
Thank you.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, court will go ahead and accept into evidence states exhibits 1 through 9.
I may approach the witness, Your Honor.
You may.
You're going to see this diagram.
Blackwell, showing you what's been marked as state's
Photo
exhibit
a lot.
It's full exhibit. Can you tell ladies and gentlemen of the jury where you responded to in state's exhibit 1?
Yep, so when I initially was going to the call, I turned onto Adams Drive here, and I drove up to the intersection of Laurel Glen and Adams. When I approached Laurel Glen, I could see from my cruiser that there was a large group of juveniles. At the time, I approximated maybe 30 juveniles right in front of the yard of 43 Laurel Glen. And I was flagged down at the corner of Adams and Laurel by a small group of female juveniles who waved me down and started pointing me towards the direction of where the incident occurred. So I exited my cruiser at the time and began jogging over to the front yard of 43 Laurel Glen.
And just for the benefit of the record, is 43 Laurel Glen located where that red mark is on top of in the middle of States 1?
Yes.
And when you got to the scene, what was the scene like?
It was chaotic. As you can imagine, a large group of juveniles, pandemonium. I would describe it as that, as its best.
Around what time did you arrive there?
Right around midnight.
And what were the lighting conditions out that night?
It was dark, but I could clearly see, probably due to the mix of lights on the house, as well as a ton of the juveniles had phones out, lights from the phones, as well as my own flashlight, but everything I could see pretty clearly.
I want to show you State's Exhibit 2. This marks the full exhibit. Can you see that?
Yes.
Again, is this 43 Laurel Glen where you arrived at 12 a.m. on the
What a
15th
mess.
of May of 22?
Yes.
And is this States 2 kind of show the area, what it was like
absent the individuals on the front lawn.
Yes.
And when you got to 43 Laurel Glen on the 15th, midnight on the 15th, where did you respond? Can you tell us where you responded to in States 2?
Yes. So when I walked up on foot, I responded to this specific area of the grass area to the right of the house if you're looking at the front of the residence. And that's where a large majority of the juveniles were located, as well as the 4 victims that I later identified.
I'm going to show you Stage 5. This is a daylight picture that was taken, obviously, at 43 Laurel Glen.
Yes.
Okay. And the area that you responded, you see this green area here pointing to the middle section of the grassy area where it looks like there's some clothing items located. Just to the right of the basketball hoop, just below the red bush area here. Is that the area that you responded to?
Yes.
And when you responded there, tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you encountered at that point in time.
Yep. So a few of the juveniles pointed me to the victims. So at first, within this area on the grass to the left, I identified 2 victims. One victim had a wound to his arm. He was responsive. He was standing. He was talking. Another victim was sitting upright on the grass, and I witnessed would appear to be a stab wound to his torso area. He was still responsive at the time. Then I moved on to the right side of the grass area, where then I identified another victim with multiple stab wounds to his leg. At that time, I saw he was bleeding a lot out of the leg, and I applied a tourniquet to his left thigh area as high as I could. And then after applying that tourniquet, I moved on to the last victim that I identified as having a wound to his chest area and began providing medical attention as I could.
With regards to the third individual that you applied a tourniquet, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury why you did that?
Yes. So for my training in the police academy, for our medical training, we're taught if you have a wound and are bleeding a lot from an appendage and you're able to place a tourniquet, that can assist in stopping the bleeding. So that's why I placed it as high as I could on his left leg, where most of the wounds I saw were, to assist in stopping the bleeding.
And based on your training experience, based on what you saw the wounds to be like, what gave you that impression that the tourniquet was appropriate at that point in time?
First of all, because they were on an appendage, and I witnessed a large amount of blood being lost from the wounds. So I was able to apply the tourniquet due to it being on the leg.
I'm going to show you States Exhibit 7. This is the marketable exhibit. Again, this is the area that you responded to that night.
Yes.
Okay. And you see there's like a blue T-shirt here, what appears to be blue clothing, pointing to the middle of State 6.
Yes.
And
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, is that the area that you responded to after you applied the tourniquet to the third individual? Is that where you found the 4th individual, around that area?
Yes, in that area.
And when you found the 4th individual in that area, tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you observed when you got to that person.
Yeah. So when I identified the 4th victim, I immediately recognized that he was blue in the face, which was indicating to me that he probably had lost a large amount of blood. And I did locate a wound to his chest area right near the heart, and did see a lot of blood coming from that wound. So at the time, I believe some other juveniles brought out rags or cloth or some sort, maybe a T-shirt, and me as well as them, we were assisting in just compressing the wound, just trying to stop the bleeding the best we could until EMS arrived.
And were you successful in stopping any of the bleeding before EMS arrived?
Partially, but from my observations, there was a lot of blood loss.
And how long would you say it took for EMS to arrive after your arrival?
Approximately 10 minutes.
When you got there, did anybody else from the Shelton Police Department arrive on scene prior to EMS's arrival?
I believe Officer Nemhard, or right around the same time.
And at the point where you and Nebhard were on scene, what were your responsibilities at that point?
First of all, to just secure the scene, make sure we identified all the victims, number one, and also if there were still suspects in the area or on scene, as well as in the house, which we had not cleared yet. So just a lot of moving parts and identifying what was going on.
Just want to go through these exhibits a little bit.
Stage 3. This is just another angle looking towards the street Laurel Glen that night. Does that reflect what the area looked like, minus maybe the headlights of the cruiser there?
Yes.
Okay. And again, Stage 4, another angle of 43 Laurel Glen in the area where you responded to. Is this an accurate depiction of what that area looked like?
Yes.
And 6, Stage 6, again, this is another perspective of that area on or about May 15th of 2022.
Yes.
And again, Stage 8, a closer up perspective of the area where you responded to and found four individuals suffering from stab wounds that night, excuse me.
Yes.
And again, see, it's 9. This is the area from the left side of 42 Laurel Glen, the area you responded to.
Yes.
Now, after police responded to the scene and EMS finally responded 10 minutes later, did your responsibilities change at the scene?
Not at the time. I still assisted EMS in providing medical attention. Like I mentioned before, with whatever cloth or rag I was provided, I kept compressing on the wound while EMS then began doing compressions, as well as with the assistance of a neighbor, I believe.
And during your time providing aid with EMS, how long would you say you stayed with the fourth individual at that point?
Approximately 10 minutes.
And at some point after 10 minutes, what happened after that?
EMS then transported him.
And did you follow EMS to where they were transporting?
I did not. I stayed on scene.
Now, when the individuals were starting to be transported, well, withdrawn, at some point in time, were the other individuals who were suffering from wounds transported to the hospital? Do you have?
Yes.
And did your responsibilities at that point change once those individuals left 43 Laurel Glen?
Yes.
And what was your responsibility at that point?
At that point was to secure the rest of the scene and contain the large amount of juveniles that were there so then we can begin interviews.
And did you, in fact, begin interviews at the scene?
Yes, I did conduct a few interviews.
And the information that you received from those individuals, did you pass that information on to anybody?
Yes, it was all passed along to the Detective Bureau.
And did the Detective Bureau, based on your observations, respond to 43 Laurel Glen that night?
Yes.
And who responded to that scene at that time?
Detective Bango responded, as well as Lieutenant Kozlowski.
And at that point in time, in May 15th of 2022, did you have body-worn camera?
No,
Why not?
they were not issued to us yet.
And at some point in time later on in that year, was body-worn camera a requirement of all police departments?
Yes.
Was it a requirement of the Shelton Police Department on or about July 1?
Yes.
So do you know whether or not the Shelton Police Department, in fact, had a body camera at that point in time?
I believe they had one body camera issued.
And do you know what, if anything, that body camera was used for in relation to any investigation?
I believe it was used to record some of the interviews.
And do you know, in fact, whether or not that body camera was used in this case?
I believe so.
Now, how long would you say that you were on scene at 43 Laurel Glen conducting your witness interviews and securing the scene?
Approximately three or 4 hours.
And at some point in time, did you leave the scene?
Yes, I went back to the headquarters to type my report.
And based on your witness interviews at 43 Laurel Glen, not telling us what they said, but were you able to identify or develop a suspect that you were looking for from those interviews?
Yes, we were able to develop a group of suspects that fled in a vehicle from the scene.
And were you able to develop and identify a vehicle that they were seen fleeing?
Yes, I believe it was identified as a Honda SUV.
And was that information passed along to the Detective Bureau as well?
Yes.
Your Honor, I have no further questions for this witness.
Attorney Smith?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Officer Blackwell.
Morning.
Just want to go over your testimony here. You are currently training, but you haven't yet started with the Department of Homeland Security. Is that true?
I'm employed right now. I'm waiting to go to my training.
Okay. And where are you employed right now? Is that also with DHS?
Yes, with DHS.
Okay, but you are going to complete your training and then go on to do what exactly?
To be a Homeland Security investigator.
Gotcha. You told us that you arrived about midnight in response to a call from dispatch, correct? Correct. And you got to 43 Laurel Glen Drive. That's a house in the Shelton neighborhood that you've described there on that Exhibit 1 behind you, correct?
Yes.
And that is a neighborhood that is comprised of a few through roads and then a number of roads that end in cul-de-sac. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Were you familiar with this neighborhood yourself prior to going there?
To a degree, yes.
How were you familiar with it?
We switch assignments every day on areas that we patrol. So once or twice a week, I'd be assigned to that area.
You described that once you got to the scene, it was fairly well lit due to the vehicles that were there, people using their own flashlights, your flashlight, your
Yes.
car, correct?
Correct.
As you were driving there, is it well lit along that path from Adams?
On the road?
On the road.
I couldn't say I had headlights, obviously. I'm not super familiar with the street. There's street lights.
Would you say that it got lighter once you got to the scene than it was as you were driving there?
Yeah.
When you arrived, there were cars parked in the driveway.
Yes.
There were cars parked in the road, correct?
I believe so.
Both sides of the road, correct?
I believe so.
And you, in fact, didn't park there at the house. You parked some distance away and walked to the scene, correct?
Correct.
When you got there, did you notice that there were any signs of drinking?
Initially, no. Not initially, no.
When you say initially, no. At some point, though, you did come to see that there were signs of drinking having gone on at that location, correct?
Yes, later on in the night.
And what signs of drinking did you encounter?
I believe there was alcohol bottles found.
Was that inside the house, outside the house?
Can't recall.
Red Solo cups, kegs, bottles of liquor? What are we talking about?
I can't recall exactly.
All of that, perhaps?
Possibly.
Objection as to possibly. I mean,
Overruled.
Were there any signs of any adults on scene?
Initially, no, but some adults did respond.
So when you initially arrived, do you think there were maybe 30 people there in the yard?
My best guess was about 30.
All juveniles?
Yes.
And do you think it's possible that there were in fact more than the 30 that you saw? Were others in the house?
Sustained.
Objection.
Sustained.
Possible. Yes.
has to be stricken.
The objection was sustained. I'll move to strike. Ladies and gentlemen, striking the response, so you're not to consider that as evidence. Thank you.
Sir.
Smith.
You believe you witnessed approximately 30 people in the yard?
Yes.
All juveniles?
Yes.
You told us at that point you had not cleared the house, correct?
Correct.
Did there come a time when you did clear the house?
Yes.
And were there more people inside the house?
I believe so.
How many people would you say?
I could not tell you.
You told us that you began doing some interviews after you'd secured the scene, correct?
Correct.
What was the time that you started those interviews, do you think?
Approximately 12:45.
It's about 45 minutes after you arrived on scene, you think?
Approximately.
And you told us that you spoke to, I believe, 3 different people on scene?
Possibly more. Correct. Yeah. Around.
You only took interviews or statements from 3 of those, is that correct?
Yes.
But you may have spoken to more?
Yes.
You told us you came to learn some information that you passed along to the Detective Bureau, correct?
Correct.
And that was information regarding possible suspects, correct?
Correct.
And information regarding the vehicle that some folks claimed they were in, correct?
Correct.
Did you learn at any point of the existence of any video or recordings that people have made?
No, I was not aware.
Did you learn that any of the people that you had spoken to had been involved in fighting or attacking either Mr. Valle or any of the other folks that were there?
I learned there was a fight.
Did you learn that any of the folks that you spoke to were involved in that fight?
Yes.
When you were speaking with those individuals, did they show any signs of having been drinking?
Possibly.
Did you take any notes while you were doing your interviews or otherwise on the scene?
Yeah, I had a notepad, as well as a written statement form.
When you cleared the house, did you notice any signs of drinking inside the house?
I do not recall.
You're showing here on the Elmo some photographs from the scene. I want to take a look at those. Showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 3. That's a full exhibit. You see that, sir?
Yes.
And in this photo that you're seeing here, there are cars parked on the street. You see those?
Yes.
Is that how it looked when you arrived on scene?
I believe so.
Did you take this photograph yourself?
No.
And you see that there's some tape there, correct?
Yes.
That's the tape that y'all used to secure the scene, right?
Yes.
I'm going to show you now what has been marked as State's Exhibit 9. See that same tape there, correct?
Correct.
Securing the scene.
Yes.
And those vehicles, those are the same vehicles that had been parked when you arrived the night before, correct?
I do not know.
I'm showing you now what has been marked as State's Exhibit 2. Do you see that, Officer Blackwell?
Yes.
Would you agree that those same vehicles are there in the parking, in the driveway,
As the previous picture,
as in the daylight picture that we just saw with the secure tape around it?
I would have to look side by side.
Sure. You see what I'm showing you right now is Exhibit 2, correct?
Correct.
You see those same vehicles there?
2 of them. Yes.
Can't see what was on the other side of those vehicles in the picture that was shown before. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
But you see that tape behind those vehicles, correct?
Correct.
From your training and experience, that tape is meant to keep the scene as it is, correct?
Correct.
Did you use that tape? Did you put that up yourself?
I do not believe I did.
I'm showing you now what is State's Exhibit 2. Do you see that, sir?
Yes.
See that same tape that's corralling off the yard, right?
Yes.
Because that was the scene of your investigation and you wanted to secure that, correct?
Correct.
No tape used in the street. Would you agree?
I do not recall.
Did you ever use any tape to secure any of the vehicles that were parked there on the road on either side?
I did not.
Looked a little different, didn't it?
You now, State's Exhibit 4. Do you see that, sir?
Yes.
You see any tape that's in the street?
Just on the basketball hoop.
Nothing in the street, however, correct?
No.
And would you agree, sir, that vehicles that had been there the night before are no longer there in this daytime picture?
Correct.
Officer Blackwell, fair to say you've been called here today to tell us about what you witnessed when you arrived on the scene, right?
Yes.
And you've done that to the best of your ability.
Yes.
But if what these jurors want to know is why Mr. Valle did what he did that night, you can't really be of any help to them at all.
No.
Nothing further.
Attorney Durso.
I have no further questions for this witness.
Very good. So witness may step down. Thank you. Attorney Durso, I think this is a good time to take a morning recess, okay? Thank you. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen.
Isn't that
of the jury.
great?
Counsel, would you please stipulate to the return of all?
Go
our
right
jurors?
back.
Yes, Your Honor, I would stipulate.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you. So we will at this time proceed. I'll ask the state to please call its next witness.
State will call Michael Egan to the stand.
Thank you.
So the Johnny Depp lookalike
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
is
Can you please tell ladies and gentlemen of
Raul's
the jury
attorney.
what you currently do for a living?
I'm a paramedic with Echo Hose Ambulance in Shelton, Connecticut.
And did you have to go through any training to be a paramedic?
We did. It's a pretty extensive program. It's broken down by didactic, which is classroom, and then a clinical portion. My program was just under 2 years, approximately 1,800 to 2,000 hours.
And as a paramedic, are you also an EMT?
You are. I was an EMT first, and then you start as an EMT, and then you can work your way up. And if you choose to go on further, you can become a paramedic.
And what's the difference between being an EMT and a paramedic?
So EMT is considered BLS, which is basic life support. A paramedic would be advanced life support, ALS. On the EMT level, they can do bleeding control, CPR, AED, assist patients with taking some medications, administer a very small amount of medications. Paramedics can do far more. We can go into cardiac monitoring, some invasive procedures. We have a lot larger range of medications that we're allowed to administer. Our scope is just a lot broader than EMTs.
You had mentioned AED with regards to EMTs. What is that?
So that's a defibrillator, an automatic defibrillator. That is where you would apply it to someone who's in cardiac arrest. It analyzes a rhythm and then will determine if the patient should be delivered a shock or not. The machine determines that, not the provider. And that's why EMTs don't have extensive cardiac training like paramedics do. So the machine will determine that for them, or a layperson or anybody who's using it.
And what would a paramedic do in an instance where an AED would be used?
Paramedic, they would be hooked up to their what's commonly referred to as a life pack or a monitor, and the paramedic would be interpreting that rhythm based off their knowledge versus the machine doing it. And the paramedic would make the decision to, if the rhythm had to be shocked or defibrillated, the paramedic would make that decision versus what the machine making that decision.
Okay. Now, were you working back on May 15th of 2022?
I was.
And in what capacity were you working?
I was an EMT at that time
And where were you an EMT?
at Echo Hose Ambulance in Shelton.
And EMT, what does that stand for?
Emergency medical technician.
And what shift were you working then?
I was working 6 p.m. that night until 6 p.m. the next morning. I was on a 24-hour shift.
So you started on the 14th into the 15th,
The night of the incident is when I started at 6 p.m.
and you were slated to get off at 6 a.m. the next.
6 p.m. the next day. Yeah,
day?
24. We call it a reverse 24 because you start later in the day.
Okay. And did you have an occasion to respond to a report of medical need at 43 Laurel Glen?
I did.
And I'm going to direct your attention to State's Exhibit 1 behind you. Is that the area in which you responded? That just for the record, the red dot there is 43 Laurel Glen?
That is, yes.
Okay. And when you got there, can you please just, actually, withdrawn. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 2. Again, is this the house that you responded to that night?
That is.
On a report of medical, somebody needed medical attention.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you got there on what time did you get there?
I believe the call was dispatched just before midnight, and we arrived a minute or two after midnight.
Okay. So for all intents and purposes, you arrived there on the 15th of May.
Yes, sir.
So when you got there, can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what the scene was?
Sure. So when we arrived, the police were obviously there. I think there was maybe 1 or 2 units. I can't remember specifically. And there was a large group of people on the front lawn. We pulled just past the residence to leave room for additional ambulances because at that point we had been told there was multiple patients. We got out of the ambulance. We were encountered with a very large crowd. It was rather chaotic. People were screaming and yelling. We knew there was, possibly four patients at that time. So we started our triage. We came across the first patient. In this picture, if you kind of see, there's a cluster of looks like kind of garbage. That's right around when we found the first patient.
Let me show you State's Exhibit 5.
Sure.
This is a daylight picture sent to the same area.
Yes.
Can you use State's 5 to kind of describe what you did?
Yeah, so there's that red tree right there, just in front and to the right of that red tree. We found our first patient. He was laying supine on his back. He was completely unresponsive. His breathing was spontaneous but erratic, which is not a good sign. We immediately checked for in times like that for triage, we immediately checked for a pulse, which he had a very weak 30 pulse, which is not a bad sign. And he did not look well. You can look at someone that's very sick and determine they don't look well. So we do a rapid trauma scan, which is we check for any major bleeding. So we did that. I remember his shorts were absolutely saturated in blood, and we found a puncture wound to his upper left abdomen, kind of his left lower chest area. So when we come across a wound like that, where there's suspected trauma, you apply what's called a chest seal. In the event that there is a punctured lung, it can help stop that lung from collapsing any further. So we applied that chest seal. At that point, we didn't see another major bleeding, so my partner broke off and continued to triage the rest of the patients. And when I went to reassess that patient that was laying there, we noted that he had stopped breathing at that point. I reassessed the pulse, and he had no pulse.
So you mentioned triage. What is triage? Can you just explain?
Yeah, of course. So triage is when you get onto a scene and you're overwhelmed by patients for the amount of resources you have immediately available. You have to determine who is in the worst shape and who could benefit most from the help. So if you come across someone that is in cardiac arrest and deceased and you have 4 other patients, you're not stopping to help that patient. Unfortunately, you're moving on to someone who can still be helped. Because if you stop to help that person, their odds are very slim. Now someone else who had another chance to survive, their odds are going down because you're spending time on this person who really has no shot.
Okay. So on the night in question, when you got there, is it safe to say, based on what you've told us so far, when you got there, you attended to the first patient that you saw?
We did, yep.
And that patient, based on your assessment, was still breathing and had a pulse?
Yeah, it was a very weak 30 pulse, and his respirations are very erratic, but they were spontaneous, so he was still breathing technically.
And when you applied the chest seal, I think you said, what, if anything, did that do for the patient?
In this case, I don't believe it did much because when we went to reassess him right after that, he was in cardiac arrest. So I don't think it did anything.
So when he went into cardiac arrest, what, if anything, did you do next?
So when someone goes into cardiac arrest, we immediately apply the AED. The AED will analyze a rhythm. While we're setting up the AED, we'll start CPR. But in a witness arrest, you want to get the AED on as quick as possible. The witness arrest meaning he went into cardiac arrest right in front of us, because odds are he's probably in a rhythm that can be shocked. So we started CPR. I had 2 bystanders there. One said she was a nurse. One said he was a neighbor that was trained in CPR. So at this point, my partner was triaging the rest of the patients. So I directed them to start CPR. We applied the AED. You step back and the AED analyzes. It told us that there was no shock advised. And then we retrieved a BVM, which is a bag valve mask. It's called bagging. We applied it to him, and we began delivering respirations and CPR in 2-minute cycles.
Now, when it was no shock advised, what does that mean?
So the AED will analyze a number of heart rhythms, but there's only 2 rhythms that you can shock: ventricular tachycardia and ventricular fibrillation. And the AED will only deliver a defibrillation. Fibrillation. I meant to say fibrillation. Atrial fibrillation and ventricular tachycardia. Sorry. Ventricular tachycardia and sorry, I'm drawing a blank. Ventricular fibrillation. Sorry. Those are the only 2 rhythms that can have a defibrillation delivered to them. So the AED won't deliver a shock to anything else besides that. So when it says no shock advised, it means it wasn't in one of those rhythms. I can't tell you what rhythm it was. It doesn't tell you what it was. It just means it wasn't one of those.
Okay. So when you applied the AED, you received that information. What, if anything, what steps did you take to continue to render aid to that individual?
Sure. So we insert an OPA, which is a small piece of plastic that's curved that helps keep the tongue forward to help deliver ventilations a little more effectively. And then we do CPR at a rate of 30 compressions to 2 ventilations. And we do that in 2-minute cycles. And the AED will count down and it will tell you to stand clear and analyze. We'll analyze, tell you if there's a shock advised, no shock advised. And then you just continue doing that in 2-minute cycles.
Now, what was the scene like around you when this was going on? Did you recall what the scene was like, or were you completely?
Yeah. So it was as I mentioned before, it's pretty chaotic. There was quite a few people that were screaming. A lot of people in distress. I remember it was dark. One of the police officers was providing light to us with a flashlight, but even then, that wasn't like there 100% of the time. So it was fairly chaotic. Was it so dark where you couldn't see what you were doing in front of you? No, I could see what I was doing, but it was dark. But I wouldn't say it was like pitch black where I couldn't see anything. I believe there was. I feel as though there was light coming from the house as well. We have scene lights on the side of our ambulance that we turn on as well, that are kind of like floodlights that provide light. In this case, the ambulance was fairly close to where we were working on this patient.
And looking at this exhibit here, State's Exhibit 5, was your ambulance parked somewhere in the area of this, on the street here?
It was, yeah. If you look at that reddish tree, I'd say we were just past that.
Now pass it to the right?
To the right.
Okay. And with regards to Stage 5, can you tell where you were working on the patient you just testified to in Stage 5?
Yeah. So there's a cluster of looks like white garbage. Yeah, right there. I'd say it was right in that area because that looks like the remnants of kind of what we leave behind sometimes in emergent situations. A lot of the wrappers of things that we use.
Your Honor, if the record can reflect that, I'm pointing to what appears to be the lower right-hand corner of the grass area where there is white, it's like maybe gauze pads or debris or medical material.
All right, thank you, Attorney Durso. The record shall reflect that. Thank you.
Now, you said you were an EMT back on May 15th of 2022.
Yes.
Did a paramedic arrive to the scene at some point?
He did. I would say just over 5 minutes, anywhere in the 5 to 10 minute range. A paramedic arrived at that point. Our primary paramedics were from a service called Bems Valley EMS, and they are out of Seymour. So anytime that there's a call that is considered advanced life support, they will also come in addition to us.
And when that parent, do you know the name of that individual? That
Jeff McKee.
And when Jeff responded to the scene, were you present when, withdrawn, when Jeff responded to the scene, did he take over care of that patient?
He did. We give a short handoff report of what we encountered, what we've done, and then he assumes primary patient care.
And when you handed off care to Mr. McKee, what, if anything, did you do or did you observe at that point in time?
At that point, I believe we did not spend much time working on him there. We moved him onto the stretcher. We moved the stretcher into the ambulance, and then we started transporting a short time later.
And what were your responsibilities with regards to transport?
During transport, I was driving.
Okay. And who went with you, withdrawn? Did you go to the hospital?
Driving, I did, yes.
Okay. What hospital did you go to?
Bridgeport.
And who was in the ambulance with you while you were driving?
It was Jeff McKee and my partner,
And who was your partner?
Sophia Kaiser.
And what is the protocol when you withdrawn? How long would you say it took to get from 43 Laurel Glen to Bridgeport Hospital?
I can't recall the exact time. If I don't want to guess. I can't give you. It's hard for me to give you a number on that.
When you were driving from 43 Laurel Glen over to Bridgeport Hospital, does the ambulance you were driving, does it have lights and sirens on it?
Yes.
Did you in fact initiate the lights
We
and
did.
sirens?
Mhm.
And okay. And when you get to the hospital,
Mhm.
any given patient that you deliver to the hospital, what's the protocol for handing off to the hospital?
And so generally at Bridgeport Hospital, we touch base with what's called the EMS triage nurse. She'll check the patient in. You give a handoff report to them, and then they'll assign the patient depending on the acuity of that. In calls like this, we do what's called a radio patch, where you call into the hospital ahead of time and let them know what you're coming in with, and you try to impress on them the seriousness of the situation. So when that happens, a lot of the times you won't stop at EMS triage. You'll bypass them and go directly to the trauma room where the trauma team will be waiting.
And that happened in this case?
It happened in this case, yes.
And once you handed off the patient to the hospital at that point, what if anything, did you do in relation to this case?
At that point, I just removed the stretcher from the trauma room. We go back to the ambulance and we begin to decon so we can get back in service for if there's any additional calls coming in.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Attorney Smith?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good morning, Howard.
Good morning, sir. I'm good. How are you?
Talk a little quick, Mr.
I'm
Egan.
sorry. Yeah, I tend to do that.
So I'm going to maybe ask you to just slow down a little bit
I'll do
for
my
us. I
best.
just want to go over things, okay? You used a term right there at the end, which I was unfamiliar with, maybe the jurors are unfamiliar with as well. You said after you took the stretcher out and went back to decontaminate.
Decontaminate.
Oh,
Yep.
gotcha. Decontaminate. Thank you. All right. So you were telling us, Mr. Egan, that you arrived on scene and it was chaotic, correct?
Yes.
In fact, you said people were screaming, correct?
Mhm.
Yelling obscenities, correct?
Mhm.
And in fact, yelling obscenities at you and your crew member, Ms.
Yep.
Kaiser, correct?
Yeah, it happens frequently.
You said that the crowd was difficult to part to get to the patients.
Mhm.
Ultimately, however, you did get to the patients.
We
correct?
did.
And you said one of the patients was standing and able to talk.
I didn't write that in there. I believe Sophia might have written a addendum after she went and triaged, but I did not encounter any standing patients.
You didn't encounter any standing patients.
No.
You encountered one person who was laying down on the grass, correct?
Yes.
And then you rendered some aid to the person that you indicated or believed was the most in need of your care. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, he was the first one we came across. So we do a rapid scan. And then, yeah, after we did the rapid scan, applied that chest seal, my partner moved on to assess the rest of them. And then I began working doing the AED CPR.
Any indication that these yelling, screaming folks had been drinking?
I did not witness any alcohol, so I can't comment on that.
Did you feel threatened at all?
I didn't feel threatened, no. I didn't feel the obscenities were being yelled like at us in a violent method. It was more like, hurry the blank up, he's blanking dying, things like that.
Okay. And yet they were still difficult to part for you to get to the patients?
Yeah, because it was very chaotic. So situations like this, people tend to move in on the patients. You have to be like, hey, excuse me, move out of the way, give us some room.
You mentioned that you parked up to the right of where that red bush is on the
Yeah.
exhibit that you were shown. There were cars parked along the roadway.
I can't remember if there were cars parked like directly in front of the house or where they were, to be honest.
Do you recall whether or not there were cars parked in the driveway?
I do not recall, no.
You were solely focused on trying to get to the patients?
Yes,
themselves, okay. And when you got to this patient that you have described to us rendering a lot of aid to, you noticed that there was a puncture wound to the left lower chest, correct?
Yeah, left lower chest or upper abdomen right in that area.
That was the only wound that you saw on this individual that you were treating?
That's the only one I observed at that time, yes.
And you described that it was rather dark in the area, correct?
Yes, sir.
You said that an officer may have been providing some light to you.
I remember there being a flashlight at one point, but it wasn't consistent the entire time.
You also had a light you described to us that was on your vehicle itself, correct?
The scene lights, yeah.
The scene lights.
Yep.
Those, however, didn't provide a ton of light. Is that fair to say?
No, yeah, it's not adequate by any means to completely light the scene up, no.
Gotcha. And this night was also rainy and misty, was it not?
I don't remember the weather, to be honest with you.
Do you recall whether or not the grass was wet where you were?
I do not.
Do you recall, you said you were the driver, correct?
I was, yep.
Do you recall whether or not you had your wipers on as you were driving to the
I
scene?
don't recall.
And then you described for us rendering aid. At some point, you were joined by Jeff McKee, correct?
Yes.
He handed off to him. Did he stay in the vehicle with you as you drove to Bridgeport Hospital?
Like, did he stay in the ambulance with us?
Yes.
Yeah, he was in the back working on the patient.
So in this vehicle was you, the patient, Ms. Kaiser, and Mr. McKee, correct?
Yes.
And sir, you've been called here today to tell us what you witnessed when you responded to the scene.
Yes.
You've done that to the best of your ability.
Yes, sir.
But if what these jurors are interested in is why Mr. Valle did what he did that night, you can't really be of any help to these jurors.
No, sir.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Thank you. Any redirect?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
You said, did you say no?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you. All right, so you may
Are we
step down.
seeing a
Please watch your
theme
step.
here?
Thank you. Mrs. State prepared to call its next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. State will call Jeff McKee to the stand.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. McKee.
Good morning.
Can you please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you do for a living?
So I'm a paramedic providing advanced life support. I've been working with Valley Emergency Medical Services for a little over 4 years. And prior to that, I was an EMT for about 10 and a combat medic in the Connecticut National Guard.
Did you have to go through any training or education to be a paramedic?
I did. I went through just about 18 months worth of didactic and skills training, as well as clinical at Capital Community College to obtain my paramedic license.
And what's the difference between a paramedic and an EMT?
So an EMT does what's called basic life support, where they can perform CPR, administer oxygen, basic medications, and do very basic assessments of patients.
And what does a paramedic do?
As a paramedic, we're a more advanced level of care where we can initiate IVs, we can intubate, provide advanced airways, and give a bunch of medications that we're trying to give.
And how long have you been a paramedic?
I've been a paramedic for just over 6 years.
And I want to direct your attention to May 15th of 2022. Were you working that day?
I was,
In what capacity?
as a paramedic.
And did you have an occasion to respond to 43 Laurel Glen on that day?
I did.
Okay, and I want to direct your attention to States 1, where that red mark is right behind you on that exhibit right behind you. Is that the home, the residence that you responded to on that night?
Yes, sir.
Around what time did you say you arrived to the scene?
I arrived at the scene shortly after midnight.
And what was the information that you had in relation to responding to that scene at that night?
I was dispatched for a possible assault with possibly multiple victims on a priority 1 as the first incoming paramedic from out of town.
And what does priority 1 mean?
So it means lights and sirens.
And why would you put on lights and sirens?
It was reported as a critical call that required a paramedic or advanced life support to respond.
So what time would you say you arrived there?
I believe it was shortly after 20 after midnight, somewhere in that time frame.
And when you got there, I want to direct your attention to States 5. It's on your screen there. Is this the area that you responded to at 43 Laurel Glen?
Yes, it was.
And when you got there, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if you can, in States 5, where you responded to? What did you do when you got there?
So upon arrival, there was a lot of individuals on scene as well as police and care providers. I was directed to the patient that was on the lawn, sort of where all the trash is to the right of that red bush.
So just so we know we're on the same page, I'm pointing to, for the record, you're on the right side on the grass area where there appears to be medical material in States 5. Is that where you were?
Yes.
So no.
Thank you. And when you got there, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury
What you observed?
So upon arrival, I observed a chaotic scene with a lot of younger individuals crying, screaming, upset, and I observed the Shelton ambulance on scene with a patient in the grass there performing CPR with a bystander as well as PD officers around. And that's the patient I was directed to. I know there was another paramedic on scene who had triaged, and that's the patient, my most critical patient I was directed to.
So were you aware that there were other patients at the scene?
I was told there was en route to the scene, and there were providers on scene that directed me to the patient that was in the front lawn that you mentioned right there.
Okay, and when you got to that patient, can you tell us what care, if any, you provided to that patient?
Sure. So I got the report from the EMT that was performing CPR on the patient, and he had placed an AED and an oral airway in the patient upon finding out that the patient was pulseless. So I had them continue CPR and connected them to my cardiac monitor via the AED pads that were previously placed. Did a brief pause, checked for a pulse, checked for breathing on the patient, as well as checked the initial heart rhythm, which was asystole. Upon doing that and determining there was no pulse and no breathing, directed CPR to be continued, as well as ventilation with oxygen.
What is asystole?
Asystole is essentially flatline, where there's no cardiac electrical activity originating on top of the heart or in the heart whatsoever.
When you got to the scene, what did you observe about the patient outside of your assessment of the patient medically? What did you observe about the patient?
The patient was a young male in his teens. The patient appeared to be in good shape, healthy.
Did you observe any wounds on the patient?
I did. I observed a small puncture wound right under the patient's left nipple in the area of the chest with a chest seal that was placed on there prior to my arrival.
Was there any active bleeding at that point?
There was bleeding in and around the site. The chest seal was doing a decent job of controlling that bleeding, and there was direct pressure being held on that upon my arrival.
And when you medically, when you assessed the patient at that point in time, and you said they were in asystole,
Yes.
what steps did you take at that point when you determined that CPR should continue and there's a flatline?
So at that point, I continued my trauma assessment on the patient to determine if there were any other wounds or hemorrhage that needed to be stopped, while the EMT partner and the other provider provided quality CPR to the patient. And then if there was any additional bleeding that needed to be rectified before moving the patient.
How long would you say that you were on the scene providing medical care to that patient when you got there?
No more than 15 minutes from the time I made patient contact to getting the patient in the back of the ambulance and starting transport.
Why did you withdraw? Did you determine that the patient needed to be transported to the hospital?
I did.
Okay, and why did you determine that?
I determined that because upon arrival of the first responders, they said the patient still had a pulse, a palpable pulse, and just prior to my arrival, that had been lost. So it's technically what's called a witnessed arrest, which a provider witnessed the cardiac arrest. So there's still a chance for us to provide life-saving measures, and that's what I did.
And at some point, you transported the individual to the hospital?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you do between the time you placed them on a backboard, put them in the back of the ambulance and transported them to the hospital? What life-saving measures, can you explain what you did at that point?
So once we got the patient off of where they were found into the back of the ambulance, I noticed that the chest seal was not holding well. So I replaced that to stem the continued bleeding. CPR continued. I attempted to get IV access on the patient. However, his vasculature did not support IV access, which I went to what's called intraosseous infusion, which is a drill through the tibial tuberosity on the left leg, where you can infuse medications, fluid directly into the bone marrow.
So you're in the back of the ambulance. Who's driving?
So one of the EMTs was driving to the hospital.
And you tried to administer medication
Yes.
in the patient's veins?
And through the intraosseous infusion.
No, why did you do that? Why did you do an intraosseous? Can you explain that to the jury?
Yes, so I did an intraosseous infusion because the patient did not have veins or vasculature that was apparent to me, either due to hypovolemia, which is lack of fluid or blood, or poor vasculature. So in an emergency situation like that, the next choice is to do an intraosseous infusion in through the bone marrow.
Okay, and how do you do that? Can you just explain that to the jury?
So it is a needle attached to a drill, and you use the drill to drill through the outer layer of bone in the select spot. And once it is through that first layer of bone, you stop and you're able to flush into the bone marrow with fluid or medication.
And why is that?
Sounds
Why are you trained to do
awful.
it that way?
So we're trained to do that way in the instances that you cannot get an IV and that there's no vasculature available to obtain an IV while still being able to provide care, to provide emergency care.
And when you provide medicine in that manner, how does that get into does it get into the body faster?
It does. So it travels through the bone marrow directly into the heart and then to the rest of the body once it's gone through the vasculature.
And you did that in this case?
Yes.
And what medication did you provide the patient at this
I
point?
provided epinephrine, which is our standard advanced cardiac life support drug to try to resuscitate a patient that's in cardiac arrest.
And in this particular instance, after you applied that epinephrine, was it successful in reviving a type of heart?
It was not.
And can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you continued to do on the ride from 43 Laurel Glen to the hospital?
Absolutely. On the transport down, I continued to give epinephrine every 3 to 5 minutes with a total of 4 doses to try to restart the patient's heart. I also continued CPR on the way down. And when the chest seal was no longer effective, applied a pressure dressing, which stemmed the bleeding that was continuing and stopped the bleeding with that. I also intubated the patient to get a definitive airway, which was confirmed on my cardiac monitor and listening to it as well. So ventilation while after being intubated, as well as CPR continued, as well as a normal saline drip to try to put some volume back into the patient.
Now, when you initially got to the scene and you assessed the patient, did the patient have a pulse on the scene?
No. When I got to the patient, they did not.
And from the time you left 43 Laurel Glen to the time you got to Bridgeport Hospital, did you assess the patient for a pulse during that period of time?
I did. Every 2 minutes I assessed for a pulse. I also assessed for any cardiac rhythm or activity on my cardiac monitor, which the patient remained in asystole throughout the transport.
And how long would you say, if you can recall, the ride to the hospital was from 43 Laurel Glen to Bridgeport Hospital?
It felt to be between 15 and 20 minutes.
And at some point in time, did you arrive at Bridgeport Hospital?
We did.
And can you explain what happened when you arrived at Bridgeport Hospital?
So when we arrived just prior, I had given a trauma alert patch to the hospital, advising them what I found on scene, what interventions I'd done on the way down, and what to expect when we arrived. When I got there, CPR continued into the emergency department. We rolled into the trauma room, and CPR continued throughout that process. I had the attending doctor and the respiratory therapist confirm my intubation and my tube placement, that it was accurate. And I gave a report to the attending physician and nurses that were there. And then the patient was moved over to the hospital bed, and the staff continued their resuscitation process.
And at the time that you handed the patient off to the hospital, at that moment, did you do any final assessment as to any type of pulse or activity with regards to
I did. Just prior to bringing them into the ED, I did a final pulse, breathing, and cardiac rhythm check. The patient remained in asystole, remained pulseless and remained not breathing. So we continued CPR from the ambulance into the ED with the ED staff taking over CPR.
I have no further questions.
Thank you. Attorney Smith, any redirect? Any things?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. McKee.
Okay.
Just want to go over what you've told us here and make sure I got this correct. When you responded to the scene, you encountered a chaotic scene. Is that fair to say? People screaming.
Yes, driving it.
And did you have any trouble getting to the patient?
I did not.
Okay. Path was cleared for you at that point?
Yes.
You were directed to this patient by other responders that were already on the scene?
Yes.
You told us that you did an initial trauma assessment, correct?
Yes.
That included trying to find whether or not there were any other wounds, correct?
Correct.
You didn't find any other wounds, did
I
you?
did not.
You also looked for other bleeding, correct?
Yes.
Didn't find any other bleeding, correct? You looked for other trauma, is that fair to say?
Yes.
And you didn't discover any other trauma?
No.
Just what you've noted as being a small wound, one small puncture wound to his chest under the nipple, I believe, correct? Did you see any signs of alcohol or drinking when you got to the scene?
I did not notice.
Do you recall the conditions that evening? Was it rainy, misty?
It was misty. The roads were damp.
The grass itself, do you recall whether or not the grass was wet?
It was damp.
That caused you to slip or anything while you were setting up?
No.
And then you described for us the level of support that you gave to the patient, correct?
Yes.
And that, I believe you told us at some point you determined that he needed transport, correct?
Correct.
And you determined he needed transport because it was what you described as a witnessed arrest, correct?
Correct.
Meaning that the people who had responded to the scene had gotten some indication of a pulse, correct?
Yes.
And some heart activity, correct?
Yes.
And however, by the time you arrived, there was this witnessed arrest, which means that there was still a chance to provide life-saving measures, correct?
Yes.
And that's why you determined it was time to take this patient, transport him to Bridgeport Hospital, correct?
That is why. Yeah.
Which you did, and then you transferred care once you were there over to the attending physicians,
I
correct?
did.
And so, Mr. McKee, you've been brought here today, fair to say, to tell us what you witnessed and observed when you arrived on the scene.
Correct.
But if this jury was interested in knowing why Mr. Valle did what he did that night, you wouldn't be able to help them at all, would you?
I would not.
Thank you.
Does the state have any redirect?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, thank you. Sir, you may answer the response.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I just want you all to be aware that the prosecuting attorney's favorite phrase is withdrawn. So you're going to hear it a lot.
So,
And we have a
all right, this time the state
side
can go ahead and call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
State calls Dr. James Gill to the stand, please.
All right.
Good afternoon, Dr. Gill. How are you today?
I'm well, thank you.
Dr. Gill, where do you currently work?
I work at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner in Farmington
And for how long have you been with the Office of Chief Medical Examiner?
since July of 2013.
And what is your current position with that office?
I'm the Chief Medical Examiner for the state of Connecticut
And how long have you been in that position?
since July of 2013.
Please tell members of the jury what your educational background is, as well as the experience that qualifies you to have the position that you hold.
I received a degree in biology from MIT, followed by my medical school at the University of Connecticut. I did an internship in medicine in Vermont, followed by my pathology training at Yale. I did a fellowship in cancer pathology at Memorial Sloan Kettering, and then a fellowship in forensic pathology at the New York City Medical Examiner's Office. I'm board certified in anatomic and forensic pathology and licensed to practice medicine in Connecticut and New York.
And what are your duties as a Chief Medical Examiner?
I have administrative duties as well as investigative duties. So I'm kind of the commissioner of the agency, but I also do a medical legal death investigation. So that includes performing autopsies and certifying deaths.
And please explain generally what the term pathology entails.
So pathology is that area of medicine that deals with the laboratory aspects of the body. So things that can go wrong with the body. And typical pathologists usually work in the hospital and they'll examine different tissue samples from the operating room and so forth to determine if there's cancer or what have you.
And is there a difference between pathology and forensic pathology? And if there is, what is that difference?
Yes, so forensic pathology is a subspecialty of pathology that requires additional training, and it's that specialty that deals with the investigation of sudden, suspicious, or unnatural deaths. So deaths that are related to trauma, injuries, intoxications, things like that.
And up to date, if you can approximate how many postmortem examinations you have conducted.
I've performed over 4,000 autopsies and many thousands more of examinations of bodies.
Do you primarily oversee the autopsies of other members of your office, or do you conduct them independently?
I do both. Yesterday I did 2 autopsies yesterday, but I also oversee the office.
In your career, have you conducted or overseen autopsies or examinations where the cause of death was a stab wound?
Yes.
And can you approximate how many times?
Many dozens of times, both homicidal as well as suicidal self-inflicted injuries.
And prior to today, have you testified in court on the field of forensic pathology?
Yes.
Prior to coming to court today, did you have an opportunity to review any records from your office to prepare for your testimony?
Yes.
And did you review the postmortem report that was prepared for this case?
Yes, I did.
And did you review any additional reports that may have been part of that postmortem report?
Yes.
And which reports would that be?
Those would include the toxicology report and some other laboratory and investigative reports.
Do you have the opportunity to review any photographs with relation to this case?
Yes.
And are photographs always taken during forensic examinations or postmortem examinations?
It's a routine part of a forensic postmortem examination.
And what's the reason for that?
It's to document findings as well as sometimes the absence of findings, so other people can look at it and evaluate it as well.
Now, did you personally perform the autopsy on the body of James Thomas McGrath?
No, I did not.
And to your knowledge, who performed the autopsy?
It was Dr. Jones.
And to your knowledge, what position did Dr. Jones hold with the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner?
She was I believe, an assistant medical examiner. She was in her training year as a forensic pathology fellow.
And were you present and overseeing Dr. Jones when she performed that postmortem examination?
Yes, I was.
And why the oversight?
Because she's still in training, and so we supervise them, kind of work side by side with them so they can learn forensic pathology.
And to your knowledge, is Dr. Jones still employed by your office?
No, she's not.
And do you recall what date Dr. Jones performed that postmortem examination?
I'd want to look at the report just to refresh my memory, but it was May 15th, 2022.
And to your knowledge, where was that examination conducted?
At the office in Farmington.
And how do you know that?
I was there, and there's a record in the autopsy report describing the location and the time and the place.
Next, first Your Honor.
Certainly.
Okay, first witness.
Yes, you may. What number is this?
It's okay. States 10 for any.
Thank you.
Dr. Gill, I'm showing you what's been marked as states 10 for any purpose only. This one. Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
Okay. And to your knowledge, who prepared this particular document?
Dr. Jones prepared the autopsy report, and the toxicology report was prepared by the laboratory, and she also prepared the lab request form.
And was this report primarily the report from the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner prepared in the regular course of business of that office to prepare such a report?
Yes.
And is it in the regular course of business for your office to prepare such reports on a daily basis?
Yes.
And was that report made at or near the time that that postmortem report was withdrawn? Was that report made at or near the time the autopsy on James Thomas McGrath was performed?
Yes.
I would just ask for 3 minutes as a full exhibit, Your Honor.
Attorney Smith?
No objection, Your
All
Honor.
right, court will accept into evidence as a full exhibit states 10. Thank you.
Dr. Gill, I'm going to be asking some questions based on states 10, approaching the witness, Your Honor. You may read from this report now that it is a full exhibit. Dr. Gill, who was also present at the postmortem examination in addition to you and Dr. Jones?
Dr. Vincent, one of our medical examiners.
And in addition to members of your office being present, do you recall if anyone else was present during that postmortem examination?
I don't recall anyone else being present.
Is it typical for members of the police department to come in and view the autopsy?
Usually, yes. It depends upon the type of death and the case and so forth, but it's not unusual for police or investigators to attend the autopsy.
If someone from the Shelton Police Department were present, would that be noted in that report?
It may or may not. Some doctors don't always include the police who are present or not.
Prior to the postmortem examination done on James Thomas McGrath arriving, prior to the examination being done on James McGrath, did you or any of your coworkers have any knowledge of what the extent of the injuries were?
Yes.
And where did you get that information from?
The death was called into our office from the hospital, and so we get preliminary information from the hospital.
And looking at state exhibit number 10, how old was James Thomas McGrath at his time of death?
He was 17 years of age.
And to your knowledge, do you know where James Thomas McGrath was pronounced dead?
I have to look at the death certificate or Bridgeport Hospital.
And to your knowledge, were any operations or procedures conducted on James McGrath prior to his arrival at the medical examiner's office?
Yes.
And how do you know this?
From the autopsy report.
And how was the body of James Thomas McGrath transported or brought to the office of the Chief Medical Examiner's office?
We have a transport team that will pick up remains at the hospital and bring them to our office.
Typically, and in this case as well, do you recall how the body was brought in? What condition?
The body was brought with resuscitative equipment still with the body in a body bag.
And was there any case number assigned to this examination?
Yes.
And referring to exhibit number 10, can you recall or can you tell the members of the jury what that ME case number is?
Yes. It's 22-10921.
And what is the significance of that ME case number?
So 22 is the year, and then we give each death that's reported to our office a unique sequential number. So it's a unique number for Mr. McGrath.
Can you please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury generally what goes on in a post-mortem examination? If you give details as to what is conducted.
It depends a little bit on the type of death, but generally in a case like this, we would do x-rays of the body. And then we would do what's called the external examination, where we look at the outside of the body, looking for identifying features, color of the eyes, length of hair, any evidence of injury or medical treatment. And we would take photographs. And then we would do the internal examination, where we make a Y-shaped incision and examine the internal organs to determine largely why the person died.
I'm going to direct your attention to States 10, where it says external examination. What is the purpose of that section?
So that, again, is to document the different physical characteristics of the body, color of the eyes, scars, tattoos, things like that.
And where it says under postmortem changes, what does that paragraph indicate? This is page 2 of 5.
So that's where we would describe any changes that we see from occurring after death, like rigor mortis, stiffening of the body temperature, lividity, the settling of the blood, change in color of the body after death.
And as indicated before, you said that there was some medical intervention that was done. In looking at States 10, can you please explain what was done or what was present on the body of James Thomas McGrath?
He was received with a breathing tube in his airway, as well as 2 catheters, intravenous type catheters actually in the bone on both lower legs.
And is that what is referred to as therapeutic interventions on States 10?
Correct.
Again, referring to States 10, under where it says injuries, external and internal, what evidence of injury was present on the body?
So there was evidence of both sharp injury and blunt injury. So sharp injuries are injuries that are caused by sharp objects like a knife, a piece of glass, and you can either have a stab injury or a cut injury. The difference is that stab wounds are deeper into the body than they are long on the skin, while like a cut or an incised wound is longer on the skin than it is deep in the body. Blunt injuries are different types of injuries. Those are injuries caused by blunt force, where a person may fall down and bruise their knee or what have you. We call those contusions. So he had some bruises as well on different parts of his body that were just very superficial.
So in addition to those superficial bruising you indicated, was there also a stab wound found on the body of James Thomas McGrath?
Yes.
And where was that stab wound located?
The stab wound was on the left chest below the left nipple.
Can you either read or explain the directions within the exhibit? It indicates the directions are stated with reference to the standard anatomical planes with the body measured in the horizontal position. What does that refer to?
So we don't know what position the person was in when they were stabbed. So we always give the directions in the anatomical position, which means standing straight up with your arms at your side. So we all have the same planes of reference. So for example, in this instance, the stab wound was going from the front of his body towards the back of his body. And it was going, from the left of his body towards the right of his body, and then slightly upward in his body.
Referring again to States 10, under injuries, external and internal, the last sentence of that paragraph indicates the injuries were labeled A through C for descriptive purposes only. What is the purpose of that? Explain to the jury.
So there were bruises and there was a stab wound. There's no way for us to tell the sequence, which came first, which came second.
Directing your attention to page 2 and to page 3 of exhibit number 10, under where it says A, stab wound of torso. Can you please read what that paragraph says out loud to the jury?
So a stab wound is centered 21 7/8 of an inch from the top of the head and 5 1/4 inches left of the anterior midline. It's oriented obliquely, which means kind of at an angle, with a sharp edge angled to the upper left and a blunt edge directed down into the right. It is 1 1/16 of an inch long, slit-like perforation on the surface of the skin without natural skin tension. After penetrating the skin and the muscle, the knife proceeded through the left 6 to 7 intercostal space, that's between the ribs, and perforated the pericardial sac and the left ventricle of the heart. there was approximately 750 milliliters of clotted blood in the pericardial sac around the heart, and approximately 1.8 liters of liquid and clotted blood in the left pleural cavity, which is the left chest cavity. And then the direction of the penetration is front to back, left to right, and slightly upward. In the estimated depth, that's how deep the stab wound was, the estimated depth of this penetration is approximately 2.5 to 3.5 inches deep.
Now, in reference to stage 10, that paragraph you just read, what does it mean? What is that intercostal space notation? What is that?
So that's a term for between the ribs. So it went in the muscle part between the two ribs.
And what would be there? Is it tissue? Is it?
It's muscular and soft tissue.
And again, you indicated that pericardial sac and left ventricle. What does that refer to?
So the pericardial sac is the sac that the heart is enclosed in, and the left ventricle is the left side of the heart, the pumping chamber of the heart that pumps the blood to the rest of the body. So it's going to pump out through the aorta to the rest of the body. And there was a stab wound. The stab wound went through the wall of that left ventricle of the heart.
I just want to make note. It's so refreshing to watch testimony in a trial, and it's medical professionals or law enforcement, and just like that, all the stories line up. There's no confusion about what happened, when, who. Everything matches cohesively. Huh! Who knew that could happen in a trial?
That next paragraph, there's approximately 75 milliliters of clotted blood in the pericardial sac. Is that normal to have that? What caused that? You can explain that.
Yeah, there shouldn't be any blood in the pericardial sac. So that was blood from that stab wound, from the blood first going into the pericardial sac and then continuing into the left chest cavity.
Where it indicates that the direction of the penetration is from front to back, left to right, and slightly upward. How are you able to tell that?
So we do a dissection during the autopsy where we kind of go in layer by layer and we follow the path of the knife, and we can then see the direction that it followed.
I'm going to direct your attention back to stage 10, where it says, again, page 3 of 5, under where it says B, blunt impact injuries of torso, where it indicates that there was a 3/4 greenish brown contusion of the inframammary right chest. What does that indicate?
That means that there was a bruise on the right chest below the right nipple, and it seemed to have some age to it. Didn't look that fresh.
And how do you know about the age? How would you be able to tell the age?
Because of the green-brown color change.
Also, stage 10 again, page 3 of 5, where it says C, blunt impact injury of extremities. It references some injuries there, indicating a brown contusion, green-brownish contusions, and red-purple contusions. What does that indicate, that paragraph?
So there are scattered bruises. Some of them, they're of different ages. Some of them are more recent, and some appear older.
What is the purpose of documenting such injuries?
It's just part of a routine part of an autopsy to document all the injuries. You never know when a particular injury may be important for an investigation.
So you had indicated earlier that in addition to an external examination, there was also an internal examination done on the body of James Thomas McGrath. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And what parts of the body were subject to that internal examination?
All of the internal organs of the chest and the abdomen, as well as the head. So the brain, the heart, the lungs, liver, kidneys, all of those were examined.
I just want to point out as well, having been a mom of a lacrosse player, I can tell you this would have been mid-May. This would have still likely been at the height of lacrosse season, or likely right at the very tail end of lacrosse season. And my son during lacrosse season would be covered in bruises. Now, they would not be in places that would be dangerous or anything, but it would not be uncommon in the abdomen, definitely on top of the neck or up and down arms. So I'm curious if that's what some of these more aged bruises are in reference to, because I do happen to have experience with lacrosse, and they beat the tar out of each other on a lacrosse field. And he was definitely a lacrosse player. So just wanted to add that tidbit.
And what is the purpose of doing an internal examination to all of those various parts of the body? If it's, I don't want to say pretty obvious, but if it looks to you where that injury might be, why do everything else?
It's just being thorough and looking for other maybe natural disease that could have contributed to death. We also want to collect various tissue samples for further testing. And so it's again, part of a kind of a routine autopsy to do that examination.
Directing your attention again to stage 10, page 305, where it says cardiovascular system. What does that paragraph mean in layman's terms?
So that's describing the heart, the valves, the blood vessels, and he had other than the stab wound, he had a normal heart. He was a normal, healthy person.
So would it be safe to say that in that section, there would not be any indication regarding the injuries done to the heart?
Correct. We include the injuries in a separate section. So the internal exam is really just the kind of the natural, normal descriptions.
May I approach counsel, Your Honor? Approaching the witness. Dr. Gill, showing you what's been marked as exhibits 11 through 20 for ID purposes only at this point. Do you recognize those photographs?
Yes.
What do you recognize the photographs to be?
These are the autopsy photographs from Mr. McGrath.
So the photographs that you see here clearly and accurately depict the body that came into your office on the day that the post-mortem examination was done.
Yes.
And in the photographs that were depicted, does anything look different to you than the body of James McGrath did on the day of the autopsy?
No.
And again, the purpose of taking these photographs?
To document the findings, who he is, and any injuries.
Do you recall who took these photographs?
We have professional photographers who do that under our direction.
I'd like to enter these photos, Your Honor.
Attorney Smith?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, court will accept into evidence states exhibits 11 through 20 as full.
Dr. Gill, for the next several questions, I'm going to be showing you what's marked as states exhibits 11 through 20 as full exhibits. Can you see that, Dr. Gill, where you are?
Yes.
In front of you. Dr. Gill, what is this photograph depict?
This is a full body photograph of Mr. McGrath showing how we received him at the medical examiner's office.
And that placard that's placed above the body, what does that number refer to?
That's his unique case number.
And from looking at states, I believe it's state 11, do you see anything in this photograph that would depict any kind of, as you indicated earlier, the therapeutic services that was done on Mr. McGrath at the hospital?
Yes.
Can you identify those areas to members of the jury?
You can see the breathing tube coming out of his mouth. In his lower legs, there are these two are called intraosseous catheters in both legs. And then there's some gauze pad over the left chest.
Referring to stage 11, the lower left-hand area of the exhibit, there is a tag which is on the body of James McGrath's toe. What does that tag indicate?
That's how it's an identification toe tag.
Showing you what's been marked as stage 12. And that placard that again is depicted there, is that the same number that we saw in stage 11? The number matches up to any number?
Correct.
Showing you stage 13. What is this a photograph of?
So this is the face and upper torso of Mr. McGrath, and it shows the stab wound under that left nipple. You can see that red line is the stab wound.
And let the record reflect, Your Honor, that the witness is pointing to the right-hand side of stage 13, where he's indicating there is a red line below the left nipple of the body.
So noted. Thank you.
And Dr. Gill, if you can look at stage 13, there is some reddish purplish bruising appears around the neck area of the body of James Thomas McGrath. What is that?
That's called livor mortis. That's a change that occurs after death from blood settling in those areas.
Showing you what's been marked at stage 14. What is this a photograph of?
This is a close-up photograph of the stab wound.
And again, that's a placard, any placard number that matches up.
Yes.
Showing you what's marked as stage 15. What is this a photograph of?
So this is also a photograph of the stab wound showing the skin, which is less relaxed. So the skin has a natural elasticity to it. And depending upon how the sharp injury is in the skin, sometimes it can cause the wound to gape open. In that first picture, we saw that gaping wound. This is kind of pushing the skin back together, to relieving that natural skin tension so you can get a better look at the actual stab wound.
Showing you stage 16. Dr. Gill, what is that a photograph of?
So this is after the skin of the chest has been reflected to the side, and we're looking at the chest wall, and just above the label, there's some bleeding there. That's where the knife went through that intercostal space.
Showing you stage 17. Is this a close-up photograph of stage 16?
Yeah, there looks like there's some disrupted muscle there. It's difficult to make out.
Now, this placard that is utilized here, it looks like there's some measuring tool in there as well. So you utilize that to measure the puncture wound or the injury,
Yes, that's always kind of on our label.
showing you states 18. What is that a photograph of?
This is showing the heart while it's still in the body, and that kind of oval red lesion. That's the stab wound of the heart, of the left ventricle of the heart.
So is that the heart taken out of that muscle or tissue that we saw in stage 17?
So the pericardial sac has been opened, and we're looking at the heart inside the sac now.
Showing you states 19. What is that a photograph of?
This is let's see, showing the pericardial sac before it's been opened up. So you can see a little bit of lung, pink lung at the top there, and then that hole kind of right in the center. That's where the knife went through the pericardial sac.
And lastly, showing you states 20. Again, what is that photograph of?
So this is a photograph of just the heart, and you can see kind of below the yellow, the fatty tissue, there's this darker red area. That's the actual stab wound that went into the left ventricle of the heart.
What is the purpose of taking this photograph with the heart removed from the body?
Just to further document the injury.
Dr. Gill, based on your training and experience in the field of forensic pathology, with respect to the stab wound to the torso perforating the heart, what effect would you expect such an injury to have on a person's ability to survive?
Well, it would not be immediately incapacitating. The person would still remain conscious for a period of time until they've lost enough blood and the heart can no longer maintain the blood pressure. Then they would lose consciousness. And again, if the heart and the circulation isn't restarted, they would die.
Were any samples or specimens collected during the post-mortem examination and submitted for laboratory analysis?
Yes.
And do you recall what specimens were collected?
There were several specimens collected for toxicology, including blood, vitreous fluid from the eye. We usually collect liver as well, and urine.
And what tests were conducted on the blood of the body that was collected?
So we did our kind of routine toxicology testing, which includes alcohol and all the common drugs of misuse, as well as other medications and so forth.
I'm going to direct your attention back to States 10 on page 5 of the toxicology report, withdrawn. Page 5, what does it read under the heading toxicology?
So it gives the positive findings that were detected in the blood and the vitreous fluid from the eye.
Okay. Directing your attention to page 2 out of 3 of the toxicology report. Do you recall or can you read what the blood alcohol content or BAC of the body of said James Thomas McGrath was?
Yes.
And what was that?
It was 0.2 gram percent or gram per 100 milliliters.
Referring again to States 10, to the very first page of that exhibit where it says final diagnosis. Please read what it says.
Stab wound of torso with perforation of heart, hemothorax, approximately 1.8 liters. That's blood in the chest cavity. And then hemopericardium, that's blood in the pericardial sac, approximately 75 milliliters. And then superficial blunt impact injuries of the trunk and the extremities, the bruises.
Based upon your review of the postmortem examination of James Thomas McGrath, what was the cause of death in this case, Dr. Gill?
The stab wound of the torso,
And what was the manner of death?
homicide.
And if you could please explain your reasoning to the jury as to why it was a homicide.
Homicide for a medical examiner is death at the hand of another person. So this stab wound was caused by another person, so it's a homicide.
And just a moment, Your Honor. Yes. And no further questions, Dr. Gill.
Thank you. Attorney Smith?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Dr. Gill.
Afternoon.
You told us that you have been at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner since July of 2013.
Correct.
Did you take over from Dr. Carver?
Yes.
And you've been there since for the past 12 years?
Yes.
Any break in that time period? You've served continuously?
Correct.
All right. You've told us that in conducting your autopsy, you discovered a 1 1/16 inch long slit-like perforation in the chest, correct?
Yes.
And you've described that both in your testimony and in the report as being the result of a knife, correct?
Yes.
And was that based on information that you had from other people involved with this investigation?
I think it's probably a combination. The features, the anatomical features are what we see with a knife injury. And I believe we had history that he had been stabbed.
And so did you come to that conclusion that it was a knife based on your own observations or based on something you had been told?
Again, I think it was a combination. The features are kind of classic findings for a knife. I really couldn't think of much else that would cause it.
No other sort of sharp object like a piece of glass or something of that nature?
A piece of glass wouldn't cause such a straight injury with a single blunt angle and a sharpened angle into that depth. I think it'd be very unlikely that a piece of glass would do that.
Any other tool, perhaps a screwdriver or something like that?
A screwdriver gives a different type of pattern, a more circular puncture type injury.
Fair to say you didn't have anything definitive at that point that led you to know that this was a knife, but that's what you concluded based on what you've described here to us?
Yeah, the anatomic findings are supportive, very supportive of a knife. Yeah.
And you also had information, I guess, from the police officers that were involved, or where did the mention of a knife come from?
Probably from the hospital that he presented with a stab wound.
And you described that this stab wound went through the left 6 to 7 intercostal space, correct?
Yes,
And you described that as being the space between the ribs?
correct.
And as you went through and gave us a list of your findings, you described also an injury under section B, which was an old bruise. Is that fair to say?
Yes,
And then under section C, a number of other scattered bruises of indeterminate age. Is that also fair to say?
correct.
Now, as part of your report, you said that the wound itself was an estimated 2.5 to 3.5 inches deep, correct?
Yes,
Why is that an estimated number?
because the heart and the body can move. And so if a person's leaning forward or laying back, there can be some movement of the heart. And so we can't give an exact, precise depth. Plus, if it goes into the heart cavity, we don't know how deeply it went into the cavity. It didn't go through the heart, through the whole heart, but it went through the wall. So we give an estimate. That's typical.
So based on a position, the person's body position when the wound is suffered, fair to say the stab wound could have been 2.5 inches deep, could have been 3.5 inches deep.
It's within that range, correct?
You didn't note any other fractures, correct?
Correct,
You didn't note any other puncture wounds, correct?
correct.
So this single stab wound that you've described to us, in your opinion, was both the only wound and the wound that led to his death,
It's the only fatal injury, yes.
other than what you've described as being old, unrelated bruises of indeterminate nature. Is that fair to say?
The bruising, yeah, that played no role in his death.
You also told us that you had ordered what was your standard specimen testing for toxicology reports, correct?
Yes,
And that included a toxicology for alcohol, correct?
correct.
And did you tell us that the blood alcohol of the deceased was a 0.2?
Correct.
Did that have any bearing on your findings in this case?
It played no physiologic role in his death. He would have died from the stab injury whether or not he had alcohol in his system.
And Dr. Gill, you've been called here today to tell us what you witnessed and observed as it relates to this autopsy, correct?
Yes,
And you've done that to the best of your ability.
yes.
But if this jury is interested in knowing why Mr. Valle did what he did that night, you can't tell us anything that would help them, can you?
No.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Thank you. Attorney Messina?
Just have a question.
Okay.
Dr. Gill, you had indicated on direct examination that you and your team determined that the fatal injury caused by James McGrath was a stab wound, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I know you had indicated earlier, but approximately how many postmortem examinations have you conducted or overseen where the cause was a stab wound? in your
Objection, Your
career?
Honor. I believe this is outside the scope of my cross-examination.
Okay, so you did question the witness regarding other causes, so I'll allow it. Overruled.
Many dozens, but some of those involve, for example, in one person, maybe 80 stab wounds.
I would have objected to asked and answered because I actually wrote notes about this very question. So I don't know why she's asking it again.
So yeah, I've seen hundreds and thousands of stab wounds.
In those cases where you determined it to be a knife, have those injuries been very similarly situated to what you saw on the body of James McGrath?
Yes.
And you had indicated on cross-examination regarding the difference between a knife perforation versus, let's say, a glass perforation. What would be the difference there?
A glass, because it's more irregular shaped, you get an irregular pattern and maybe more jagged. Usually it's not going to have that depth. This was a very smooth edged, straight in wound. So that was caused by something that's sharp, long, narrow, and that's a knife.
You had testified on cross-examination that you were able to determine the positioning or how that knife went into the body of James McGrath. Would you be able to determine the position of James McGrath at the time the stabbing took place based on the injuries?
No.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any additional cross?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. All right, you may step down. Thank you. Please watch your step as you exit out. If you don't mind, I'll take that exhibit. Thank you so much.
Couple things I wanted to make sure I pointed out or discussed. One of those is his blood alcohol content was 2.5 times the legal limit. That's pretty significant. And the depth, I'm going to have to see when we break for lunch, I'm going to snag a ruler so we can see exactly what 2.5 to 3.5 inches looks like, and also what that 1 1/16 inch represents as well. I'm a visual person, so I like to see it. So I will try at lunchtime to get a ruler and show y'all what that looks like. Otherwise, we'll continue on.
Returning exhibit 10 to Madam Clerk. Council, this appears to be a good time to move into our lunch break.
I agree.
Sure.
So ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're now going to take a luncheon recess. We will be back in session at 2 p.m. and you should report back to the jury deliberations room so that we can start promptly. Please remember the rules of juror conduct that I told you about in the beginning of the case. As you're coming back into the building, if you leave for lunch, if you have to wait in line for a security check, please be careful not to position yourself near anyone who you've observed to be involved in this case, including the attorneys and other court staff members. They are instructed that they should not be in the building regarding
Sorry,
this case or
I'm
otherwise,
trying to get
You
us
will be
past
escorted by
this.
marshals. So thank you. Have a good lunch and we'll see you back at. Good afternoon. Please take a step up into the stand, remain standing. Madam Clerk will put you to oath. Thank you.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God, or penalty of perjury?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your full name, spelling your last name, as well as your badge number and business address.
Sergeant Richard Bango, BANGO, badge number S10. Business address is 85 Wheeler Street, Shelton, Connecticut.
Thank you. You may be seated.
May I call your honor?
Certainly. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Can you please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury who you're currently employed by?
The Shelton Police Department,
And how long have you been employed by the Shelton Police Department?
a few months shy of 25 years.
And what's your current title?
Right now, I'm a patrol sergeant.
And did you have to go through any training to be a police officer?
Yes, I was hired in 2000 where I went to the police academy. After graduating, I went to patrol. In 2010, I was promoted to detective, where I served in the detective bureau for 14 years until I was promoted to sergeant.
And what kind of things did you investigate? What kind of crimes did you investigate in the detective bureau?
In the detective bureau, mostly felonies for the most part. Things a little bit beyond what patrol can handle.
I want to direct your attention to May 15th of 2022. Were you working for the Shelton Police Department on that day?
Yes,
In what capacity?
I was a detective.
And as a detective in the Shelton Police Department, are you on call 24 hours a day?
Yes,
And did you have an occasion to be called to 43 Laurel Glen on that day?
yes.
And can you please describe the circumstances surrounding your responding to 43 Laurel Glen?
I got a call a little after midnight. I believe it was the 15th of May. I got a call a little after midnight. I was asked to respond to 43 Laurel Glen. I was told that 4 persons were stabbed, 1 potentially fatal. I did respond off duty. Upon arrival, I was briefed by the patrol sergeant of what occurred. It was a very hectic scene. There was dozens of juveniles, party attendees running around. The yard was already cordoned off with police tape. There was clothing and random items scattered across the yard. There was also patrolmen guarding the yard to make sure that that area stayed secured.
Now, I want to direct your attention to States 1 that's behind you. Is that you see the house with the red circle on it? Is that the area that you responded to on May 15th of 2022?
Yes,
What time did you arrive at the scene?
I can't give you the exact time. It was somewhere shortly after midnight, maybe 12:30. So I got a call right around midnight.
And I'm showing you States Exhibit 2. Is that the home that you responded to on May 15th of 2022?
Yes,
And what were the lighting conditions like that night?
it was dark. It was dark in the yard. The most of the light that we had was illuminated through what we illuminated.
Was it pitch black though?
Not pitch black.
Could you see?
Yes,
somewhat?
yes.
Show you States Exhibit 5. You had mentioned just now in your testimony that when you arrived, there was some debris in the yard.
Yes,
Is this the debris you were referring to?
yes.
And Who taped off the yard?
That was cordoned off before I arrived.
Why would the Shelton Police Department tape off a certain section of an area? What would be the purpose of that?
Well, those items there is potential evidence. So to cordon it off, we don't want all the witnesses or the attendees to walk through it and trample the evidence.
And when you got to the scene, what was your main purpose when you got to the scene initially?
After finding out what occurred or what the other Shelton Police Department members found out, I was trying to locate witnesses of what occurred.
And with regards to the items of, you determined those to be evidentiary value potentially? Do
Yes.
you know if those items were seized from the lawn?
Yes, they were. So the night of, photographs were taken where they lied in the dark. They stayed that way till morning until Detective Nugent arrived to assist me. He took daytime photos, and after taking the daytime photos, he seized everything in the yard.
May I have a moment, please?
Like a real investigation with pictures and everything.
No objection, questioning.
Oh, okay, so let me just take a look at them and refer to them, please. I have 21, is it, what number is this? 22, okay. So I'll just note for the record that States Exhibits 21 through 29 have been shown to Defense Counsel. Defense Counsel has no objection at this time to these particular exhibits being marked as evidence as for ID only, counsel, or for full?
No, Your Honor, it's full.
Well, all right, court will take the exhibits in as full exhibits at this time then.
Thank you.
Are they marked appropriately?
I believe they're marked full.
All right, so let's get them marked as full and then we'll move forward. Thank you.
Sergeant Bango, with regards to the pictures that were taken in this case, specifically State 5, what, did you take these pictures?
I did not.
And what would be the purpose in taking pictures of the scene when you go to a scene?
Illustrate where everything was before it was seized.
And do you have information as to whether or not the items that were on the front lawn were in fact subsequently seized, subsequently to this picture being taken?
It was seized that morning.
Okay, so the pictures were taken, then it was seized?
Yes, pictures were taken first.
And when items of evidentiary value are seized by the Shelton Police Department, can you just speak to what is done to, I guess, establish some type of chain of custody, how you take it into evidence?
So we would first take a photograph of where it lies undisturbed. Like I said, it was protected all night. After they're photographed, they would be, you'd put gloves on and you would put them in an evidence bag and seal it. You would date and time, exactly what time you seized it, and then you would enter into evidence at the police department.
Wow.
Let me show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 21. It's been marked as a full exhibit. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And what is State's 21?
That's a shirt that was seized in the yard that morning.
And obviously, this is a picture of what was seized, not at the yard. This picture wasn't taken at the yard,
That
right?
picture was not, no, I'm sorry. That was taken after the fact at the police department.
My approach, Your Honor.
Sorry.
Showing you State's 22. Do you recognize State's 22?
I do.
And what is State's 22?
That's the shirt that's illustrated in the picture.
And this was the shirt that was seized from the front yard of 42 Laurel Glen on May 15th of 2022?
Yes, it was.
Your Honor, I would ask if it's appropriate if you allow the witness to open the bag and reveal its contents.
All right, sir, you can open the bag, reveal the contents. I do see that you have gloves available for your use, so that's fine. If you feel comfortable, go right ahead.
No stop and shop bag. Looks like a real evidence bag. Right, Ava? They used real evidence bags.
Now, with regard to this particular piece of evidence that was seized from the front of 43 Laurel Glen, why was this seized? Is there anything on this piece of evidence that would indicate some type of disruption in the fabric?
Yes, there's a defect in the shirt.
Counsel, are you able to see?
Yes, Your Honor.
You can feel free to relocate if you want.
Thank you.
In the shirt in the lower left side, right?
Can you kind of hold up?
Yeah.
So right to the left side of the shirt, it's like would be mid torso potentially?
Yes.
We're all assuming that that's Mr. McGrath's shirt that he was wearing based on the defect.
Let me show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 23. It's been marked as a full exhibit. Again, is this a t-shirt that was seized from the front yard of 43 Laurel Glen?
Yes, it was.
And again, was seized in the normal course of packaging, how you would package items of evidentiary value?
Yes, it was seized, photographed before it was seized and put in that bag, and then later at the police department, it was photographed again.
And when things go back to the police department, how are things secured? Does anybody have access to your evidence?
No, only the evidence officer. It would go from the seizing officer, detective, right to the evidence officer into evidence.
This is 624, the marked as a full exhibit. Again, were these items that were seized from the area of
The yard of 43 Laurel Glen.
Yes,
And were these seized, again, in the same manner in which the previous two exhibits that we just spoke about were seized by the Shelton Police Department?
yes,
to show you states 25?
These items in states 25, items that were also seized from the front yard of 43 Laurel Glen.
yes.
And I'm going to show you states 26. Does this appear to be the same sweatshirt and t-shirt, just
Maybe flipped over from states 25?
Yes.
in states 27? Again, the same t-shirt and sweatshirt.
Yes.
Now, I want to direct your attention to this area here where you see this, the individual who took the picture, I assume their hand is here.
Mhm.
Can you see whether or not there are defects in the clothing there?
Yes.
And again, that would be, for the record, I'm pointing to what appears to be a defect in a black shirt where the individual who has a black glove on middle finger, just north of the middle finger there. And there's also a defect on the green fabric just north of the index finger of the person's glove hand in the picture.
Court will let the record reflect same.
States 28. That would be a picture of the same black t-shirt that was in states 27.
Yes.
And that's just an up close picture of the defect in that t-shirt.
Yes.
And states 29, again, up close picture of the green sweatshirt that was in states 26, I believe. Again, the defect in the shirt.
Yes.
Now, when you got to the scene, you said that you were there to investigate a stabbing that had occurred. What things did you do that night when you got there?
So that night, myself and other members of the Shelton Police Department interviewed witnesses, attendees of that party.
Now, when you interviewed these witnesses, let me take you back. When you got there, what was the scene like?
It was very hectic. There was dozens of kids running around, their parents showing up looking for them. Hard to keep everybody, kind of trying to keep them off the yard, trying to ascertain who saw what, who was at the party, if anyone arrived afterwards. So we did our best to try to speak with everybody there.
Did you have it when you spoke to many witnesses there?
Yes.
And when you spoke to the witnesses there, did you have any indication that alcohol may have been present?
Yes, so there was a bottle, I believe it was a bottle of whiskey, if memory serves, in the yard. Also, upon speaking with a lot of the juveniles, it appeared they were drinking. I didn't feel sobriety anybody, but I was more concentrated on the stabbing, but it appeared they were drinking.
And prior to you interviewing any witnesses at the scene, did the Shelton Police Department have a body-worn camera at that time?
So this was right at the time, just before the body-worn cameras was mandated by the state, and they were just coming into our department. So even though we had them, they weren't issued to all the members of the department. They were equipped in a few cars, and a few of the administration had them, where we can use them if we needed an interview or something like that.
And did you in fact use any body-worn camera when you interviewed witnesses in connection to this case?
In this case, yes. That night, no. I didn't have one assigned to me at that point, so I would have to use only audio.
Okay. So how many interviews would you say that you conducted that night when you got to the scene?
Me personally, or all of us?
You personally first.
Me personally, that night, 2.
And collectively, how many of these interviews did you say you?
Dozens. Me personally.
And based on your interviews of those witnesses, what, if anything, did you do next?
So I interviewed a witness at the scene, Enrico Fiola. After interviewing him and his mother, we ascertained that just prior to the incident, a Honda Pilot arrived on scene with a group of St. Joe's kids. Also, after the incident, they fled in the car. So we were able to get the occupants of that car. From that point, we went and interviewed Mackenzie Trefficante, who was also an occupant in the car. After members of the police department spoke with everybody else there, and I spoke with those 2 witnesses, we developed Raul Valle as a suspect.
And is Mr. Valle in court today?
He is.
And what is he wearing?
He's wearing a blue jacket.
And can you point him out for the court, please?
I can. He's sitting right there.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant in this case?
Court will let the record reflect that the witnesses identified Mr. Raul Valle as the defendant. Thank you.
Now, based on your interviews and your development of suspect and identified a suspect vehicle, what efforts did you take at the scene prior to leaving the scene?
So before we left the scene, we knew that a knife was used in the stabbing. We did look for the knife on the exterior property of 43 Laurel Glen and the road and the surrounding roads. Very difficult that night. It was dark. There was a lot of people around, and we didn't have any information exactly where the knife was at that point. But we did look with our flashlights, with our car spotlights. That carried on into the next day. Moving fast forward, we had 2 state police cadaver dogs arrive in the daylight, and they searched the entire area, the surrounding streets, the property, with members of the police department looking for the knife.
And if I direct your attention to States 1, can you indicate on States 1 where the general area you conducted the initial search for the knife you just described?
Sure. So here's the property with the front yard. We started here, but we actually looked all up and down the roads. This entire area. We also did a neighborhood canvass and spoke to all the neighbors. 1, did you see a knife? And number 2, if you do find a knife, please not touch it and call us.
Now, Your Honor, if the record can reflect, the witness has indicated on States 1 the area including all of Adams Drive, all of Laurel Glen to Farmhouse Lane, and up Farmhouse Lane in that general area.
Any dispute with that summary, Attorney Smith?
No, Your Honor, no
All right,
objection.
court will allow the record to reflect. Thank you.
Now, after you did the initial search that night and the next day for a knife, what did you do next?
So after we did our interviews that night, the sun was coming up. I interviewed Tom and Charlie Connery at their residence with their parents present. After that interview, we were able to develop probable cause for an arrest warrant for Raul Valle.
And was an arrest warrant applied for and signed?
It was applied for that following Monday.
And contemporaneous with the signing of the arrest warrant, were you able to locate the Honda Pilot that was the subject of your interviews?
So we were. So that night, if I can back up a few of the steps we took, after we knew who the occupants of the Pilot were, we went to Milford and we attempted to speak with Mr. Valle, but nobody was home. No one answered the door. So then we went to another occupant's residence, Tyler De Silva. When we arrived there, we were unable to speak with him also. We reached out to the driver of the Pilot, Jack Schneider. We were unable to speak with him. So then we went back to Mr. Valle's house and still no answer. I obtained his cell phone number and I called him numerous times. I wasn't able to get a hold of him. So we moved on with the investigation. The next day, we sent Norwalk Police Department out to Jack Schneider's residence and asked if they can locate the car. When they arrived, it was there, so we requested they tow it, and they towed it back to our secured Sally Port at the Shelton Police Department.
Your Honor, I have
Certainly.
States 30 to 33. I don't think there's an objection to being marked as a full exhibit.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, you've had the opportunity to take a look at them, Attorney Smith?
I did, Your Honor.
All right, very good. So court will go ahead and allow in as full exhibits with no objection 30 through 33 on behalf of the state. As properly marked as full. No ID. We'll just hand it back to Madam Clerk. Thank you.
Now, when you were able to secure the Honda Pilot that was the subject of the investigation, you said you secured it in the Sally Port?
Yes.
And do you know what pictures were taken?
Yes. Well, we applied for a search warrant first when it was granted. Then once we executed that search warrant days later, we took photographs, the interior and exterior of the Pilot.
Show you States Exhibit 30, that's marked as a full exhibit. You recognize States 30?
I do.
And what is States 30?
That's the Honda Pilot.
Doggone Sally
And
Port.
what is the purpose of taking pictures of the exterior and interior of the motor vehicle that seized?
Or to show the condition it was in when we seized it. And
Showing you States 31. Again, what is States 31?
that's a picture of the windshield of the Pilot.
Showing the defect in the windshield.
Yes.
States 32. Picture of, what does this picture show?
It's the interior of the Pilot.
What would be the purpose of showing, taking pictures of the interior of the pilot?
Well, the state of it was when we took it, and if we were going to seize any evidence, the state of the evidence it would be in.
This would have been taken prior to any seizure of any other?
Yes.
States 33, this is obviously the driver's side again, picture of the driver's side of the pilot.
Yes.
Now, once you were able to seize the Pilot and apply for a search warrant and execute a search warrant, you indicated prior in your testimony that you were able to secure an arrest warrant for the defendant.
Yes.
Can you tell, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what steps that you took after that arrest warrant was signed, what steps you took to execute that warrant?
After we secured the arrest warrant, I believe it was the Tuesday of the 18th, we spent the day into the night searching for Mr. Valle. We were unable to locate him. We reached out to both his parents, but they were uncooperative in helping us locate him. It turned into the following day. We could not locate him until about 3 in the morning. He turned himself into the Shelton Police Department.
And when he turned himself into the Shelton Police Department, what was done as part of the booking process of the defendant?
Well, the standard booking process, and we took, the booking photos. But I believe it was Lieutenant McPadden who was on scene when he turned himself in. He took photos of Mr. Valle because he had some apparent injuries on him.
So you indicated that pictures of the defendant were taken some 72 hours after the incident when he turned himself in on May 18th?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 34 as a full exhibit. You recognize 34?
I do.
And what is 34?
That's a picture of Raul Valle at the time of booking.
On May 18th of 2022.
Yes.
States 35. Again, what does States 35 show?
A picture of Raul Valle on that date.
States 36.
Same. A little closer. I could see some marks up there near his forehead, light marks.
States 37.
That's the back of Raul Valle's head. Raul Valle's head.
Does there appear to be any injuries to the back of his head?
I can't see anything from here.
States 38. Showing you States 38. That's the back of his head again.
From here at this angle, I can maybe a little bit of redness under the hairline.
States 39.
That's Mr. Valle's right arm. There seems to be some light scratch marks.
States 40. Seems to be a older wound.
It does appear that that's his right hand. It appears that it looks like it's scabbed over a little bit.
States 41. Left hand.
That's his left hand, a scrape on his palm.
States 42. Any markings on his hand there?
Some light marks on his outer wrist. That's really all I can see there.
States 43. Again, this is his left hand. Any markings there?
I can't see any.
Now, once the defendant turned himself in on the 18th, pursuant to the arrest warrant that you had secured, did the investigation stop there?
No.
Can you please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what, if anything, you did after that point in time?
So myself and members of the Detective Bureau located every attendee to that party and the party that was connected to this at Lazy Brook, interviewed all of them, some of them multiple times. At this point, I did have a body-worn camera, so most of them were interviewed on video. Yeah, so we interviewed everybody there at that point just to strengthen the case.
And what, if anything, did you glean, not what people said, but what, if anything, did you glean from those interviews with regards to the connection to Lazy Brook Road and maybe the entire street of Laurel Glen?
Well, we learned that there was a fight that preceded this incident at Laurel Glen at 5 Lazy Brook. That was predominantly a St. Joe's graduation party. A fight occurred there where members were attendees of that party got into the Honda Pilot and arrived at Laurel Glen. Approximately, well, there was 7 people in the car, including Mr. Valle. So during the investigation, we had a concurrent investigation into the Lazy Brook party. So.
Did you interview anybody from the Lazy Brook party?
Yes, everybody.
And subject to that interview, were you able to secure any type of video evidence from that party?
Yes. After interviewing the attendees at that party, we secured a video of a fight that occurred in the garage of that party in the driveway, I believe from Isabel Molnar. That was seized and taken into evidence. Also, during the investigation, speaking of videos, we secured a video from the fight, from the incident that occurred in the lawn at 43 Laurel Glen. That I believe we seized from Tanner Trachowski. That was seized in evidence also. Speaking of videos, we were also able to secure videos on the street from ring cameras and dashboard cams from the night of the incident at 43 Laurel Glen. Starting with Laurel Glen, there was a ring camera right on the driveway above the garage that would have caught the entire incident. Unfortunately, it only captured live video, not recorded. With Ring, you have to pay a service, and if you don't, you can only watch it live. You can't retrieve it. We retrieved other Ring videos from the street, right across the street from Farmhouse, but they did not yield a lot of information. They weren't very helpful. We did obtain a video from 36 Laurel Glen.
Directing your attention to States Exhibit 1, can you please tell us on States Exhibit 1 where 36 Laurel Glen would be located?
36, I believe, is this one here. I believe it's that one there.
And why was 36 Laurel Glen important?
So during the investigation, we learned after the Lazy Brook party, or the Lazy Brook incident, the St. Joe's kids got into the Honda Pilot and they arrived at 43 Laurel Glen, and an incident occurred in the street, or an altercation. So the Honda Pilot drove off down the road in the area of 36 at the first incident, or the first altercation between the St. Joe's students and the Shelton High students. Upon securing that video from the homeowner, I believe his name was Ken Tuttle, we were able to find the the Honda Pilot pulling up from the direction of Laurel Glen and stopping right in front of his house.
And
Again, I just have to point out there were approximately 30 people at the final party where the stabbing occurred. And there were probably a couple dozen at the first party that took place at 5 Lazy Brook. And this police department interviewed everybody. Everybody. Can you imagine such a thing? All those people and all of them got interviewed? Again, just wanted to point out it is possible to do a real thorough investigation, former trooper Michael Proctor.
if I may approach the witness, Your Honor. Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 44 for identification purposes. You recognize State's 44?
Yes,
And what is State's 44?
that's a video of the 36 Laurel Glen ring camera.
Is this the same videos that you seized from Ken Tuttle pursuant to this investigation?
I didn't personally, but yes, I've seen it before.
And are the videos on this, have you viewed this prior to today's testimony?
Yes, I have.
Do these videos contain 2 videos from different angles of what occurred just prior to and just after the incident that occurred at 43 Laurel Glen?
Yes, I do.
State would offer this as a full exhibit.
Attorney Smith, any
No
other?
objection, Your Honor.
Okay. So
I'm going to slow this down because if I don't, y'all are going to be real mad at me when it's video. So let me take this back to normal speed.
with no objection, court will go ahead and enter into evidence State's full, I believe you said 44?
40.
44. Thank you.
You viewed this prior to today's testimony.
I have.
Can you briefly tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, and I want to publish this with the permission of the court, but what we're about to watch, if you can.
So these are 2 angles of a rim camera, one from the door and one from another front of the house that shows directly into the street. When you watch it, you see from left to right, the Honda Pilot will pull up and stop directly in front of 36 Laurel Glen. A bunch of people get out. This first video is right around 11:40, so this is before the incident at 43 occurred. We asked the homeowner, Mr. Tuttle, if this video is in real time, and he said it was. The kids get out, and while they're standing out of the car, a bunch of people come running up from Laurel Glen. There's a interaction, an argument. You can hear people yelling, not exactly what they said. The Honda Pilot then drives away and comes back. And then there's a second video that occurred after the incident because the timeline occurs from our 911 calls. And right when this was, it was right before midnight, where the Honda Pilot again comes from the same direction, 43 Laurel Glen, stops. Bunch of people get out, another car pulls up, and somebody gets out and jumps in another car, and they all flee.
With your permission, I'd like to publish to the jury.
All right, why don't you go ahead and publish States 44?
This next video is this different angle of the same video,
It's the same video, just a different angle.
and there's no sound on this video?
I don't believe so.
Faint sound. And those two videos that we just watched, it was around 11:40 p.m. on May 14th of 2022.
Yes,
So that would be shortly prior to the incident that occurred down the street of 43 Laurel Glen.
yes,
And the next two videos we're about to watch happened just after. the
directly afterwards, yes.
And this last video is the different angle of the same.
I believe so.
Same footage. Again, the time on this is 11:55.
Yes. I believe our 911 call came in at about 23:58 or something close to there, so that would corroborate the time in the video.
Now, were you able to seize any videos from across the street from 43 Laurel Glen?
Yeah, at 44, we seized a video. Unfortunately, from the distance to the door to across the street, we can hear a lot of people yelling, but you really can't see what's going on. And the homeowner was actually watching what was going on right in front of the camera, so we got a better view of her back than anything else.
So the homeowner was blocking what
Yes,
was
yes.
happening. After you were able to secure video, interview your witnesses, did the investigation end there?
No, no.
What if anything, did you do
So
next?
over the next several months, we're in contact with Tyler De Silva and Jack Schneider's attorneys, attempting to interview them. When we were finally able to interview them, we did. This was now November of 2022. After interviewing them, we received information, so we drove to the dead-end cul-de-sac portion of Adams Drive.
And what was your purpose in driving to the dead end of Adams Drive?
To locate the knife that was used in that incident on the 14th,
And this was some 6 months after the incident?
approximately 6 months. We actually went there, our first time there, we went there with Jack Schneider and his father.
Let me approach the witness, Your Honor. Showing you it's been marked as State's Exhibit 45 for identification purposes. Do you recognize 45?
I do.
What is 45?
This is the cul-de-sac portion of Adams Drive.
Showing you, does this picture accurately reflect what the cul-de-sac of Adams Drive looked like on the other time of the incident?
No, this was 6 months later.
6 months later?
Yes,
Showing you 46. Do you recognize 46?
I do.
And what is 46?
That's a picture of the wood line that separates Valley Road from Adams Drive.
And does this picture indicate what the cul-de-sac area of Adams Drive looked like on or around the time you went back to Adams Drive 6 months later?
No,
What does this show?
this shows a lot of leaves are on the ground. The ground is covered where, it's November at this point, so
So this is 6 months after the incident.
yes.
And showing you State's Exhibit 47. You recognize 47?
Yes.
And what is 47?
So this is the stream that runs in the wooded area just behind there, in between Valley Drive and the end of Adams Drive.
I would offer these as full exhibits, Your Honor.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, no objection. Court will go ahead and take into evidence dates 45, 46, and 47. Thank you.
Now, Sergeant Bango, directing your attention to States 1, can you just point to the area on States 1 where the cul-de-sac of Adams Drive would be, which is the subject of your current testimony? Okay.
So just to reflect, the witness is identifying what appears to be a circular portion of Adams Drive towards the top of the photograph, slanted towards the right.
Showing you 45, it's marked as a full exhibit. Again, is this the cul-de-sac that you drove to after you were able to interview Jack Snyder and Tyler De Silva?
Yes, it was.
And showing you 46. Again, is this the area, a little bit closer view of the wooded area that you were directed to investigate after those interviews?
Yes, it was.
And 47, again, this is the interior portion of that wooded area?
Yes.
Now, can you please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, at that point in time in late November, what efforts you took to locate the knife in this area?
So that day after the 2 interviews, while we were with Jack Schneider, we searched for the knife that day. We learned that day it's going to be very difficult because now most of the leaves have fallen off the trees. There's a stream running in between there. So after we realized we weren't going to find it, was late in the day at that point too, we secured some canine sniffing dogs and some metal detectors, and we went back early morning the next day and we searched all day until we were running out of light. We unfortunately did not locate the knife. So we went back, I believe, 3 days later and did it again with metal detectors, and we did not locate the knife. We tried to narrow down where it would be in the woods. We picked up a rock that we thought maybe would weigh similar to a knife, and we threw it as far as we can from the street at the dead end portion, and it would reach the stream. So that wasn't good news. We talked to all the neighbors on that portion of Adams Drive. We asked them if anybody had found a knife. From May until that point, they said they hadn't. We certainly asked them if you did, please don't touch it and call us. But unfortunately, at this point, we've not found the knife.
And after you took the efforts to attempts to locate the knife used in this case, did the investigation continue or did it end there?
No, it continued. It slowed down at that point because we've interviewed everybody from both parties, like I said, numerous times. But just a month ago, we went back with an aerial drone with the West Haven Police Department, and we took some aerial photographs and videos of the entire area. This is something that we did during the investigation too, just not with a drone. We actually went back once and we mapped the scene, the street to scale with a crime mapping system called the Pharaoh, with the approximate locations of where people were from witness statements. And I also went back with, I believe it was Charlie Connery, and we did a video reenactment of the whole scene where he said people were standing and where everybody went.
And with regards to the Pharaoh scan, you said that it's a mapping system.
It's a mapping system that can map points to scale exactly the way, feet from the corner, from the driveway. As far as where people were standing, we couldn't get exact because these were coming from witness statements.
So it's the general area of where.
Yes, where the incident took place. And I believe we did the entire street from Adams all the way to Farmhouse.
And with regards to the drone footage, was that done at our request?
Yes.
A Pharaoh's system was used in the
Sure,
Murdoch
it's marked
case
as,
also.
States exhibits 49. You recognize 49?
I do. That's an aerial photograph of 43 Laurel Glen.
And were you present when this photograph was taken?
Yes,
About what time of year was this taken?
end of May.
Of this year?
It was May 19th. I do remember the date.
2025.
2025, yes. I'm sorry, yes.
Exhibit 50, a little bit closer view of
43 Laurel Glen. Yep.
51, a little bit closer view
Yes.
of the area where the incident.
So that area there is an aerial view of where the incident took place and where we seized the items.
And I'll show you States exhibit 52. Is this a blown-up version of the close-up of the area where the incident took place?
Yes, it is.
Now, with regards to the drone video, what was the purpose of taking this drone video?
So the reenactment we conducted with Charlie Connery had audio in it. We were talking to him and he was explaining us what happened. With discussions with the state's attorney, they decided they wanted a video and photographs with no audio in it. So we went and redid it there.
And what we're about to see in this drone video, does this span the entire or the portion of Laurel Glen that was the subject of 36 Laurel Glen, the video that we saw down low? Does this encompass Farmhouse Road and up and down Laurel Glen from Adams to Farmhouse?
Yes.
I like that they did this so you get a reference point of exactly what the stretch of road was like. Huh. What a concept.
So that house there to the right is 36.
So we paused it.
Council, before you move on, let me just let the record reflect that we're publishing Exhibit 48.
48, correct, I'm sorry. So at 24 seconds, for the record, this house right here, that I'm pointing to there, what would that be?
That's 36 Laurel Glen.
So that is the house, that's the subject of State's Exhibit 44.
Yes.
That's where the ring video came from,
If we
y'all.
could just identify which house it was. There were two houses in the video. The gray house.
So,
I just want to make it clear, record council.
go back.
Thank you.
So I'm now pointing, it's 24 seconds into the video, Your Honor. It's the gray house on the right portion of State's 48. We walk, the red walkway that goes out to Laurel Glen and the driveway to the far left side of the gray house.
All right, thank you. Thank you.
Let it from there. Gameplay. Gameplay.
And that road that we're looking at now at 52 seconds would be
Farmhouse Road.
So this area here is looking back down towards 43 Laurel Glen,
Yes.
and the house to the left here, that gray house again, is 36 Laurel Glen.
Yes, it is.
Again, the house to the right here
It's 43.
is, that would be.
43 Laurel Glen.
Now, when you went out there on May 19th of 2025, were you asked by myself to do any measurements?
Yes.
To where 43 Laurel Glen is in connection to 36 Laurel Glen in Farmhouse Road?
Yes. So we took a measurement. I don't remember his exact number from the driveway of 43 to the front doorway of 36, I believe was 640 feet, 47 maybe, roughly about 1.5 to 2 football fields.
So with regards to the front of the driveway of 43 Laurel Glen, if you were to walk down towards 36 Laurel Glen, it's about 1.5 to 2 football fields
Yes.
down the road?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Cross-examination.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Detective Bengo.
Good afternoon.
Been cleared since the last time we saw each other.
A little bit. Yeah.
Just want to go over what you've been talking with us about today. You said that you responded that evening after you received a call. You got there, you think about 12:30 in the morning.
Approximately.
When you arrived, it was dark and most of the illumination that you had was coming from your own lights, correct?
And I believe a light in the driveway at 43. I believe that light was working.
Was there an ambulance still on scene at that point?
I can't recall.
Were there cars that were still parked in the road,
Yes,
parked on both sides of the road?
I believe so.
The cordoned off areas, which you showed us before in those photographs, that included some cars that had been parked in the driveway, correct?
I believe so.
However, the cars that were in the road, that area had not been cordoned off. Is that fair to say?
Fair to say.
By the time you got there, you didn't know if folks that were still on scene had arrived afterwards, correct?
No, I did not.
You didn't know who might have left before you arrived. Is that fair to say?
At that point, no.
So there wasn't anything being done at that point to prevent people from leaving. Is that fair to say?
No. The patrolmen were instructed not to let people leave until we spoke with them. We did have people show up, mostly parents, when they heard what was happening. But no, if someone just says, I want to leave, we wouldn't let them leave until we spoke with them, or at least get their information.
But is it fair to say that you didn't have any ability to keep track of everybody that was on that scene and make sure that nobody leaked out?
It's very possible someone could leak out. It's impossible for how many officers we had there and how many attendees were there.
And roughly, or if you know specifically, how many attendees did you ultimately determine were at that party?
I don't have the exact number.
Was it more than 30?
Yes.
Was it more than 40?
I don't recall. I don't have that number in my head. We have it, but I don't recall the number.
Could it have been as many as 75 to 100?
I don't believe so.
Something less than that, but
I would-
maybe more
yes.
than 40?
Yes.
A large group, fair to say?
Yes, very large group.
And other than the parents that started to arrive while you were on scene, how many adults were there present? Not police officers.
When the incident occurred or when I got there?
When you got there,
When I got there, there were a couple of parents there, but they arrived after the incident, namely Enrico Fiola's mom, because I interviewed him in the presence of her. I was told there were some other parents there too. I'm not sure exactly which ones.
you learned at the time of the party, however, that there were almost no adults present. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
No parents that were there, at least, correct?
Yes.
There were some juveniles you've described, correct?
Yes.
However, there were also some attendees who were over the age of 18, were there not?
Yes.
And you mentioned to us the conditions that night. You described that it was dark. Was it also rainy,
I don't recall.
misty?
It could have been misty.
Do you remember whether or not the grass was wet?
I do not.
Is the roadway damp?
Yes.
Did you have your wipers on while you were driving to the scene?
I don't recall. It was 3 years ago.
I understand. And you described to us that before you arrived, the scene had already been cordoned off in order
Yes.
to secure it, correct?
Yes.
But again, the only areas that were cordoned off that you know of are those areas that were secured by the yellow tape that we've seen in those photos.
Yes.
And that did not extend down the length of the video that you just showed us, correct?
No.
Really just encompassed the driveway and the area from the front corner of that parking area that's on the exhibit behind you, down to about where that red bush is. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Didn't extend across the street to the other side of Laurel Glen?
No.
And didn't extend down to 36 Laurel Glen either, did it?
No.
And didn't encompass anything on Farmhouse Lane or Adams. Is that fair to say?
No.
So the only area that was secured and cordoned off was the parking area, the 43 Laurel Glen, and the front grassy area to the right of the parking of the driveway. Is that fair to say?
Yes. That other info we didn't get till later.
And you said that was secured throughout the night.
Yes.
Do you know who secured that area throughout the night?
The officer that secured it, I don't. I do know who applied for the search and seizure warrant and who responded to execute it. The officer that was stationed there, I do not know offhand.
And then you were shown a series of exhibits that were admitted as full without objection. And the first of those was exhibit number 21, and that was a Pass the Chips shirt photograph. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And do you know now who was wearing that Pass the Chips shirt?
Yes.
And who was that?
James McGrath.
Was that the only piece of clothing that you secured that you believe belonged to Mr. McGrath?
I personally didn't secure anything. I was interviewing why another detective did it all, but there was other items secured.
The next photograph I want to ask you about is exhibit number 23. That was the Marble Ducks shirt that we saw a photograph of. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And do you know now who was wearing that shirt at the time on May 14th?
Yes. Faison Teal. I don't believe he was wearing it. I believe he had it on his person. I believe he was shirtless.
He was shirtless.
I believe so.
There was also a photo, number 24, exhibit 24, a photo of a shirt and a shoe. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And do you know now who was wearing that shirt and shoe?
Is it a dark blue shirt? Dark blue shirt?
Dark blue shirt, yes, sir.
I believe that was Thomas Connery.
Also his shoe?
Yes.
Shoe. And then we saw a photo of a green sweatshirt and a blue shirt, a couple of different images of that same pairing there. Do you know who was wearing that?
Yes, that was Ryan Hines.
And then you told us that on this particular evening, it had not yet become the policy of the Shelton Police Department to have body-worn cameras issued to everybody that was on duty. Is that correct?
I believe it was the policy at the time. It just wasn't implemented until June 1st.
Why would there be such a policy, but it wasn't implemented until
Well,
June 1st?
The state came out with a mandate pursuant to the Police Accountability Act. So that was the date that we had to have it. We actually came in early with the body-worn cameras before that, but it was still in the process with Axon getting everybody equipped.
So you could have worn them that evening.
No.
But you didn't have to.
I
is
didn't.
that-
No, I didn't have one.
You didn't.
So the following day, when I did have one, I was able to meet with Lieutenant Kozlowski, who is the administrator of that program, and he had one, but not everybody had one. We only had a couple throughout the department. He had one, and he gave me his when I went to Connery's house to use the body-worn cameras during that interview.
So was it department policy that you should have had one?
Not
or
at
time?
that date. No, it was not the policy.
I thought you just told us that
It was, no, the policy was set in place, I believe it was June 1st, 2022, that we had to have it.
Before that, could you have chosen to
No.
wear one?
No, because I didn't have one. I wasn't issued
Who
one.
would have issued those?
Lieutenant Kozlowski.
Could you have gone to Lieutenant Kozlowski and asked for one?
Not that night. I was coming from my house at midnight.
You mentioned that you arrived on scene and started interviewing witnesses, and that there were dozens of kids running around and parents showing up, correct? You were asked about whether or not there was any sign of any alcohol having been at this party. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you told us that there was maybe one bottle of whiskey in the yard,
I do remember seeing a bottle of whiskey.
and that was the only indication that you had that there was drinking going on at this party?
There wasn't alcohol cans all over the street or anything like that. There was alcohol in the house, but it's hard to differentiate what the parents owned or where the kids were drinking it. No one had alcohol in their hands at that time.
And that was about a half an hour to 40 minutes after the initial call came in at 11.
Maybe a little bit more at that point, after everything settled down.
So there was at least a bottle of whiskey in the yard.
Yes.
And then you say there was other alcohol that was in the house, but that was hard to determine who that belonged to exactly.
Yes.
And what was the other alcohol that you found in the house?
I don't recall.
Was there a lot of evidence of alcohol in the house?
I don't recall. You got to remember the focus was the stabbing that occurred, not alcohol by minors at that point.
Because that wouldn't be pertinent to trying to understand.
It would, and I do believe there are photographs of the interior of the house. I just didn't take them.
Did you see those photographs?
I don't recall.
And do you recall whether or not you ever saw evidence of large piles of solo cups or any other indication that there was in fact a large amount of drinking going on at this unsupervised party?
I do not recall a large pile of solo cups.
Do you recall any evidence of a large amount of drinking going on?
People's actions, the way they were talking to me, that was probably my biggest indicator.
And what were those actions that indicated that to
You
you?
can tell people are slurring their words. Their eyes are a little glossy. Just my training experience, I could tell someone's been drinking, especially a juvenile. But that would be my biggest. Like I said, I wasn't hunting for the underage drinking at that point because I had so much going on with the witnesses and the stabbing.
Did you see any evidence that, or any indication that evidence of drinking had been cleaned up or that there was some attempt to shield you from seeing that?
I did not.
You say that night you interviewed two people, correct?
Yes.
And one of those was Enrico Fiola.
Yes.
And the other one, who was that again?
Mackenzie Trefcanti.
And that you later interviewed Tom and Charlie Connery, correct?
Yes.
And what was the date of the interviews with Tom and Charlie Connery, if you recall?
So it was the same day. It was just late morning, early afternoon.
So the 15th?
Yes.
And at that point, when you interviewed, so I just want to make sure I understand this. So as of the morning of May 15th, when you went to interview Tom and Charlie Connery, you'd only also interviewed Enrico and Mackenzie.
A lot of people were interviewed. Me personally, who I interviewed. Yes, those two.
And at that point, when you went to interview Tom and Charlie Connery, had you learned of any cell phone videos that had been taken of the incident?
At that point, I don't believe so, or I don't recall. I believe that was later on.
So when you interviewed Enrico Fiola, you didn't learn of any videos that had been made. When you interviewed Mackenzie Trefcanti, you didn't learn of any interviews, videos that had been made.
No.
When you interviewed Tom and Charlie Connery, you didn't learn that any cell phone videos had been taken.
No. Like I said, there were a lot of other people interviewed by other members of the police department. That information came into play with me also.
And as of the 15th, you hadn't been given any information based on any of the other interviews done by other members of your department that there was a cell phone video of this event.
I don't believe so.
So at the time that you applied for the arrest warrant for Mr. Valle, was that on the 15th?
I believe it was the 16th.
On the 16th,
Is that the Monday? I'm pretty sure.
I believe that would be the Monday.
Yeah.
At that point, when you applied for the arrest warrant for Mr. Valle, you hadn't learned of any cell phone videos at that point. Is that
At
fair
that
to say?
point, at that point, no.
You were shown some photographs of the Honda Pilot.
Attorney Smith, let me know when there's a good time to take the afternoon break. Okay, thank you.
I'm going to show you those exhibits again, Detective Bingo. So this is exhibit number 30. Everybody see that? And Detective Bingo, you were describing for us, that is the Honda Pilot, correct?
Yes.
And that Honda Pilot belongs to Mr. Jack Snyder, correct?
Yes.
And in that picture of the Honda Pilot, I'm just going to move over here so that I can actually see it as well. I believe that Attorney Durso noted a defect in the windshield. Do you recall that?
Yes.
It is your understanding that that defect in the windshield, was that there prior to the incident on May 14th into the morning of May 15th?
From the information
I
we,
don't know how you'd have that knowledge.
If he knows, it's fine.
well, I don't know through interviews what people told me.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as Exhibit 31. Now, you'd agree that's a close-up of the same windshield we were just looking at?
Yes.
Same defect?
Yes.
And then I'm going to show you what is Exhibit 32. And that is the interior of the vehicle, looking at it from the passenger's side, from the passenger side, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Very good. Attorney Smith, you may proceed with your cross-examination.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello again, Detective Van Gogh.
Hello.
So we were just talking about the photographs that have been taken of the pilot, correct?
Mhm.
Those have been taken down now. So thereafter, you described having secured an arrest warrant. And you said that when you had done that, you didn't have any cell phone videos available to you at that point, correct?
Yes.
You also didn't have at that point the 36 Laurel Glen video, is that correct?
Yes.
And just, if we may, Your Honor, may I approach these exhibits here on the
Certainly, of
stand?
course, yes.
This Exhibit 1, earlier, I believe you had described this house as being 36 Laurel Glen, but if they're viewing the video,
It could be that one, yes.
you think it was this one?
All right, so just let the record reflect that the earlier house appears to be two houses from the left of the group of the exhibit on Laurel Glen Drive, and the house to which Attorney Smith was indicating is the actual house appears to be three houses from the left of the exhibit on Laurel Drive, Glen Drive. Is that correct? Thank you.
The defense attorney
So when you
keeps them
applied for
honest.
the arrest warrant for Mr. Valle, is it fair to say at that point that you were going off of what you had been told by the witnesses that you had spoken to?
Yes.
That at that point did not include Mr. De Silva or Mr. Snyder, correct?
Correct.
And at 3 in the morning on the 18th, I believe you described that Mr. Valle turned himself in for booking, correct?
Correct.
Yes. And you described that when Mr. Valle turned himself in that morning, it was with Detective McPadden, correct?
Lieutenant McFadden.
My apologies. And Lieutenant McPadden took the following photographs. Exhibit 34, correct?
Correct.
Exhibit 35,
Correct.
Exhibit 36.
Correct.
And can you see in Exhibit 36 here on Mr. Valle's left eye what appears to be an injury, bruising, and perhaps an abrasion?
I could see a small abrasion.
You don't see the bruising there?
Point out what you're looking at.
Discoloration around the eye?
Yeah, maybe on the inner portion towards the nose.
Exhibit 37 was also taken by Lieutenant McPadden, correct?
Correct.
38 was also taken by Lieutenant McPadden.
Correct.
I believe you described seeing some redness, possible abrasion under the hairline there.
Possible.
Exhibit 39 also taken by Lieutenant McPadden, correct?
Correct.
And there you described for us seeing the red scratch marks as well as some what appears to be bruising.
Point out the bruising.
Do you see some discoloration here just past the elbow on the bottom of the bicep?
Possibly.
Exhibit 40 taken by Lieutenant McPadden, correct?
Correct.
And that shows a wound on the heel of his right palm.
Correct.
Exhibit 41, also taken by Lieutenant McPadden, shows some abrasion injury on the left palm, as well as still that same injury on the right palm, correct?
Correct.
And then we saw Exhibit 42, taken by Lieutenant McPadden,
Correct.
and Exhibit 43, also taken by Lieutenant McPadden, correct?
Correct.
And those were taken, to the best of your knowledge, at around 3 a.m. when he turned himself in that morning?
Yes.
And that was done, again, to document apparent injuries that Mr. Valle had on him, correct?
Yes.
I'll note that the injuries on the palm, I know Colin Albert had a really big story to tell about slipping on the ice and that's how he got the knuckles all scratched up. I think what you saw just now in that picture of the heel of the hand having those injuries is far more indicative of someone catching themselves going down to the pavement. Just thought I'd point that out.
That's more than the standard booking photo that's taken of a person, correct?
Not everyone's booked for murder.
I beg your pardon?
It was a murder case, so if we saw someone, let's say in an assault, and they had apparent injuries, we would take photographs of them, more so than just the booking photo.
It's standard to take a booking photo, correct?
Yes,
When you notice injuries that you want to document, then you take more photos
Yes.
of those injuries, correct?
Yes.
And that's what was done in this case,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Did Mr. Valle ask you to take those photos?
I do not know, I wasn't there.
And then you said that the investigation continued thereafter, correct?
Correct.
In fact, the investigation went on all summer long, did it not?
Yes.
And it continued, I think you told us, into the fall, correct?
Yes,
And in fact, really continued on into this year when we went and got some of these drone videos that you showed us earlier, right?
Yes.
Now, you told us that you located every attendee at that party. Is that correct?
everyone that we know of.
Okay. So there are possibly people that you don't know of that were there,
It's
correct?
possible.
Because
Objection has to possibly, it calls for speculation. Not what we would know.
I'll sustain, so it was sort of a late objection, but you tried to make it. I'll sustain the objection. I will direct the jury to not, I'm going to strike the answer to the question asking if it was possible, if there were attendees who were not there, and the response, that's stricken. And you're not to consider that as evidence, all right? And you will get further detailed instructions about that during the court's final jury charge. Attorney Smith, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Throughout the course of your investigation, did you learn of individuals that were seen in cell phones that you weren't able to actually identify or talk to?
I do not believe so.
So you think that you've spoken to every person that was at that party?
I can't definitively answer that.
And you were describing for us a fight that occurred earlier that evening at 5 Lazy Brook. Do you recall that?
I do.
Where you learned that some attendees had gotten into a Honda Pilot, correct?
Correct.
And then you said that you interviewed everybody that was at that party, correct?
The same.
Again, you can't really tell us that you interviewed everybody that was there. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
But you did secure some video of a fight that took place in or near the garage of 5 Lazy Brook, correct?
Yes.
When did you secure that video?
I do not have the date. I don't have the date in my head.
Was it before or after you got the arrest warrant?
After.
And therefore, it was after you spoke with the people that had been interviewed prior to securing that arrest warrant?
Yes.
And then you also secured video from 43 Laurel Glen Drive, correct?
Yes.
That was also subsequent to actually securing the arrest warrant, correct?
Yes.
And that video, did that come from a Tanner Chernowski?
Yes.
Do you know when you secured that video?
I don't have the exact date, but it was after the arrest warrant.
In fact, after securing those videos, you then went back and did a number of interviews with some of the people that you had already interviewed. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Now, we saw here before some dash cam or some ring videos that you had secured, one of those being from 36 Laurel Glen Drive, correct?
Correct.
Do you have 44 or does she have 44? And you described Exhibit 44, which we're going to play for you in just a second here, as showing different angles. There's one angle that is from the door, correct?
Yes.
And there's one angle, and what is that different angle that we've seen?
What's in the front of the house, but
Exterior camera somewhere on the
somewhat
wall.
different on the porch. I didn't collect it, but that's what it looks like.
But those are both stationary cameras, correct?
Yes.
Unlike the drone camera, which we'll
Yes.
get to in a bit. And do you know whether or not those cameras are motion activated?
I'm familiar with Ring, and I do know that they are motion activated. This in particular one here, I don't have specific knowledge, but
Do you know how it came to be that this is the only portion of video that we have with regard to that particular area?
rephrase that.
Did, as far as you know, was there other footage from this same camera?
From 36.
Yes.
No,
And you're not sure whether or not this is a motion activated camera, is that fair to say?
I can't say definitively.
Can we play the first video, the one that runs from about 11:40 prior to the event?
So 37.
And is there a particular file number that
Yeah,
goes
it's
with that?
37, I think. Do you want the one from the front door or from the side?
Let's play them both so we get both of those angles.
So play the 2-3 first. Play this one first. Then that.
Lady sticks her head in the way. Sheesh.
Detective Bango, in that video, when we see folks coming from the left of the screen, that's 43 Laurel Glen, the direction that they're coming from?
Yes,
And they are heading in the direction of Farmhouse Lane, is that correct?
yes.
So if you were going to describe for the jurors the path of that video that we just watched, would you just physically show us where that video shows?
Vehicle comes here. And they come to here. What else looking for?
If you could just identify, could you just somehow use your words to identify what
Okay,
you're showing?
So
with
here's
your-
Laurel Glen. The vehicle comes from this direction and stops right here in front of 36 Laurel Glen.
So, Your Honor, may the record reflect that the witness has indicated using Exhibit 1 that the vehicle on the video moves from the front of 43 Laurel Glen, which is marked with the red marker, and it goes to the left down towards Farmhouse Lane in front of what the witness has already indicated is 36 Laurel Glen Drive.
Thank you, sir. So noted.
Okay. And there's another video there that shows the same thing, but from a slightly different angle from the porch, correct?
Yes.
Were you able to identify any of the people seen in that video coming from 43 Laurel Glen and following the vehicle?
From the video alone, no, it's not that good of a video. We had to corroborate through witness statements.
And may we see now the video from after the incident? I believe it begins at 11:55 or so. And Detective Bango, that second video, it comes from after you believe the fight occurred in the front yard of 43 Laurel Glen, correct?
Yes.
Shows two vehicles going down and stopping in front of 36 Laurel Glen?
Yes.
And did you identify either of those vehicles?
Yes.
Was one of them the pilot?
Yes.
And what was the other vehicle?
That was Megan Traficante's sister.
Megan Traficante's sister?
Yes. It was, I could be mistaken about if that was definitively her. It was someone that came and picked them up. They called for a ride.
Was there a third car that we don't see here that was driven and picked up another passenger from the pilot at some point?
Through witness statements, yes, there was.
But we don't see that vehicle here, is that correct?
In that video, no.
And you said that there were videos from 44 Laurel Glen Drive, but you couldn't see what was going on in those because the homeowner was blocking, correct?
And the distance from the camera to the yard.
And in fact, that there were videos from 43 Laurel Glen Drive itself, correct?
Only live.
Only live. You learned that from the homeowner who claimed that there was no video recording, it had only been live, correct?
And Ring. We didn't take his word for it. We contacted Ring.
Now, you said that over the next several months, you tried to interview Mr. De Silva and Mr. Snyder, correct?
Yes,
And in fact, you couldn't do that until November, right?
correct.
In fact, you weren't able to do that until November 2nd with Mr. Snyder, correct?
I believe that's the date.
And you believe that the date for Mr. De Silva was December 6th, right?
Sounds about right.
And in fact, after your interview with Mr. Snyder, which one of them occurred on November 2nd, one of them occurred on November 28th, correct?
I do believe we interviewed Mr. Schneider twice.
And you indicated that after that day of the Snyder interview, you went to try and find the knife. Which day was that?
The
Was
first
it the
one.
second? It
The
was
first
the second.
one. The first one.
Did anybody in the neighborhood, in the area which you went to on Adams Drive that you talked about in exhibits 45 through 47, did anybody in that area indicate that they had seen anybody throw a knife in that area?
The night of, no.
Or at any time thereafter?
No. We did do a neighborhood canvas in that area.
The only place that you came to believe that perhaps the knife had been thrown in that area was from Jack Snyder?
And Tyler De Silva.
You described having taken some measurements, and one of those measurements was from the driveway of 43 Laurel Glen Drive to the pathway or walkway of 36 Laurel Glen Drive, correct?
Correct.
And that was about 647 feet, you thought?
That number sounds about right.
Pretty accurate. You told us about 2 football fields, right? And were any other measurements taken as far as of the yard itself?
On that day, no. But like I said, with the crime mapping system, yes.
Do you recall any of those measurements?
I don't recall them. No, I didn't memorize
For
them.
instance, from the driveway where the cars are parked till the end of the yard where the red bush is. Do you have any recollection of what that measurement is?
I do not.
Were you familiar with this neighborhood prior to having gone there to do your investigation?
Somewhat. From working there 25 years, but
Would you agree that this neighborhood is comprised of a series of through roads and then a number of cul-de-sacs that lead off of those roads that go the whole way through?
Yes.
And you described it as being dark on this evening, correct?
Yes.
Is it also fairly wooded in that area?
well, not there what we're looking at, but if you go to the cul-de-sac there, there's some woods. I do believe way on the other end, there's some woods too.
And then there's a river that runs along the backside there, just beyond these houses on Laurel Glen.
There's a river that runs behind the end of Adams Drive.
Is that also behind some of these houses on Laurel Glen Drive? Like for instance, 36?
I don't know how far that river goes.
In any event, you searched for a knife fairly extensively and never found it, correct?
Correct.
Now, you described for us having done 4 interviews on the night of into the early morning of the next day, correct?
Yes.
In fact, thereafter and after you made the arrest of Mr. Valle, you went and conducted a number of interviews, did you not?
Correct.
And in some instances, you went and interviewed the same people a number of times, correct?
Correct.
And again, you did not interview Mr. Snyder until November 2nd, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't interview Mr. De Silva until December 6th, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Can you redirect? Okay.
Council just asked you about your continuing investigation that occurred after the signing of the arrest warrant for the defendant. You spoke to Ricky Fiola, Mackenzie Traficante, Charlie, and Tommy Connery prior to the submission of the arrest warrant.
Yes.
And based on what you learned from those individuals, at that point, did you think you had enough for probable cause for the arrest warrant?
Yes, I did.
Now, when you spoke to, withdrawn, the investigation didn't end there, correct?
No.
So when you spoke to individuals connected to the party, or connected to the 43 Laurel Glen, excuse me, and other individuals connected to the Honda Pilot, during those interviews, did you learn anything from those interviews that would lead you to believe that you didn't have enough for the arrest warrant that was signed prior on May 16th of 2022?
No, just the opposite.
Whew, that
And
was
counsel
hard
asked
to
you
get
about not
out.
talking to Tyler De Silva and Jack Snyder until almost 6 months later.
Correct.
What was the reason why you didn't talk to them sooner?
Their lawyers wouldn't allow us.
And did you in fact try to talk to Tyler De Silva on May 15th of 2022?
Yes, at about,
What efforts did you take to talk to Tyler De Silva on May 15th of 2022?
we went to his house, knocked on his door.
And when you knocked on his door, were you informed that you were not allowed to speak to him?
Yes.
Why?
His father said that he won't speak with us without a lawyer, and his lawyer wasn't there.
And how about Jack Snyder? Same thing?
I didn't, but somebody called and it was the same thing.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Attorney Smith, anything further?
No, Your Honor.
All right, very good. All right, you may have the witness stand. Thank you. Please watch your step as you exit.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All righty. Y'all, that was day one. Full testimony. Let me get us set up for day two. Bear with me while I get my life in order.
Side of this, do you recall what side?
Okay. I believe we'll start right in. Let me get some comments, messages, or, the chat stuff. And I'm sorry I'm really dark right now. I'm going to fix my lighting at lunchtime. But in the meantime, this is what we've got to deal with. Crime Trial Addict, thank you so much. Yes, we're going to watch the whole thing. And Lori asks, why not ask more times to speak with the kids? It sounds like they got a lawyer first. I believe that is exactly what happened. And that's why those individuals were unavailable for questioning. I think from here on for quite some time will be eyewitness testimony. This is when I think the picture will get clearer for you. Part of the reason I am so drawn to this case is because of the age of the individuals, both the victim and the defendant. While I understand it is important to punish an individual for taking another person's life, as a mama, this case is really hard for me. I waffle this way and then this way. And that's part of the reason I wanted to stream it again, because I'm so on the fence as to how our society should handle this type of situation with a 16 and 17-year-old. So, anywho, I can't see what I'm doing over there. Okay. Let me put us back together here. This will be day two. So in day one, we saw, let me check my notes. We saw 5 witnesses. Those were primarily police officers, paramedics, EMTs, medical examiner, and of course, the last individual was the Sergeant Bango. Not B-I-N-G-O, but B-A-N-G-O. And I believe we'll start today with Griffin Marcinchik, I believe is how you say his last name. He is one of the young men that was at the party. So let's go.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we are prepared to move forward with the evidence in this case. And at this time, the state would call its next witness, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. State will call Griffin Marcinchik to the stand.
Thank
May I inquire, Your Honor?
you. You may. Thank you.
Good morning.
Morning.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Griffin, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how old you are at this moment?
I'm 19.
And do you work?
I do.
What do you do for a living?
I do sales at Iron Solar Pros.
At Iron what?
Ion Solar Pros.
Okay. Just keep your voice up, okay? Soft spoken. And how long have you been working where you're working?
About 7 months.
7 months. And are you nervous?
Yes.
And prior to today's testimony, have you and I met?
Yes.
And why did we meet?
Because of this instance.
And I want to direct your attention to May 14th of 2022, okay? How old were you back then?
I was 16.
And were you in school?
I was.
Where were you in school?
I was a sophomore at Shelton High School.
And did you play any sports?
I played football and lacrosse.
Now, I want to direct your attention to around 6 p.m. on May 14th of 2022. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you were doing around that time?
I was getting ready and headed over to one of my friend's houses.
And what friend's house were you going to?
My friend Natalia.
And did you go there with anybody?
I went with my buddy Ryan Hines.
And how do you know Ryan Hines?
He moved to Shelton in 7th or 8th grade. We played football together ever since then.
And when you got to Natalia's house, did you stay long?
Decently, not terribly. We were there for a few hours.
Few hours. What things were you doing there?
There was a small group of us. We were just hanging out. Had a drink or two. It was really just kind of sitting around, hanging out.
And when you said you had a drink or two, what kind of things were you drinking?
Beers.
And you said you had two beers?
Yeah.
Okay. And at some point in time, did you come to leave Natalia's house at some point in time?
Yeah.
And why did you leave Natalia's house?
So me and Hines were a little bit bored, and we had known that our buddy Austin Leifer was throwing a party, and I'd grown up with him, so I gave him a text. And I was like, "Hey, do you mind if me and Hines came?" He told us, "Yeah, feel free, come on over." So we had basically my cousin Tanner pick us up, and he dropped us off there.
Now you say Austin Leifer. How do you know Austin Leifer?
I've known him since we were young, 4th grade. We played sports together, went to school together.
And they were having a party at their house?
Yeah.
And where does Austin live, if you can recall?
I don't know the number, maybe 5, Lazy Brook Road.
Lazy Brook Road. And so at some point, your cousin Tanner, Tanner who?
Czernowski.
Okay. And is he your blood relative?
No, we've just known each other since we were born.
Okay. And at some point, Tanner comes and picks you and who else up?
Ryan.
Okay. Just the two of you?
Yeah.
And when he picks you up, where does he take you?
To Austin's house.
Okay. And when you get to Austin's house, around what time of night?
I'm not sure, maybe around 10.
Okay. And when you got to Austin's house, who got out of the car?
Me and Hines.
Okay. And did Tanner get out of the car?
No, he left.
So Tanner just dropped you off and left?
Yeah.
Okay. And when you got out of the car, tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what happened during that sequence of events.
Me and Hines step out of the car, begin walking up the driveway.
Let me stop you there. Did you bring anything with you to Lazy Brook?
Hines had a 12 rack of beer.
12 pack of beer? What kind of beer was it?
I believe Bud Light.
Okay. And when you got out of the car, you and Hines, tell us what you and Hines did after that.
We began to go in. We entered the garage, and then we were encountered by 3 St. Joe's kids asking us basically who we are, basically what we expected, like what are we doing here, this and that. We told them Austin had invited us.
Sustained. I'm going to strike what Mr. Hines said or what the other person stated. So if you took a note on it, please discard it, strike it from your notes. It's not to be considered for evidence in this case, okay?
So without telling us what they said, did you have a conversation with these 3 individuals?
Yes.
And do you know who these 3 individuals were?
At that given time, they were just 3 SJ kids to me.
Do you know who they are now?
Yes.
And who are they?
Tyler De Silva, Jack Snyder, and Raul Valle.
Okay. And is Raul Valle in court today?
Yes, he is.
And what is he wearing?
Black suit.
And can you point him out for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Your Honor, may the record reflect the witness identified the defendant in this case?
Court will let the record reflect the witness identified the defendant. You may proceed.
And does the defendant have a nickname?
Yes,
What
Lito.
is his nickname?
Lito.
Lito? So when you and Hines got to the St. Joe's party, the defendant and his 2 friends confronted you?
Yeah.
And Hines?
Yes.
And without telling us what anybody said, what was that confrontation like?
Between 2 dudes who never see each other, they were in a place where they were comfortable with, not knowing that was a place we were also comfortable with. So they were a little, who are you guys? What's going on? Blah, blah, blah. Kind of hostile, not really, but it escalates when one of them grabs Heinz's beer out of his hand. We move outside.
Well, let me stop you there. Before you move outside, does the defendant say anything to you or Hines when you're confronted by him and Tyler and Jack?
I don't remember specifically.
Okay. And at some point in time, someone takes Heinz's beer?
Yes.
Who takes Heinz's beer?
Jack Snyder.
And when that happens, what's the reaction that, if anything, that Hines has at that moment?
He's pissed off that someone just grabbed his beer out of his hand. So we move outside afterwards. The 2 of them conclude that they'd fight for the beer back.
Okay. And the 2 of them that you're referring to?
Hines and Jack Snyder.
Okay. And at some point in time, did they confront each other as if they were going to fight?
Yes.
Were you present and witnessed that happening? And when that happened, what, if anything, can you tell us about where, withdrawn? Based on your recollection, do you know if Tyler De Silva was present at that moment?
Yes.
And where was he standing at that moment?
So Hines and Snyder are looking at each other. He's De Silva's to Snyder's left.
So if you're Hines and I'm
De Silva's right there.
so he's over to Jack's left.
Yes.
Okay. Was the defendant present when this was happening?
Yes.
And when do you recall where he was standing before, when Jack and
He was right here to Hines.
behind him to his right?
Like peripheral.
Okay. Now, what do you recall about what happened next when you were witnessing this?
They both put their hands up. They're about to begin fighting, and the first punch was thrown, but by Lito from the back, and it hit Hines in this back side of the head, and then Hines instantly takes Snyder to the ground.
So if you're Jack, I'm Ryan, the defendant is here, and he punches Ryan in the face from behind?
Yes.
Okay. Tell us, when that happens, what occurs next?
Hines instantly takes him to the ground, and this is like a 30-second thing that all from start to finish. And once he gets to the ground, a girl they all knew was like trying to break it up. Lito had a motorcycle helmet on. He had taken it off and struck Hines with it once or twice, hit him in the head.
Now, when the fight starts after the defendant punches Ryan from behind, does anybody else jump in the fight?
Once they get to the ground, Lito hits him with the helmet. So yeah, I guess that's jumping into the fight.
Did Tyler jump into the fight?
The way they fell, I only saw like his upper body. I didn't see any fists, so maybe he kicked, but I'm not here to say this.
So at some point in time, Jack and Ryan are engaged in a fight. And what do you witness the defendant do?
Hit him with the motorcycle helmet.
So he comes over and hits him with the helmet. How does he hit him with the helmet?
Takes it off and strikes him down on it twice, I believe.
Okay. Do you recall what Tyler DeSilva was wearing that night?
A powder blue jersey. It was open, like a white shirt on, I think jeans.
And do you recall what the defendant was wearing that night?
Also a powder blue shirt with black, I think, sweatpants.
And do you recall what Jack Snyder was wearing that night?
A red hoodie and black sweatpants.
Coach, what is your honor?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as Case Exhibit 53 for identification purposes. Do you recognize 53?
Yes.
And what is 53?
A picture of Jack Snyder and the defendant.
And is this, did you take this picture?
No.
Now, is this how you remember what the defendant was wearing on the night in question?
Yes.
And is this a picture accurately reflect what Jack was wearing?
Yes.
Your Honor, unless there's an objection, I would offer at this moment. No objection, Your Honor.
All right, court will accept into evidence states 53.
Showing you stage 53 again, now for the jury's benefit. Is that the defendant to the right there?
Yes.
And that's Jack Snyder to the left?
Yes.
And is that the motorcycle helmet that the defendant has on that you saw the defendant use during the fight with Ryan Hines?
I believe so, yes.
Now, you indicated that after the fight, it lasted about 30 seconds?
Maybe 40.
Okay. When the fight eventually ended, what, if anything, did you and or Ryan do next?
The mom comes out, Lifer's mom comes out running or yelling. Like obviously there's a fight in her driveway. Kind of just get up, gathers things, tries to find some of his beers they had spilt. I think he grabbed a couple of them. We headed down the driveway. We met a group of girls who had just witnessed that as well. And we had offered or asked them to bring us back to our friend's house, and they said yes. They brought us back to our friend Natalia's house. And then
when you went back to Natalia's house, let me ask you this. Between the time you were at 5 Lazy Brook to the time you went back to Natalia's house, were you drinking any alcohol?
No.
When you got back to Natalia's house, how long would you say you were at Natalia's house for when the girls dropped you off?
Maybe around like 10, 15 minutes.
And when you were at Natalia's house, were you drinking alcohol at that point?
No.
Did you observe Ryan Hines drinking alcohol at that point?
No.
Now, at some point in time between leaving Lazy Brook Road and getting to Natalia's house, was there any communication between you or anybody else over any type of messaging?
Not at that point, no.
Okay. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what, if anything, occurred between the time you left Natalia's house? Well, withdrawn. At some point in time, you were there for how long?
About 15 minutes.
15 minutes, and at some point you left?
Yes.
Why did you leave Natalia's house?
Close friend of mine, Charlie Connor, he had given me a call, had heard about what happens with Hines, and he said he was coming to grab us.
Without telling us what he said? Okay, you can't tell us what he said. Did Charlie Connor call you?
Yes.
Did you have a conversation with Charlie Connor?
Yes.
And did you tell him what you observed at 5 Lazy Brook Road?
Yes.
Okay. And at some point in time, did somebody pick you up at Natalia's house?
Yes.
And who picked you up?
Charlie.
And when he picked you up, where did you go?
To Tyler Rich's house.
Okay. Now, between the time you left Natalia's house, the time you got to Tyler Rich's house, were there any communications between, we'll call it, you and your Shelton friends and the St. Joe's kids?
Yeah, some had begun.
Okay. Can you please describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what that was without telling us what people said?
We were in a basketball group chat.
What does that mean, basketball group chat?
It means that prior to this incident, it was an existing group chat. There was 2 other St. Joe's kids in it that we hung out with. And we would go play basketball, pick up games, kid stuff. And once this had happened, a few people were added into the group chat, and then it became very argumentative, going back and forth because of the fight. And it was just boys talking crap to each other, beefing.
And were you in that group chat?
Yes.
And did you engage anybody in that group chat?
Yeah.
Okay. And what kind of things were you saying in that group chat?
We were talking crap back and forth. At one point, it was said within the group chat on their behalf
Well,
of.
you can't tell us what they said, unless you know something that the defendant said. We just need to know the tone of it.
It was hostile, argumentative. We were both going back and forth. We were hot. Our boy had been jumped by 3 kids, so we were acting out of emotions, being like boys, just like talking shit back and forth.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 5. Full exhibit. Do you recognize State 5?
Yes.
And what is State 5?
The Rich's house.
That's Tyler Rich's house?
Yes.
How do you know Tyler Rich?
From the same town. We've always just kind of been around each other since we were younger.
You grew up with him?
Yeah.
What time of night would you say you got to Tyler Rich's house?
Probably around 11.
11-ish? Okay. Was it dark out? What was the lighting like?
Well, the sun was down, yeah, so it was nighttime, but the moon was out. It wasn't terribly dark. We were able to see outside.
Okay. Was it pitch black?
No.
And when you got to Tyler Rich's house, was this group chat, this basketball group chat between the Shelton kids and St. Joe's kids, did that continue when you were at Tyler Rich's house?
Yes.
Was everybody that was, withdrawn? How many people would you say were at Tyler Rich's house when you and Ryan got to Tyler Rich's house?
Probably around 30, 40.
30, 40 kids? Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 54 for identification purposes. You recognize 54?
I do.
And what is State's 54?
Picture of Faison Teal.
And how do you know Faison Teal?
I played football with him in high school.
And does this picture accurately reflect what Faison Teal looked like on or about 5/14 of 2022?
Yes.
Showing you State's Exhibit 55 for identification purposes. You recognize State's 55?
Yes.
And how do you recognize State's 55?
It's Tommy Connery. It's Charlie's older brother. I've known their family for some time.
And how do you know? You've known him for some time?
Yeah.
And are you friends with Tommy or Charlie more? How does that?
I was friends with Charlie because he's a year older than me, so that made me be friends with Tommy as well.
And does this State's 55 accurately reflect what Tommy looked like on or around May 14th of 2022?
Yes.
Faison and Tommy
State's
are
Exhibit
both
56.
victims.
You recognize 56?
Yes.
And what is State's 56?
Photo of Ryan Hines.
And how do you know Ryan Hines?
Once he moved to Shelton, we were kind of just boys from sports.
What kind of sports?
Football.
And does this picture accurately reflect what Ryan Hines looked like on May 15th of 2022?
Yes.
And finally, I'm going to show you State's 57. You recognize State's 57?
I do.
And how do you recognize State's 57?
It's a picture of my friend Jimmy McGrath.
How do you know Jimmy McGrath?
When I first switched over to public schools in 3rd grade, I met him on the bus.
And does this picture accurately reflect Jimmy McGrath on May 14th of 2022?
Yeah.
What he appeared like on May 14th of 2022?
Yeah.
All right, without objection, I would offer these full exhibits.
Those are
Without
all
objection, we'll go
4
ahead and take into
victims.
evidence States 54, 55, 56.
And he'll
57.
do this over and over again, sadly.
Showing you State's 54. Now publishing that to the jury. State's
That's
54 again.
Faison.
Faison Teal.
And was Faison present at 43 Laurel Glen, Tyler Rich's house on the night of May 14th of 2022?
Yes.
Showing you 55. What's 55 a picture of again?
A picture of Tommy Connery.
And was Tommy Connery present at Tyler Rich's house on May 14th of 2022?
Yes, he was.
Showing you 56. What is 56 again? Picture of who?
Ryan Hines.
It was Ryan Hines. Is that the same Ryan Hines you mentioned that was with you at Lazy Brook earlier in the night and went with you to Tyler Rich's house?
Yes.
Finally, 57. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury who 57 is?
Jimmy McGrath.
It was Jimmy McGrath at 43 Laurel Glen, Tyler Rich's house when you went there that night.
Yes.
I'm going to show you States 12. Do you recognize States 12?
Yes.
And how do you recognize States 12?
It's Jimmy McGrath.
Now, are you familiar with an Enrico Fiola or Ricky Fiola?
Yes.
How are you familiar with him?
Played sports with him. Known him since probably 6th grade.
And was he present at 43 Laurel Glen on the night of May 14th of 2022?
Yes.
Are you familiar with Sal Perry?
Yes.
And how are you familiar with Sal Perry?
Our families are friends.
And was he present at 43 Laurel Glen on the night of May 14th of 2022?
Yes.
Are you familiar with Mike Samperi?
Yes.
And how are you familiar with Mike Samperi?
I grew up with him as well.
And was he present at Tyler Rich's house on May 14th of 2022?
Yes.
Are you familiar with an Alex Bernstein?
Yes.
How are you familiar with Alex Bernstein?
He's Tanner's friend. That's how I met him.
And was he present at Tyler Rich's house on the night of May 14th of 2022?
Yes.
How about Charlie Connery? Was Charlie Connery present at Tyler Rich's house on the night of May 14th
Yes.
of 2022? And how about Jacob Villalobos? Are you familiar with Jacob Villalobos?
Yeah.
And how are you familiar with Jacob?
He was my captain.
Captain for what?
Football.
And was he present at 43 Laurel Glen
Yes.
on May 14th of 2022? How about Matt Lockovich? Are you familiar with a Matt Lockovich?
Yes, I am.
And how are you familiar with him?
He was also my football captain.
And was he present at Tyler Rich's house on the night of May 14th of 2022?
Yes.
Now, when you got to Tyler Rich's house at around 11 p.m., what kind of, you said there were about 30 kids there?
Yeah.
What kind of things were going on when you got to Tyler Rich's house on May 14th of 2022?
Typical high school things, you know, down in the basement, listening to music. A couple people had drinks.
Did you drink?
Not while I was at the Riches, no.
I'm sorry?
Not while I was at the Riches, no.
You didn't drink at all at Tyler Rich's house?
I could have had a beer.
Have you drank before?
Yeah, prior to Lazy Brook.
Okay. How about prior to May 14th of 2022? Have you ever had a beer before?
Yeah.
Have you ever been intoxicated before?
Yeah.
On May 14th of 2022, were you intoxicated?
No.
Now, how long would you say you were at Tyler Rich's house while the group chat was going on?
Probably about like 25 minutes.
And after about 25 minutes, well, withdrawn. During that 25 minutes, did you say anything in that group chat with regards to 43 Laurel Glen?
Yes. As we were all together going over this group chat, we're talking, they're talking. It's kind of just like I was collective with a couple people to tell them to pull up. So I did.
So you told them to pull up? And when you told them to pull up, how did they know where to get to?
I said the road name.
I'm sorry?
I said the road name.
Okay. And at some point in time, after that 25 minutes, did something happen that you became aware of outside of 43 Laurel Glen?
I'm not sure who, but someone had pointed out that there was a car outside. We kind of all collectively headed out through the back and went outside and saw the car.
I may have a moment on your case.
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 49. You recognize 49?
Yes.
Okay. And this is a overhead shot of what?
The Riches household.
Okay, and that would be this house here to the left of 49, kind of covered by some trees with the 3 pickup trucks in the driveway.
Yeah.
That's Tyler Rich's house?
Yeah.
I remember the record reflected on pointing to the house with the black, blue, and white truck parked in the driveway.
All right, so noted, thank you.
Now, at some point in time, a car arrives?
Yeah.
What kind of car was it?
I believe a Honda Pilot.
Showing you State's 30. Is that the Honda Pilot you saw pull up or in the area of 43 Laurel Glen on May 14th of 2022?
Yes.
Okay. And when this Honda Pilot pulled up, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury where you saw the car when you exited? Well, which one? When you became aware that there was a car outside of Tyler Rich's house, what, if anything, did you do?
We all came outside. At first, it was like, where's the car? And then we had noticed closer to like the bottom of the road, like where the road meets that road, a car was added to like the chain of cars that were there. And we had recognized that we didn't know what car that was. So we all kind of made our way over to it, realized that they were in the car.
Now, I'm going to take you back. Okay. Back. This is State's Exhibit 6. Okay. Tyler Rich's house, right?
Yes.
Okay. When you were at Tyler Rich's house, were you inside the house or outside the house?
Both.
Both. Okay. When you became aware that there was a car that arrived in the area of Tyler Rich's house, were you inside the house or outside the house?
Inside.
Okay. And where were you inside the house?
We were in the basement.
Okay. And at some point in time, when you heard there was a car that arrived at Tyler Rich's house, did you exit the basement?
Yes.
How did you exit the basement?
Through like the umbilical doors in the back.
Bilko doors?
Yeah.
Those are like the basement doors
Yeah.
that open like this? And what side of the house are the Bilko doors in? I'm showing you State 6. Can you show us where?
It's kind of blurry,
Can you
but
step down and point, Your Honor?
Certainly, that's fine. If he feels comfortable doing that. Certainly, of course.
So right around here is the walkway entrance that brings you from around back.
Okay. So, Your Honor, the record here reflect that the witness pointed to this area just in front of the blue truck in State 6 in the back area where there appears to be an air conditioning unit.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. In this opening area here.
All right, that's noted. Thank you.
And when you came out of the Velcro doors, are you able to describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury in State's Exhibit 49 did you observe the car when you walked right out the Velcro doors at first?
No, you came around the house.
So you came around the house. Did you come around the house? And for the jury and the record's benefit, did you come out this way where the patch of grass is just to the left of the blue truck?
Yeah.
Sorry. Did you walk down the driveway?
I believe so.
Okay. And when you walked to the driveway, did you walk to the end of the driveway?
Yeah.
Okay. And when you got to the end of the driveway, tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you observed at that moment.
We had noticed that the car was about where those trees are, equivalent parked right about there.
So for the record's benefit, are you referring to these trees right here?
Yes.
So was the car parked in the middle of the road, side of the road,
It was pulled up onto the side.
on the side of the road? So right about here?
Yeah.
So Your Honor, the record can reflect there's trees at the bottom of stage 49, the bottom right-hand group of trees just after the intersection of Laurel Glen and Adams.
All right, that's noted. Thank you.
So the car was parked there?
Yeah.
When the car was parked there, did you approach the car?
Yeah, we all did.
Okay. And when you say you all did, how many people do you think approached the car? You know.
At least 20.
Okay. And do you recall who was present when you approached the car?
In the car.
In your group? No,
In our group, not specifically.
Okay. Was Tyler?
Y'all, they were sitting in the Honda Pilot on the side of the road behind a bunch of other cars that were parked there, and 20 people came up to the vehicle. I just want to make sure that I called some attention to that. 20 people.
Rich present? If you recall.
I don't recall exactly who was outside.
So there was about 20 kids?
Yeah.
Okay. And when you approached the car, was the car facing
It was facing
towards Adams or away from Adams?
away down the
Away.
road.
So if we're looking at. Approach your arms. This is stage 1. So when the car is parked, it's parked this way, facing towards Farmhouse Road?
Yes.
And you approached the car?
Yes.
And did you recognize anybody in the car?
Yes.
Who did you recognize in the car?
De Silva, Snyder, and Lito from prior at the Lifers.
So you noticed the defendant was in the car? Jack Snyder and Tyler De Silva? Did you notice if there was anybody else in the car?
I think so, but I'm not sure who.
At that moment, you weren't sure who else was in the car? Now, can you please describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what happened when your Shelton friends went out to the car?
They start talking, start going back and forth. We're saying stuff to them, they're saying stuff to us.
Was it a civil discussion? Was it argumentative?
Argumentative.
Okay. Did you say anything?
No, I was in the front. I wasn't at any windows.
You were in the front?
Yeah.
What do you mean you were in the front?
Like where I was standing, I was kind of looking through the windshield.
So if
If the car's parked here on the right side in stage 49, you were somewhere up here in front of the car?
Yeah.
Now, if this is the car here, are you directly in front of the car? Or are you? inside the car?
I'm more towards the passenger side. Yeah.
So you're closer to the curb than you are to the center of the road?
Yeah.
Okay. But still in front of the car?
Yeah.
And how long would you say the interaction went on between your friends and the St. Joe's group?
A few minutes.
Okay. Do you recall who was driving the Pilot that night?
Jack Snyder.
Okay. And do you recall, if you can, who was in the front passenger seat?
I don't recall. I just saw the powder blue in the front and back.
Okay. And you said about 5 minutes that interaction went on?
Yeah. A few.
And at some point in time, did something happen between your group of friends and the Snyder vehicle group of friends?
Yeah, they're talking back and forth, and then collectively people start like holding onto the roof racks and shaking it back and forth.
So your group started shaking the car? Okay. And what else, excuse me, what else happened during that?
The car was on, so once that started happening, they put it in drive, drove forward, and I had to like hop out of the way a little bit, and they sped down the road.
So you had to hop out of the way when the car drove down the road?
Yeah.
How was it being operated, if you recall?
Speeding. I
Okay.
guess.
And when you say it went down the road, it took off towards Farmhouse?
Farmhouse, yes.
Okay. And when it took off down the road towards Farmhouse, what, if anything, did you observe at that point?
What happens after they drive away is they continue to drive back and forth from the Rich's house, like up and down the road.
So they're driving in state 49 up and back down Laurel Glen?
Yeah, I'm not exactly positive if they hit a U-turn or if you see it's like a square. So I don't really remember if they drove the square or if they just busted a U and came back and forth.
But they came
Yeah,
back
they
and forth.
crossed the house multiple times.
Okay, and when they crossed the house multiple times, what, if anything, did you observe people from the car doing?
They were throwing things at us. We were throwing things at them.
What kind of things were they throwing at you?
I believe there was a WD-40 can, like a water jug of some sort.
And when those things were thrown at you guys, what, if anything, did you observe your group of friends do?
Throw it back.
You threw it back at them. Okay. Did you witness anybody throw anything and hit the car?
I don't recall if anyone hit the car.
Are you aware if the car was hit with anything?
I'm not sure. No.
Okay. And at some point in time, did they stop driving back and forth in front of Tyler Rich's house?
Yes.
Okay. And when they stopped doing that, what, if anything, did you observe as to where the car went?
They had moved towards where Farmhouse Lane is and stopped the car up like on the corner of it.
So for the jury and the record benefit, this is stage one. If we're looking at stage one, they're somewhere in the area of the intersection of Farmhouse and Laurel Glen?
Yes.
Okay. And would you say they were in front? Did you see them in front of this house, or was it more towards the intersection?
I was far away, so.
So you couldn't tell exactly, but they were in this area.
Yeah, that's.
And you're on the record, like the witness was saying, they were in the area of the intersection of Farmhouse Road and 36 Road.
It's noted. Thank you.
And when you were down the road, when you saw them, the car stopped down the road, did you observe anything about the occupants of the car?
I think two of them had gotten out.
And could you see who got out of the car?
No, I could not see specifically.
Okay. And when you noticed those individuals get out of the car, what if anything did you observe next?
Two of my friends, maybe more, but Ricky and Tyler began walking down to go speak with them.
And when you say Ricky, you mean Ricky Fiola?
Yes.
And when you say Tyler, you mean Tyler Rich?
Yes.
Okay. And they went down the road. Did you see them go down all the way down the road?
I saw them when they got pretty close, and then I had headed back inside.
Did you observe Tyler Rich or Ricky Fiola do anything when they were going down the road?
No.
Did you hear anything as to not what people said, but did you hear anything, any argument or anything down the road from where you were?
No.
Okay. And you say that at some point in time you went back into the house?
Yeah.
And when you went back into the house, how did you enter Tyler's house?
Same way I left through the
Okay.
basement door.
So you walked.
Before you get back into the house, can you show me on stage 49 where you were standing when the car finally went down the road?
Yeah, I kind of like around the mailbox, like poked out in the road a little bit, just saw the boys walking down there.
So my finger's pointed in the road here, just in front of the mailbox on 49. Is that about where you were standing?
Yeah, in that general area.
Okay. And when you went back, the record reflects my finger's pointing to the front of the mailbox, just about maybe 5 feet into the road.
Court will note it. Thank you.
And when you went back into Tyler Rich's house, did you walk up the driveway and go inside the Bilko doors, or did you go in the house a different way?
I took the same route.
Okay. And when you were back in the house, when you were back in Tyler Rich's house, how long would you say you were in Tyler Rich's house for at that time?
A few minutes.
A few minutes. And when you were back in Tyler Rich's house, were you consuming any alcohol?
No.
And how many people would you say were inside the house when you went back inside the house at that moment?
Almost all of us.
Okay. And at some point in time, did you come back outside the house?
Yes.
And why did you go back outside the house?
Because they had came back.
When you say they had come back, who came back?
Well, when we got outside, Lito and DeSilva were out of their car.
Okay. Now,
Show you stage 52. Okay. Now, when you came out of the house, what route did you take?
The same route I had been taken. We veered a little left because they were approaching towards the yard.
To show you stage 50, a little closer view. When you came out of Tyler Rich's house, you came out this side of the house where the Bilko doors were?
Yeah.
And I'm pointing to the area just in front of, there's an opening between some trees and the house just in front of the blue truck here, right?
Yep.
Okay, and when you came out of the house, what route did you take?
Kind of
Describe it.
like exactly where that blue truck is, and then went cut towards the grass.
So did you come down to the left side of the blue truck and go out to the right this way over to the cement block area? Or did you go out of the side of the house and take a right in front of the blue truck, past the black truck, and come down the, we'll call it the driver's side of the black truck?
I mean, the blue truck wasn't there at the time, so we kind of just walked down like exactly where it is, and then like bended into the grass.
So I'm going to show you stage 5. When you came out of the Bilko doors, right where this air conditioning unit is in front of the opening where this blue truck is, did you come down the left side of this blue truck and through the middle of between the blue truck and the white Jeep, or did you come down the passenger side of this blue truck towards this area?
The passenger side.
So you came out the Bilco door, took a quick left, and then down the grass area where the cobblestone block is?
Yes.
Okay. And where did you end up when you first went outside?
Like right in between that slab and red bush in that area.
Okay, so I'm showing you states.
For the record, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
States 52.
Thank you.
This is obviously a more recent picture. Was this green tree here?
No.
Okay. And when you came down, can you point to the area in States 52 where you came, where you stood?
In this general vicinity area.
Okay, so in the record reflect just above the area of this square cement, looks like possibly a septic cap thing here and the red bush.
All right, so noted, thank you.
And when you stood there, what was the lighting like at that point?
I think there might have been a light on from the driveway, slightly illuminating. It was dim lit, moon was out. It wasn't terribly dark. You were able to see.
Did anybody have flashlights on?
Yeah.
Okay. How were they having? What were they using to illuminate what was going on?
Phone flashlights.
Okay. And when you got outside, tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you observed initially when you got to that area.
So when we get outside, the cars pulls up, facing
Towards Adams.
kind of like
Do you know where it's parked in that picture, 52?
It's like, the car would be right here. This would be the car.
So can the record reflect that the car is parked in 52 to the right lower area would appear to be the middle of the road?
Carl noted, thank you. Gordon noted, thank you.
So when the car was parked there, tell me what you observed.
Lito and De Silva hop out of the car, start approaching the property. Obviously, there's arguments going back and forth.
How were they approaching the property? Can you recall how they were approaching the property?
They were just, or like if I was like how I saw them.
Yeah.
From my view, the one on the right was De Silva. Lito was on the left, so on Tyler's right.
So if I'm standing in that area where you pointed out in 52 between the red bush and what looks like to be the septic cap, we'll call it that. You see Tyler De Silva to your right and Lito to your left, the defendant?
Yeah.
Okay. Was there anybody else with them?
The driver, but they were just alone out of the vehicle.
And when you observed Tyler and the defendant get out of the car, how many people from your group were outside?
Majority.
And do you recall if there was, not what people said, but do you recall if there was a verbal interaction between anybody from your group and the defendant and or Tyler De Silva?
Yeah, there was stuff being said back and forth.
What kind of things, not what they said, but what was the manner in which the things were being said?
Argumentative.
Okay. And was your group being argumentative?
Both parties.
So the defendant and Tyler De Silva were being argumentative back?
Yeah.
Did it look like they were trying to be peaceful?
No, but neither did we.
And so can you tell on States 52 where approximately you observed Tyler De Silva was as opposed to where the defendant was?
This would be probably about De Silva. Would be about right here.
And when there was an interaction between your group and the defendant and Mr. De Silva, where did that interaction, that verbal interaction take place?
As they were walking up, a little bit on the grass as well.
A little bit on the grass just past the curb area?
Yeah.
Okay. And who was talking to, not what was said, who was talking to Tyler De Silva or arguing with Tyler De Silva at that moment? Do you recall?
A couple of people. Rich was arguing with him. He was also said some words towards both of them. Everyone was kind of talking.
So Tyler Rich was talking to Tyler De Silva?
At one point.
Do you recall anybody else from your friend group talking to Tyler De Silva?
Not specifically.
Do you recall whether or not anybody was withdrawn? How far apart were Tyler De Silva and the defendant?
They weren't terribly far apart, maybe a couple feet, 5 to 8.
Okay. And do you recall who out of your group of friends was anybody having a discussion or near the defendant at this moment?
Hines was near the area.
Ryan Hines was near the defendant?
My buddy Ty Wood was confronting him.
How do you know Ty Wood?
Known him my whole life. My sister and his brother were friends. We played sports together.
And obviously he was at the party that night as well. Who else, if anybody, do you recall being near the defendant at that moment?
I'm not sure of anyone else.
But from what you recall Ty Wood and Ryan Hines?
Yes.
Okay. And how was the defendant's demeanor with regards to your friends Ryan Hines and Ty Wood?
They were both ready. Just like ready to fight.
Okay. And how long would you say there was this verbal altercation going on back and forth on May 14th of 2022?
Not very long.
Maybe you say not very long. How?
Minute or two.
Okay. And after a minute or two, did something happen?
Yes.
Okay. Can you please describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you observed happened?
Ty and Lito had been arguing. It looked like Lito was about to swing on Ty, so Rich stepped in front and struck Lito.
So Tyler Rich punched the defendant in the face?
Yes.
Okay. And when Tyler Rich punched the defendant in the face, what happened next?
Well, the fight begins, and his whole interactions, or Lito's whole interactions, kind of get out of my view from the crowd of people that are all just in front of me. So I can't really see him. But then I see De Silva, and he starts getting into it. And then him and Rich actually end up in like a wrestling match, basically in the lawn.
And who do you recall being in the area of Tyler Rich and Tyler De Silva's fight?
Like Locke, Villalobos, Alex Bernstein was in the area.
When you say Locke, you mean Matt
Matt
Locke?
Lockovich, yeah.
And Tyler Rich?
Yeah.
And Jacob Villalobos? Who else? Do you recall anybody else?
Not specifically, no.
And when you were observing the fight between Tyler De Silva and Tyler Rich, did you have an idea? Were you aware of what was going on with the defendant?
No.
Okay.
I knew he was in a fight. I could see it, but I couldn't see specifics.
Do you recall how many people he was in a fight with?
No.
Okay. And when the fight's going on, withdrawn, did you have any weapons on you that night?
No.
Did you see Tyler Rich with any weapons on him that night?
No.
Did you see Ty Wood with any weapons on him that night?
No.
Did you see Ryan Hines with any weapons on him that night?
No.
Did you see Jacob Villalobos with any weapons on him that night?
No.
Did you see Matt Lockovich with any weapons on him that night?
No.
Did you see Sal Perry with any weapons on him that night? How about Mike Sampieri? Did he have any weapons on him that night?
Not to my knowledge.
How about Charlie Connery? Did he have any weapons on him that night? How about Tommy Connery? Did he have any weapons on him that night?
No.
How about Faison Teal? Did you see any weapons on him?
No.
Did you see Jimmy that during the fight?
Not during the fight.
Not
No.
during the fight. Do you know if he had any weapons on him?
He did not.
So when the fight's going on, you lose sight of what the defendant's doing and you kind of focus on Tyler Rich and Tyler De Silva. How long would you say you were, did you move at any point in time from where you were during that fight?
I might have creeped about where that tree is, and maybe right on the cement.
Just watching.
So you were in that general area?
Stayed in that area mainly.
Do you recall anybody being near you at the time?
Tanner?
Tanner Chernowski was near you?
Yeah.
Okay. And how long would you say, withdrawn? Tell us what you observed about the fight that you did observe.
It was quick. They were on the ground. I remember like they were wrestling, grabbing at each other. I saw like De Silva's whole back out because his shirt was like pulled up a little bit. They were just kind of wrestling, and then it wasn't very long, not a very long interaction. A couple of the dudes pick him up onto his feet, push him out into the street, and tell him to get lost, basically.
And when that occurs, at any point in time, did you observe the defendant do anything?
Yeah. So while the interaction with De Silva's ending, the defendant runs to the car. You see the car door open because the lights turn on from inside the car, and then he runs back into the fight.
And so, just so we're clear, State 52, during this point in time, you're somewhere in this area?
Yeah.
And that's between the square cement block, septic cap here, and this tree that was not there at the time?
Yeah.
And the car is somewhere in this area here, just in front of the mailbox, maybe like,
Maybe a little further back as well.
okay, maybe, so probably around just the lower right-hand portion of
Yeah.
52. And you observe the defendant run to the car?
Yes,
And when you observe him run to the car, what does he do?
he runs back to the fight.
And when he runs back into the fight, where did you observe where Tyler De Silva was?
He's kind of like in
The road now at this point because he was pushed out into the road.
Was anybody fighting with Tyler De Silva at that moment?
No.
Okay. And when the defendant runs back into the fight, what, if anything, withdrawn, how would you describe the scene of the fight? Was it chaotic?
Yeah.
Okay. A lot of kids?
A lot of kids.
And when the defendant runs back into the fight, what, if anything, did you hear at that moment?
My buddy Charlie yells that he has a knife.
And when you heard Charlie yell that he has a knife, what, if anything, did you observe next?
I didn't observe. Like from that point, it was a crowd of people, and then it broke out in chaos. People started yelling, screaming, and then I had seen Jimmy, and he had these white shorts on. They were stained completely red, and I looked away, and a bunch of people flooded to him to help him.
Stage 57. Is that the outfit you recall Jimmy wearing the night of May 14th, 2022 with the white shorts?
Yes.
And when you saw Jimmy withdrawn, when the defendant came back into the fight, did you observe a knife on him at that point?
I couldn't. I still had no eyes. I saw once he ran back from the car, I lost sight of him because of the crowd.
Okay. When you say there crowd was, were there people in front of you where you were standing between the tree and the in that cement square in Stage 52?
Not many.
Majority was more into the grass, which is where he was. And I was like,
That's why I had the view I had of the car and the fight. And once he ran back towards the curb, he was not in my vision anymore.
Do you recall where Jimmy was at this moment? Did you see Jimmy?
I had known he was on the
far side of the interaction.
Okay. And when you heard Charlie yell, he's got a knife, you didn't observe the defendant with anything. What did you observe next after you heard that?
It erupted and everyone started screaming. Some people were crying, yelling, freaking out. Once I had noticed Jimmy, I was shocked. I was 16 years old. I didn't know what to do. And then I had noticed Charlie was freaking out because his brother Tommy had been stabbed, and Charlie was like my best friend at the time. So I had taken my hoodie off, gave it to him, was like, put it on his leg.
Let's stop there. So what did you observe first about Jimmy? You saw Jimmy first?
I noticed the red on his shorts. That was what I noticed.
Did you hear him say anything?
I did not.
Did he do anything? Did you see him do anything?
He fell to the ground.
So you saw red on the shorts and he fell to the ground? When you saw that happen, what did you do next?
I was moving towards him, then like a couple people instantly grabbed onto him and were catering to him, and then I noticed Tommy interacted with Charlie, gave him my hoodie.
Do you recall where Tommy was at that moment? If you don't, it's
He
okay.
was like in the middle of the yard.
Okay. And did you go up to Tommy?
I did.
And what did you observe about Tommy?
He had been stabbed in the leg.
Okay. Do you recall if he had been stabbed more than once?
Yeah, I believe 3 or 4 times.
And when you saw that he was stabbed, what, if anything, did you do?
I had taken my hoodie off. I gave it to Charlie first to give to, and told him to give it to Tommy.
And
wrap
when,
his leg.
and when that happened, what did you do next?
I ran back inside to look for anything, towels, water. While I was like searching for things, I believe I was with Tanner. We had noticed Hines was sitting, and I was like, "What are you doing, dude?" And he said he was catching his breath, and he was hunched over with his hand on his left side, holding it. And then he moved his hand, and we had noticed that he was bleeding. And we took him out. We were, dude, like, come on, you got to get in the ambulance. You got to go. And then it kind of just all, once everyone started getting treated, it was all just like a blur.
Where was Ryan stabbed?
He was stabbed once, like right beneath his armpit, and like the lower, I don't even know what this area is, your lower side, and then right above his butt.
Okay. And do you recall where Tommy was stabbed?
In his thigh.
Do you recall if anybody else had been stabbed that night?
Faison had been cut in the arm, and obviously Jimmy.
Now, when you went inside to help Ryan, at some point in time, did you come back outside with towels and
I didn't find anything, but I just kept using my clothing.
So, did you or anybody call 911?
Yeah, multiple people did.
How long would you say, with Ryan, after, when you saw Jimmy fall, did you see the defendant and Tyler De Silva do anything?
The last I saw of them was them run to their car and drive off, and then they weren't in my mind anymore.
And where did they drive? Did they drive towards Adams or towards Farmhouse?
Towards Adams.
Okay. And when 911 was called, how long would you say it was between the time the fight, the end of the fight took place and the time the first responders arrived? Do you recall?
I don't recall specifically. I remember it taking a decent amount of time because a lot of people were complaining that the ambulance wasn't there fast enough.
And
while we were there,
when you were waiting for the first responders to arrive to the scene, did you, were you doing anything at that moment? Were you rendering aid to anybody?
Not at that point. Once they came, they made us all back up. They took over, obviously, took care of everything. And at that point, I finally answered my mom because throughout the whole interaction, she was blowing up my phone from hearing the sirens all driving by. And I finally, answered her, talked to her.
Okay. And at some point in time, did your parents arrive at 43 Laurel Glen?
I don't recall if they picked me up or not.
Did you, at some point in time, first responders arrived, police, paramedics? Do you recall whether or not you talked to any police officers that night?
I believe I did.
And after that night, do you recall whether or not you met with police officers again in connection to this case?
I did.
Your Honor, that's all questions after this witness.
Thank you.
Morning, Mr. Marcense. So you were telling us a little bit about your relationship to some of these folks, as well as what you witnessed on the 14th into the morning of the 15th, right? And you were telling us that the evening began, you were getting ready over to go over to Ms. Ridzik's house, correct? That was about 6 o'clock?
Maybe a little later.
Okay. And that involved some drinking as far as getting ready to go over there?
While we were there, yeah.
While you were at Ridzik's house?
Yeah, the initial time.
Okay. What about beforehand when you were getting ready to go over there? Did that involve any drinking?
No.
Any other substance use?
No.
You told us that once you got to Ridzik's house, you had a drink, maybe 2 beers, maybe 3, maybe 4.
No, because I didn't have that many. I wasn't able to get anything for that night really, so I didn't have much. So I was just kind of.
Well, you were there with Ryan Hines, correct?
Yes.
And he had a 12-pack of beer,
He did.
correct? You didn't have any of those beers?
No, I don't believe he gave me any.
Okay. Is it possible?
I don't think
Objection,
so.
is it possible?
Sustained.
Because when we showed up to the lifers, he had,
Hold on just a minute.
sorry.
It's okay. I'm going to sustain the objection to the question, asking if it's possible or speculative. I'm going to strike the response that was provided to that question before the court had an opportunity to stop the witness from answering the question. So please retract or take any information responding to that question out of your notes. If you have anything in there, you're not to consider it as part of the evidence. Attorney Smith, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. So your recollection is that it was 2 beers that you had at Ritz House.
Mhm.
Nothing else to drink there?
No.
Ryan didn't share any of his beers with you?
No.
And at some point, you went over to the Lifers house, correct?
Yes.
And that was 5 Lazy Brook Road?
Yes.
And you knew that they were having a party there, correct?
Yes.
Or you expected that there would be more drinking going on, correct?
Potentially.
Well, when you arrived there, you knew that your friend, Mr. Lifer, was drunk to the point of being ill, correct?
I had found that out from them when I had arrived.
Because you didn't see him because he was in the back throwing up, correct?
I didn't see him because I wasn't allowed into the property by the defendant and his friends.
And you were driven to 5 Lazy Brook Road by a person named Tanner Chernowski, correct?
Yes.
And you described Tanner Chernowski as your cousin, correct?
Yeah. Not by blood, but essentially we've been family friends since we were young.
So he's not your blood cousin or relative, but you consider him so close as to be, you call
Yes.
him a cousin.
Yes.
Now, when you got there, you mentioned that there were some kids from St. Joe's at that party, correct?
Yeah. It was a St. Joe's party.
It
Often
was a
attended
St. Joe's
St.
party.
Joe's. Yes.
So most of the kids there were from St. Joe's, correct?
Yes.
You were not from St. Joe's,
No, I was not.
nor was Ryan Hines, correct?
No.
Nor was Tanner Chernowski.
No.
And there were 4 kids there, but you from St. Joe's that you noticed, but only 3 of them who you could identify, correct?
Yeah.
And that was Jack Snyder, correct? Tyler De Silva, correct? And Raul Valle, correct? You knew them to be St. Joe's kids, right?
Yes.
And you said that Mr. Hines had brought a 12-pack of beer with him,
Yes.
and that you began to go into the garage, correct?
Yes.
Could you see what was going on in the garage?
Yeah. The garage doors were open.
And there was a party going on in the garage, right?
They were inside, so they were really the only ones in the garage. Maybe a couple other stragglers outside, but the party was in the house.
Nothing going on that you could see inside, like beer pong or any games?
No,
being
door was shut. The way it's set up, you can't see into the house.
played? And you didn't know at that time who Jack Snyder, Tyler De Silva, or Raul Valle were, is that correct?
Not fully. I had known Snyder and De Silva just like through football, not like personally knew them, but I've heard the name before.
So at that point, when you saw them, you couldn't say what their names were, is that
No.
fair to say? Correct. And at some point, you said that Jack Snyder went to grab Ryan Hines' beer, correct?
He did grab Ryan Hines' beer.
He grabs Ryan Hines' beer, and then you said the defendant didn't say anything, correct?
Not to my recollection. I don't recall what everyone was saying.
And that he was peripheral to Mr. Hines and Mr. Snyder, correct?
Yes.
And at some point, Mr. Hines and Mr. Snyder squared off, right?
Yeah.
As though they were going to have a fist fight or some sort of physical
Yeah, they
altercation.
agreed to fight over the beer.
When you say they agreed to fight over the beer, were there any adults present at this point, or was this just?
Witnessing this, no. I think maybe a parent or two. Both of them were home. I know his mom was home.
And you claim that the first punch was thrown by the defendant,
Yes.
and that he punched Ryan Hines in the face from behind,
Yes.
correct? And you said that Hines then took Snyder to the ground.
Yes.
Now, you've described and you saw a photograph of Mr. Valle wearing a helmet, correct?
Mhm.
And he was also wearing some sort of a neck pillow. Did you see that?
Outside, I'm not too exactly sure if he had it on still or not. It was a black or a dark colored pillow. It was nighttime. I don't recall exactly if he was wearing the neck pillow.
And that was Austin Light for your friend. That was his father's motorcycle
I
helmet,
believe so. Yeah.
And at some point after they began fighting, you said that Mr. Hines was getting the better of Mr. Snyder, correct?
I'd say he was. Yeah, he was thrown to the ground. He was on top of him.
And at that point, you said that the defendant tackled Ryan Hines, correct?
No, he removed his helmet and struck him.
Well, that's what you told us now. You gave a statement to the police officers on May 15th of 2022, correct?
Yeah.
You went there with your parents at about 2 o'clock down to the PD to give a statement.
Sounds about right.
And you told them at that time that the defendant tackled Ryan and punched him, correct?
They might have taken that incorrectly because Hines is the only person that tackled anyone. He thought, or he took him to the ground. I watched him tackle him, and no one else went to the ground either.
So you didn't tell them that that the defendant tackled Ryan and punched him?
If they marked me as saying that, then on paper I did, but I recall Hines tackling.
And you told us here, and you told them then, that the defendant took off his helmet and swung it at Mr. Hines, correct?
Yeah, he struck him with it.
He took that helmet physically off of his head and swung it and struck Mr. Hines.
Yes, he hit Hines with it.
And then Mr. De Silva jumped in afterwards, correct?
Yeah, he didn't contribute much to it, but yeah.
He began punching and kicking Ryan Hines on the ground, correct?
Yeah.
That's your recollection. That's what you're certain of today.
Yeah, he wasn't very much so involved. He was the last one to enter in, and by then it got broken up pretty fast.
And you were prevented from helping because this fourth unknown person was holding you back, right?
I wasn't so to say be held back because we were initially watching because they agreed to fight one-on-one, and I was agreed upon both. They were fine with it. The second they get active, like things happened, and then the girl hops in. I'm off to the side. I have no clue who I was standing with, and we were talking about it, and he was like, "Don't get involved." He was telling me not to because he was like, "Dude, like you're in that. Like there's 3 of them."
There were adults at this house, you think?
What do you like? Parents?
Yes.
His mom was home. Yeah.
You were aware of that?
I wasn't until she came outside when the fight got broken up.
But so you claim that these two agreed to fight Mr. Snyder and Mr. Hines, and
Yeah.
you decided you were just going to watch the thing.
They said they were running one-on-one fight. Hines was like, it's not allowed to be said, but they said they agreed upon ones.
You didn't make any efforts to notify any parents inside the house that this was going on out in their driveway.
I didn't know they were in the driveway or in the house. Sorry.
You said the fight lasted a short time, maybe as much as 30 to 40 seconds.
As much as 40, nothing big.
And afterwards, Mr. Leifer's mother came outside and asked you to leave, correct?
Yeah, which we were more than fine with doing.
And she gave the beers back to Mr. Hines, correct?
I didn't exactly see if she picked them up or if she handed them to him. She could have.
And at that point, you got a ride back to Ms. Ridsick's house, Natalia Ridsick's house, correct?
Yes.
Who gave you that ride?
I do not know her name. We had been walking down the driveway. We had met a group of girls and they had witnessed what happened. And we offered, like, you guys mind bringing us home? And they had no problem with it.
Do you don't recall who that was?
I do not recall their names.
And you told us that you weren't doing any drinking on the way back to Ms. Ridsick's house, correct?
No, I didn't have anything. Once I had gotten to Austin's, I had no alcohol.
You didn't have any of Mr. Hines's beers that he had
No.
just gotten back?
No, he lost majority of them in that yard, so he was not in the mood to be giving them out.
And you immediately called your friends, Thomas and Charlie Connery, right?
No, I believe Charlie called me.
And you told them about what had occurred there at the 5 Leesbrook house, right?
Yeah.
And everybody on your side, and this is the Shelton High kids at this point that we're
Yeah.
talking about, right?
Yeah.
Those are your friends, are mainly Shelton High kids?
Yeah.
And you let them know about the fight that had just happened at 5 Lazy Brook Road?
Yep.
You were upset, right?
Yeah, me and Hines were a little pissed off. We were like, what the hell, that was bull.
A little pissed off?
Yeah, we weren't, fuming, acting out of rage, doing anything stupid, but we were like, that was stupid. Like we were just pissed.
Right. And you told us that there was a basketball group chat that some of the kids started, correct?
Yeah, I was in it prior. It started because we played pickup basketball, hence the name of the group chat. And we had 2 SJ kids in there that we were friends with. We'd hoop with them. And then after it all had happened, I don't remember who specifically, but they were all added, or at least 4 people. I didn't have any of the numbers, so they were all just random numbers.
When you say they were all added, you mean Mr. Valle, Mr. De Silva, and Mr.
I found that
Snyder
out
were
after,
added,
but in a
correct?
given moment, I didn't know. Yes.
But that's who was added, right?
Yes.
And that's who you started texting about 43 Laurel Glen Drive, correct?
Yes.
Giving them the address, correct?
Yeah.
In fact, taking a photo of the address and texting that, correct?
Yeah.
That wasn't just some of the kids, right? That was you.
Yeah, my phone number is the number that sent it, yes.
You've talked about things as having happened collectively, but when we're talking about the address being sent,
Yeah,
that
I
was
sent
you
the address.
individually, not collectively.
I mean, if you put it into retrospect, yeah, my finger hit the button, I think, but I was a sophomore at a senior's house. I wasn't just gonna have some kids show up that this is my first time hanging out there. I wouldn't just invite them. So I was told by people, I don't exactly remember who, but we were been talking about what just happened, or because they started off with come to Trumbull High. So we were like, we're not going to Trumbull High, and said what we said.
So you're saying somebody forced you to text?
No, nobody
the
forced me
address.
to text anything. No.
What is happening?
And then you described ultimately getting over to 43 Laurel Glen Drive. And you told us maybe 30 to 40 kids were there?
Yeah.
Could it have been more?
I don't think so. By more of like, it's not touching 50, maybe a number in the 40s possibly, but I don't think so.
And you didn't have anything to drink once you got there, except maybe I think you conceded you could have had 1 beer.
Yeah, I could have been given one. I don't remember drinking, but I'm not going to rule it out.
Was there beer at the party at 43 Laurel Glen Drive?
Not for like the taking, but people had their own supplies.
Was there liquor at the party at 43 Laurel Glen Drive?
I didn't see. He could have had a bottle at his house prior. I'm not sure.
And when you arrived there, you described it as being dark, correct?
Where?
43 Laurel Glen Drive now.
You're referring about outside?
Yes.
It's dim lit. Like it wasn't terribly dark. We were able to see the people in front of us. Flashlights are out too. There's the light in the driveway. It's not like you can't see.
It was misty that night.
I don't recall it being misty.
You don't recall it being misty or rainy?
No.
You don't recall the grass being wet?
I do not.
You don't recall any sort of precipitation whatsoever?
Don't recall, but I don't recall mist specifically.
And you said you were in the house in the basement, correct?
Yeah.
And that it was a typical high school party, typical high school things were going on, right?
Yeah.
What were those typical high school things that were going on at that party?
Listening to music. People having a couple drinks together. Might have had a pong table, I'm not sure, but just people hanging out, listening to music, having a good time, hanging out.
You said might have had a pong table. What's a pong
Like
table?
a table to play beer pong.
What's beer pong?
So when each team has 10 cups and you shoot a ping pong ball into each other's cups, and whoever makes all 10 first wins.
How old was the oldest person that was attending this party?
Could have been 19, 18 or 19.
No adults present?
Not to my knowledge, no.
So you told us before that maybe some folks had some beers, they'd brought their own. Now you're telling us that there might have been a beer pong table set up and people might have been playing beer
Yeah,
pong?
by beer pong, I don't specifically mean every single cup is filled with beer, because we've come to learn that it's a lot easier to fill them with water, because then you could just keep playing and play the game.
Okay, so are you telling us that this night there were people playing pong with water?
I'm not telling you specifically, I don't recall, but if 95% of the time that is the situation, because you get your beer all gross.
I don't think this is helping you, dude.
And you told us that at some point you became aware that these St. Joe's kids had arrived and they were outside, correct? How did you become aware of that?
So initially there was a text that said we're here. Someone ran outside, didn't see him. And then someone else was like, there's a car outside. And that's when we all flowed outside.
And you described that car as being parked outside down towards the corner of Adams, correct?
Yeah.
And that car was on the other side of the street, correct?
Yes.
And then you told us that you all collectively headed outside, right?
Yeah.
Was that all 30 or 40 of you?
Few stragglers may have fallen back, but the majority made their way outside.
And who were you standing beside when you headed outside?
I don't recall fully who I walked out with. We kind of just all funneled out, so we just walked outside.
Did you head outside with Tanner Chernowski?
Yeah.
Did you head outside with Ryan Hines?
Yeah, he came out.
Did you head outside with Michael Sampieri?
If Samp went outside, I wasn't specifically saying I'm with any of them. Some of them were outside, yes.
Why did you go outside?
Because I went outside. They were in the group chat. They said they're here. Curiosity. Walk outside. Everyone else was going.
You were just curious about what was going to happen after you told them to come.
Yeah, I'm gonna go.
Laurel Glen
I'm
Drive
gonna
after
go
the fight.
confront them. Yeah, I'm gonna go outside. But this was more of like me and Hines were like youngins to everyone there. We looked like we were the little kids there, so they were kind of taking control.
You're the one that said,
they were all known. The
pull
defendants and his
up.
friends had known some of the people that were at the Rich's house.
Okay. And then when everybody gets outside, you told us about them going up to the Honda Pilot, correct?
Mhm.
And you said that at this point they all surrounded the Honda Pilot, right?
Yeah.
And they were touching the Honda Pilot, right?
I'm looking from the front. I don't know if they eventually did when they began rocking it. Yes.
Began rocking the car?
Yeah.
You were shown a picture of the Honda Pilot, correct?
Yes, we were.
You were shown this picture. Is that the Honda Pilot that you recall seeing?
Yes, it is.
That looks like the Honda Pilot that you saw.
Yeah.
I'm going to show you exhibit number 31, close up of that Honda Pilot. You agree that's the same vehicle?
Yeah.
And when that vehicle arrived and you first saw it, it didn't have that shattered windshield, did it?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure.
I didn't see anyone specifically make that happen. So I don't know if they arrived with it or left with it.
Okay. How did you come out when you got to the car when you went outside?
Where was I parallel to the car?
How did you come out of the house?
Through the umbilical doors out of the basement around the house.
What kind of doors?
Like the umbilical ones, like the basement doors.
Okay. And can you describe the umbilical doors for us?
It's like the ones that open. Like, I don't know. If this is a house, they're slanted like this and they open. And there's a staircase that goes into the basement.
Okay. And then you came out and you described for us how you walked down the pathway?
Yes.
And where did you go? If you want to use the exhibit behind you, you went beside the square cement?
That's the second time when they come back. The first time initially, we all come down the driveway.
Oh, you all came down the
We
driveway?
all walked down. I don't know specifically the driveway. We all walked out to the car.
So you remember that? You remember how you got out of the house?
Yes.
You don't remember whether or not that windshield was shattered beforehand.
I wasn't paying attention to if their car was beat up or not.
You were standing right at the front by the passenger side, right?
Yeah, I wasn't like on the car. I was a few feet back. I was looking through the windshield, but I don't remember if there was a crack there or not.
Which
Looking at the
side
people.
of the windshield would you say that defect is in?
The passenger side.
The side you were standing closest to?
Yeah.
You didn't notice whether or not it was shattered?
I wasn't looking for shattered glass, and you probably can't really tell it's cracked either when it's nighttime. You know, it's got a light on it with a flashlight taking a picture of it, so it reflects back a little bit. I didn't recognize if there was a crack or not.
I see. You did notice, however, that these kids were all now surrounding the car and that at some point they started to shake the car.
Yes.
They started to throw things at the car.
I don't know if anyone threw anything at that point.
They started to pound on the car.
Yeah, probably just banging on the windows.
Somebody reached in and punched somebody that was inside the car.
I didn't see any of that.
You didn't see that?
I didn't see if anyone got punched while in the car.
You were standing on the passenger side. How far away from the car itself?
Probably 4 to 6 feet back.
Could you reach out and touch the car?
No.
Did you reach out and touch the car?
Did I touch the car? Not to my recollection, no.
Not to your recollection?
Yeah, I don't recall encountering and going up and touching the car.
Is that the kind of thing you'd forget?
What do you mean? Like, would I forget touching the car?
Yes.
Probably not.
But you simply don't recall whether or not you touched the car.
I didn't touch the car.
You didn't?
I didn't touch the car.
Now you recall that, but you didn't touch the car.
Yeah.
These other people were all touching the car.
Yeah, they were on the sides of it. I was in the front, so I can't do anything from the front of the car.
I see. You distanced yourself from the car.
Essentially, yeah.
You distanced yourself from the group.
Not from the group. I was still with people.
Same people that had you feel like you had to text the address.
I'm
gonna object as to argumentative.
I'll allow it. Overrule.
Sorry, what was that?
These same people that you felt like were making you text the address.
I didn't feel like I was made to text anybody the address. But sure.
So you went outside. Folks, there was, you described there as being a chain of cars that were there, correct?
Yeah, there was a couple cars parked on the opposite side of the road as well.
There were cars parked on both sides of the road, right?
Yes, but significantly more on the other side.
Significantly more cars were parked
Yeah,
on the other side
There
of
might
the
have
road.
been 1 or 2 car parked near the mailbox, but there was on the other side.
It was lined up with at least like 4 to 6 of them.
Okay. So the chain of cars were there. Were you standing between
I
the
was-
pilot and another car?
They weren't too close to the other car because they were able to put it in drive and drive forward while turning left. So they were slacked back a little bit, but essentially, yeah, I was technically between 2 cars.
Okay.
But it wasn't a close gap.
And you described that water bottles and a WD-40 can were thrown out of the vehicle,
Yes.
or were they thrown at the vehicle?
No, the WD-40 can came out, which someone picked it up on the road and threw it back.
Okay. Was anything else thrown back at the vehicle?
There was like a water jug tossed. But like once they started driving up and down, like slowly, majority of us would fade into the inside. A couple people trickled, like stayed outside, and that was really it. Like they just kept driving up and down. We thought it had been done by that point.
How many times did they drive up and down?
3, 4 times.
Not 2 to 3?
Well, including their first speed down, and they come down and back up again. So it's at least 3.
Could you see how many people were inside the vehicle?
I know there was more. I didn't see specifically how many. There could have just been 4 of them. I don't think it was full.
Now, when you were part of the group that collectively surrounded this car, you
Yeah.
wanted them to exit the vehicle, right?
At that point in time, we didn't really have a game plan or an approach. We just went and were going to talk with them, which obviously was a little bit hostile, but we didn't know what was going to happen or what would happen.
You didn't want to get payback for the Lazy Brook Road?
Sure, it was in thoughts, but at that point in time, they're all sitting in the car. You can't do anything. So
Can't do anything except lay hands on it, start rocking it, throw things at it, smash the windshield.
Exactly.
yeah, sure. We rocked it and threw things at it because things were thrown. Like I had said before, I don't recall anyone doing anything to the windshield. I'm not saying it wasn't us or it was, but I didn't see any of that.
You collectively attacked the vehicle, fair to say?
Objection
Yeah.
to characterization.
I'll overrule it. You can answer it.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say attacked. We had a mass of people. And I wouldn't say necessarily attacked.
No, you wouldn't. And you also can't tell us who laid hands on the vehicle, can you?
No, there's a lot of people.
Yes, you told us who was there. Enrico Fiola was present.
Yeah.
Sal Perry was present.
Mhm.
Mike Samperi was present.
Mhm.
Alex Burnson was present.
Mhm.
Tanner was present.
Mhm.
Yes.
Yes.
Jacob Villalobos was present. And you knew all these guys very well, correct?
Yeah.
You played sports with all of them, correct? You grew up with all these kids,
I
correct?
did.
But you can't tell us who it was that started shaking the vehicle.
It's not that I couldn't tell you who. It's that I didn't specifically look around and remember who was who. I know who all my friends are, obviously, yes, but I don't know where their positions are. I don't know their experiences. I was paying attention to myself and looking at the car. I wasn't watching everyone else's doings.
Thank you, Ava. And I'm not surprised because there was gross negligence. As far as I'm concerned, I'm not a lawyer. It's only my opinion. I don't need a bunch of people coming at me. So,
Isn't it that you don't want to tell us? You don't want to tell us what your friends did that night?
Honestly, I wish I could, but I don't know.
Well, you can. Go ahead, tell us.
Well, I don't know.
You don't know.
I don't know where my friends' position were or where they were. No.
But you knew how you came out of that house.
Yeah, because I
An
walked.
objector's asked and answered at this point.
I'll sustain the objection.
And you're telling us that they drove up and down the road 3 to 4 times, you said?
Yeah.
Multiple times. And that at some point they drove off down towards Farmhouse Lane, correct?
Mhm.
And would you agree that that is about 2 football fields away from where the Rich House is?
Yeah, it's a good distance.
And you claim that you saw only 2 of your friends walk down towards Farmhouse Lane, right?
I just knew 2 specifically. There could have been more. I know that Ricky and Tyler went and encountered him.
Do you know that because they told you that, or because you saw that?
They were the ones that actually had discussed that they were going to go down and talk to them. So once they started going, I came back and I don't know if anyone else trailed after them.
Did you see them go down to Farmhouse Lane?
Yeah, I saw them. I walked inside, but I watched them head towards Lido. Yes.
Those, you think only those 2 people were the ones that walked in?
No, I just know that those 2 people. I don't know specifically who else.
And you told us you didn't hear anything go on down there?
No, I went back inside.
You went back inside. You remember that?
Yes.
Who else went back inside with you?
Majority of people.
Alex Burnson?
I'm not sure. At that time, I just kind of met Burns. I wasn't really looking out for him.
Did Enrico Fiola go back inside with you?
No.
Did Sal Perry go back inside with you?
I'm not sure.
Did Mike Samperi go back inside with you?
I'm not sure.
Did Tanner Ternowski go back inside with you?
I'm not sure.
Did Jacob Villalobos go back inside with you?
I'm not sure. There's a lot of us. You're naming 6 of the 40 kids. I don't know where everyone's exact whereabouts were at every given moment. I apologize.
No apology necessary. But when you spoke with officers before, though, you didn't mention anything to them about friends going down to Farmhouse Lane, did you?
Well, I was in a panic and just explained what I had actually did, the big things. It didn't
So
go
you
down
didn't
to
tell them
details.
about that, correct?
I don't remember exactly what I told them. That was 3 years ago.
You told them that everybody went back inside and only one person remained outside to see if the St. Joe's kids were going to come back, right?
No, I didn't specifically say that. I just know that somebody, I don't know how many people, but majority had funneled in and someone had mentioned that they were back.
And that one kid just stayed outside to see if the St. Joe's kids were going to come back, right?
Yeah, someone actually was outside. I don't remember who it was. And they were looking, but it wasn't like.
So did one kid stay outside or did 2 kids go down to Farmhouse Lane?
Those are 2 separate events. So they went down and spoke to them. Then when they were down at I don't know anything that happened in that conversation, what they saw, what they said, anything about it, but I watched them walk down the road towards them. And then at separate times, we all funneled back inside. Someone was outside still. I don't know if they were looking for them, but someone was still outside, and then they had mentioned that they had came back.
Who was that?
It was someone just yelled like they're back, and everyone was like, "What?" and all funneled out the back doors.
And in fact, you continued texting throughout this time period, didn't you?
I think the texting died down a lot once they had fully arrived. There was a couple texts sent. Yeah.
There were a couple of texts sent, or you sent texts, Mr. Marcinsic?
Well, multiple people sent texts. I included, yes.
You sent texts?
Yeah, I
correct?
sent texts. They sent texts. Multiple people sent texts.
In fact, you snapped a photograph of Mr. Snyder's car sitting outside and texted that with a caption on it, taunting them, didn't you?
Yeah.
This was
What?
after they had shown up and driven away, correct?
No, it's as they just showed up. I took that picture.
What?
First thing.
Oh, so you took that picture before you went outside.
No, I took that picture outside when they had arrived.
And you said, sitting ducks, ODE, very scared, right?
Yes.
Oh,
And then you asked, how's your car, pussy? Fold. That's crazy, right?
Mhm.
And that was after you'd gotten out?
It's after they had driven up and down, I believe.
That's after they'd driven up and down the
driven
street.
up.
You're continuing to text them at that point, right?
I believe so.
Are you still feeling pressure to do that from other people?
I never felt any pressure in the first place to be texting them.
Oh, okay. You didn't feel pressure before when you sent the LGD 43 LGD address?
No, there wasn't pressure to do that. It was dudes being dudes talking.
Just dudes talking?
I mean, yeah, we were expecting
he's all over the place.
to fight, not any of this.
You were expecting to fight.
Once we had told them to come, yeah, I don't think we're gonna have them come and like there'd be no point in having them come. Yeah.
Did you say 43 Laurel Glen Drive, 30 to 40 dudes here?
I don't exactly recall, but if I did, then yeah.
You didn't mention those texts, however, when you were talking with the police, right?
I don't recall. I don't think so. I don't know that it wasn't asked. Once I was asked about them, I told them about them. Yeah.
No, once you were asked about them, you told them that they existed, but before that, you didn't think that was important to share with them?
Not really. It was argumentative. It's a lot of just hearsay nonsense back and forth between the two of us. Yes, I told them where to go, but that doesn't invite anything that happened on that night.
What?
You didn't tell the cops about that because you thought it might get you in trouble, didn't you?
Yeah.
I don't know exactly what my thoughts were when I was 16. I could have been scared. I'm not sure.
Ding, ding,
You didn't
ding.
think maybe you'd get in trouble for luring somebody over and then getting into a fight?
I mean,
Yeah.
you said it yourself. I said the address with how many people. I wouldn't necessarily call that luring. They knew what they were getting themselves into.
Sir, what I
What?
said was you texted them the address, but you didn't say 30 to 40 dudes here, did you?
That's what you said.
That's not what I said, sir. Is
Well,
that
I had a
what you
misconception.
said?
I need to be looking at the same text you're looking at. I don't remember text I sent 3 years ago.
What is happening?
Let's see. At some point, you described there was a second encounter when the car came back, correct?
Yeah.
And you were inside when the car returned?
Yeah. When I had gotten outside, the car was already parked in the street.
I'm talking about the second encounter when the car comes back, as you described, and the fight occurs out on the lawn. Okay.
Yes, the fight. Yes, when everyone gets outside, the car's already parked, and the two of them are making their way towards the yard.
How did you know that the car was already outside?
There was a bunch of us there. They had said that the car had returned.
Did you see the car outside?
Did I see it return?
Yes.
Like, did I watch it come to a complete stop and return? No, I did not.
Where were you when the car
I
returned?
was inside.
You were inside the house.
Yes.
And so you came to learn that the car had returned because somebody,
It was just, we were all together. It was known. Yes.
did you just see people start to funnel outside, or did you hear somebody say, hey, the car's here?
Both.
Both of those things
Yeah.
occurred.
The car's here. We funneled outside.
And you didn't think, guys, we should stay inside right now. There's really no need to go outside the house if the car's back.
No, obviously not. I should have. That's a more mature way to look at it. Yeah. But I was 16 and immature and walked outside to go watch a fight.
Sir,
Go watch
you're
a fight.
Yeah. Because at that point, no one was really involved. Like, the people arguing were the people arguing now.
Sir, your age is not a defense in this situation. Oh my goodness. I am so sorry. I had to pause for a moment because I'm a little outraged. And Kelly is asking, this is not Valley's first defense attorney, correct? Actually, I don't know of him having any other defense attorney. And yes, it's the first trial. So, Mr. Kevin Smith, I really quite like him a lot. So,
at some point, you get back outside into the yard. You see Tyler DeSilva out there.
Yes.
You see Raul Valle out there.
Yes.
And you see Jack Snyder out there.
Jack Snyder was driving.
Jack Snyder was driving is what you told us here today, but when you spoke with the cops, you said all three of them got out of the vehicle. Did you not?
uh-oh.
I don't recall if I said that back then. Like, I
Whoop.
might have misconstrued it a little bit. All three of them were there,
Whoop.
but Jack remained in the vehicle.
And you did tell the officers that all three of the parties were out of the vehicle with the doors open, correct?
I mean, at one point, all doors were open on the vehicle.
You said everyone exited the house and approached the three parties on the lawn, correct?
Yeah.
Three parties,
Yeah.
Snyder, DeSilva, and Valle, correct?
Yeah. I said that in the moment. I don't know why I said that, honestly, but probably
Whoop.
didn't assume two dudes would hop out and fight everyone. I thought maybe he was out of the car. I didn't see him somewhere, but then I
Well-
noticed him in the car once they got in and instantly drove off.
And in fact, when you got out, you saw Tyler Rich and Tyler DeSilva talking, correct?
Yeah, there were words.
Were they fighting at that point?
No.
And to your knowledge, did Mr. DeSilva and Mr. Rich know each other?
I can't speak. I want to say they did, but I'm not sure.
And you said that they began exchanging words, correct?
Yeah.
And at this point, how many people from the party, the Shelton kids, were out there in the lawn?
Majority of us,
30 to 40?
probably 30.
30.
Kids were outside, and I know kids that stayed inside.
Who were you standing beside?
What was that? Sorry.
Who were you standing beside?
I was kind of near the vicinity of Tanner. I wasn't really like up with everyone, or with anybody specifically. Like, I was just kind of observing.
What was Tanner doing?
At the time, Tanner was observing, and then he pulled out his phone and eventually recorded.
Tanner was filming this?
Eventually, once the fight broke out, yeah, he took a video.
Was he the only person filming?
I'm not sure, but at least to my knowledge, yes.
You were standing over by where Mr. DeSilva was on the ground being attacked, correct?
Yeah, well, him and Rich were wrestling on the ground, yes.
It wasn't just Mr. DeSilva and Mr. Rich that were going at it by themselves, was it?
honestly, they were like, them two were the main ones. They were on the ground with each other. It's not like no one else was with Tyler on the ground, or Tyler Rich I'm referring to. Like no one else was helping him on the ground. But it was mainly just them two kind of going back and forth on the ground.
Just the two of them. Everybody was standing back to the side, letting them go at it.
I'm not going to speak up for people, but or specifics. Or, like I'm sure he caught a shot or two from somebody else, but like it was mainly like I remember seeing him on the ground. Rich had his shirt pulled up. Silva's whole back was out. I remember seeing it. Like Rich was on the ground. Silva was on top of him, but Rich kind of had him in like a chokehold kind of thing, but like not really. Like, just like holding him down so he couldn't like get on top of him.
And you had such a good view of that because somebody was using their phone to live stream that, and the flashlight was on, wasn't it?
There was flashlights on, yeah.
And somebody was live streaming that whole thing, weren't they?
Live streaming?
Yes, sir.
I don't think anybody was live streaming this.
You don't think anybody was live streaming this?
I have no knowledge of anyone live streaming this
You think
event.
somebody just pulled out their phone and turned on the flashlight and was holding it up to show the fight going on?
Uh-oh.
Are you confusing a video for a live stream? Because a live stream is lively streamed, and a video is not live streamed. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I appreciate the distinction, sir. I'm not confused.
So you are asking about a live stream? No, I don't, to my knowledge, no one recorded a live stream. No.
Not to your knowledge.
Yeah, I don't know anything. I've never heard once of a live stream.
But you would agree that somebody had their phone out, it was open, and at least it had the flashlight on, correct?
Yeah.
And that was shining on Mr. De Silva and the fight that was going on there, correct?
Yes.
You saw that?
Yes.
You were close to that.
Yeah.
You said the scene was chaotic, correct?
Yeah.
You've told us today that there were only 2 people that were in the yard that were fighting from the St. Joe's kids, correct?
Yes.
You told the officers there were 3, that it included Mr. Snyder, correct?
There were 3 involved. I could have said it like that. He wasn't literally involved in the fight, but he was their driver.
And you said Mr. Rich and Mr. De Silva began exchanging words, and they soon became involved in a physical altercation, correct?
Yes, they eventually were involved in an altercation. Yes.
Again, how did they become involved in a physical altercation?
Well, once it looked like to us that Lito was going to swing on our front tie, Rich had just thrown a punch onto him and then stopped worrying about him, and him and De Silva started fighting.
Let's see. You said we thought that Lito was going to
Like that was
throw a
like
punch.
everyone kind of saw it. Like at least what.
Sir, you don't know what everyone saw, do you?
I don't. You're right. I'm sorry. I don't know. We all saw it, but I saw him make a little move towards Ty, and Rich punched him, and then he turned towards De Silva because whoever was over there was just dealing with that.
What? What in the world is this testimony? Tyler Rich, if I'm remembering correctly, it'll come out in testimony. He was the one to throw the first punch. So that's why this dancing around that, this young man is doing, Griffin, count your losses, move on.
You saw Mr. Valle
Yeah, that's what started the fight, and then
make
once
a movement of some sort?
yeah, like they were squared up to
that
each
movement.
other, just like he was like he didn't make a big enough movement, but he twitched like in the wrong way that looked like it could have been aggressive, and obviously Rich is going to defend his boy.
Twitched
So the
in
first
the
punch
wrong
was
way.
thrown by a Shelton High kid. That's correct, isn't it?
Yeah.
And that punch hit Mr. Valle, didn't it?
Yes.
And thereafter, it did become chaotic, didn't it?
Yeah.
In fact, everybody swarmed, the 30 or 40 of you, the 2 people that were there in that yard, correct?
No, there was a lot of people also watching. It wasn't like obviously we're not gonna like you saw pictures of them afterwards. They didn't get stomped on by multiple tens of people. Like it was a couple kids, yeah, on each of them, but like I once the fight broke out, I didn't see Lito anymore because it kind of the crowd and it went down. The crowd blocked that all, and I was just looking at De Silva fighting Rich.
The crowd blocked it off because they were swarming. There were at least 8 to 10 people attacking both of them, correct?
I can't say. I didn't see 8 to 10 people on De Silva, but I can't speak for Lito.
Did you see Mr. Villalobos involved in the fight?
Towards the end, he actually put De Silva to his feet and shoved him towards the road with the help of a few of his other buddies.
Did you see that, or did you watch a video?
No, that happened because when I was watching De Silva fight, he got lifted up and pushed out.
You saw that yourself?
Yeah, I was watching. Like I said, I was able to see the De Silva interaction.
Okay. Did you see Charles Connery involved in the fight?
I did not see him involved. No.
Did you see Ryan Hines involved in the fight?
He was. I know he was on the left side, but he was in Lito's area. They were all kind of together, so I didn't see him specifically do anything.
Didn't see Sal Perry involved in the fight?
I'm not sure.
You didn't see Michael Sampieri involved in the fight?
I did not see Michael at the time. No.
Didn't see Alex Bernson involved in the fight?
I saw Alex Bernstein.
Oh, what did you see Alex Bernson do?
He would when he threw a couple punches. at De Silva, but like nothing crazy. Like he threw some extra ones, but while Rich was wrestling him, he gave him a few.
Was he wearing a shirt?
I think he had it off.
It's hard to tell because there were a couple of folks that took off their shirts for this, right?
I'm not sure. Burns a big dude until he stood out, and I'm pretty sure he had his shirt off.
What's that all about,
Did you see
too?
Mr. McGrath involved in the fight?
I did not. He was on the other side.
Did you see Tyler Rich involved in the fight?
Yes.
Did you see Faison Teal involved in the fight?
I did not. He was on the other side as well.
Did you see Michael Lakovich involved in the fight?
I don't recall if he was involved, but he was in my general area of like De Silva.
Did you see Tommy Connery involved in the fight?
He was also on the farther side, so I'm not sure if he was in there or not.
In fact, it was hard to see what was going on the other side because that side had encircled and descended upon Mr. Valle, correct?
He said he didn't see.
Sustained.
Did you say that you didn't see or that it was hard to see?
I didn't see. Once the people came in front of me, I said it. I didn't see at first and followed it up by saying it was hard to see, but I meant for both. I couldn't see. People were swarming. Yes, I didn't see it, but I didn't specifically see anyone go to the ground on him, multiple people. So I can't speak on that.
People swarmed him, correct?
Objection. Just testified he couldn't see.
So overruled. You can answer that if you know.
Like, obviously, people, yes, huddled around, but I didn't. Like, I saw more people standing than doing anything.
Did you remain in that same position throughout the course of this fight? Were you described by the red bush and the cement square? You did not yourself throw any punches?
No.
And you described Tanner Chernowski, your cousin, as you've described him, the closeness, filming this, correct?
Yes.
He took his phone out and didn't call 911, but started filming what was going on.
Yeah.
And he was walking back and forth filming this, correct?
No, I believe he's stationary. Maybe moves a couple feet left and right, but not really moving around. The video, you can really only see De Silva. Like I said, his side's over there.
But you described yourself
Yes.
seeing Mr. Valle go to the car.
Yeah, because the car was,
Like I said, it's more in that where the area it is. They're fighting back more up.
so when he runs out of his area, he's now kind of behind. Like from my view, he runs behind where De Silva is, and you see the car door open. I watch him open the car door, and then the light turns on. We all kind of, a couple of us put our attention over there, which Tanner also noticed, and then he runs back.
And you saw that.
Yeah, once he runs back, I lost him again because he ran out of my view.
And you described Mr. Chernowski taking a video of this, correct?
Yes.
You've watched that video, have you not?
Yeah, I've been shown it.
When was the first time you saw that video?
I'm not sure, honestly. I think the first time I saw it was when I was shown it
Who showed it to you?
by the detectives, because Tanner didn't send that video anywhere, and he told everyone he deleted it the night of, but he kept it and gave it to the cops.
This is important because when you do actually see the video, what he's describing is the video. That's why he has lost sight of him and all this. Just wanted to let y'all know that. You'll see it. It's coming up.
He didn't show it to you?
No, I had not that night. I wasn't worried about watching a video.
Cops showed that to you. That's your testimony?
I believe so. I don't have any prior knowledge of the video.
And you told us that you didn't see anyone get stabbed with a knife, correct?
I didn't directly watch a knife enter somebody. No.
In fact, you didn't see a knife at any point. Is that
No.
fair to say?
Yes.
You were watching both of these fights going on, but your attention was divided, fair to say?
Yeah, and once it became divided, it mainly focused just onto De Silva's fight.
And you'd had at least 2 or 3 beers,
Yeah, in the span of those 4 hours.
and you
Or-
were
or early
16
in
at the
night.
time?
Yes, I was.
And you told the officers that Snyder, De Silva, and Valle hopped back into the Pilot and drove off towards Adams.
Yeah, well, they were all into the car and they drove off.
And you told us you'd been friends with Mr. McGrath, correct?
Yeah,
And that you'd known him since you were very young, correct?
correct.
And would you describe him as a cousin the same way you described Mr. Chernowski?
No, because once we went to high school, obviously he went to prep. We grew apart a little bit, but it was still always love when we saw each other.
You would describe him as somebody who was the toughest kid you know, right?
Yeah, on the field he was an animal.
And that he wouldn't back down from anyone, right?
No.
And that if he saw his friends getting into a fight, he would join that fight, right?
Objection. Calls for speculation.
Doesn't, not if that's what he said. I'll overrule. The question continues to be, you've said. Is that correct, Attorney Smith?
I'm taking pardon, I'm sorry.
Does the question continue to be that you've said these things?
That he would describe him as that.
Describe him as.
Yes,
okay.
sir.
I'll allow it overruled.
I'm sorry, repeat.
That you would describe him as somebody who, if he saw his friends being in a fight, he would go out and join it, correct?
Depending on the situation. If he saw his boys winning, probably not.
That he saw his boys winning, probably not.
Yeah.
What
he
is
wouldn't just
that?
jump into a fight to fight.
But if he saw someone punching his boys, he'd probably hop in.
Objection is to probably.
Sustained.
Mr. Marcinzik, at some point you also engaged in doing an identification of folks that were there with the officers, correct?
Yes.
And you identified Mr. Valle as having been there.
I'm sorry, what was the end of that?
You identified Mr. Valle as having been there.
Yes.
You also identified another person that as having been involved, correct?
Tyler De Silva?
Anybody else?
Not sure.
When you were telling State's Attorney Durso about watching this fight go on in the yard, you described De Silva as being in a wrestling match, right?
Yeah, like they were on the ground like together, Rich and De Silva, so I would call that grappling with each other.
Just Rich and De Silva involved in a wrestling match by themselves.
Well, they were the main two on the ground. Like, yeah, you obviously caught a couple of strays. There's plenty of people, but I don't know from who.
What do you mean by caught a couple strays?
Like, they're on the ground. Someone's gonna just throw a sneaky punch or throw a sneaky kick, like just exactly like what they did to Heinz at Lazy Brook.
Well, and you described Mr. Lakovich as being in the area, correct?
Yeah.
Villalobos was in the area, correct? Bernson was in the area, correct? Correct?
Yes.
Sorry, you have to,
Sorry.
for the record. But they weren't just in the area, were they?
I mean, I know Byrne was throwing some punches, yes, but I don't recall exactly if Locke and Villa were fully in there like that.
Would you agree that you are very clear on the facts about how you came in and out of the house and where you stood?
Yeah.
Would you agree that you are less clear about who threw punches and who was involved?
I would, yes, with the fight aspects.
Would you agree that all of the Shelton High kids were friends of yours?
I mean, yeah, they've all known each other.
You don't want to see any of them get in trouble, do you?
No, but they necessarily couldn't really get in any trouble at this point in time, so I wouldn't be doing them a favor.
What? What was that?
You continued to text even after the fight had ended, correct?
I believe I had sent some texts once because my phone was being nonstop lit up with calls, and I pulled out my phone to look at them, and I noticed a text from them first. So I responded. I think I remember what they were as well.
Oh, what were they?
The final text was that I received a text that said, "Let me know how surgery goes," and I responded out of childness. I was like, "Bro, look at your face. You'll probably never get a girl." Not really knowing the severity, just throwing something, but that's why I responded because I read that text.
You responded to Mr. Snyder, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Snyder said something about surgery, correct?
Yes.
And you responded something about look at your face.
Yeah. I didn't know whose number that was, so that's why I just gave it was a random number to me, so assumed it was maybe one of the people fighting since he's sitting like I don't know. I didn't know who it was at the time.
This is a punk,
You told
this
us-
kid.
When the swarm occurred on Mr. Valle, you couldn't see Mr. Valle anymore at that point, correct?
I couldn't really point anyone out specifically.
You didn't see him again until you saw
He
him
ran
at the
into the
car,
road.
correct? And then when he came back onto the lawn again, you lost sight of him again at that point,
I
correct?
had lost sight of him, and the only thing that I had heard was Charlie Connery scream twice that he had a knife.
You lost sight of him because that group swarmed him again, correct?
No, he came back into it. He had all will to leave and brought himself back into it.
That's your opinion, sir.
I don't know. I watched him wailing. Like no one pulled him back in from that car. He ran to their car and came straight back in.
And you couldn't see him because all of your Shelton High friends were blocking your view, correct?
Yeah, I wasn't the tallest 3 years ago. So
I feel your pain. You could be unable to see them because they were taller and they were also forming a circle, were they not?
honestly, a circle probably would have made it easier for me to see him if they fully surrounded him because majority of the people, it was like a wall. So I couldn't see him.
I love
Could you
this
see Mr. McGrath
attorney.
at that point?
No, I wasn't. I didn't. Maybe I saw him. I didn't notice it was Jimmy at the time. No.
Could you see Michael Samperry?
Sorry, what was that, Michael?
Could you see Michael Samperry?
I don't know exactly where Michael was. No.
Could you see Michael Lakovich?
He was around me. Yeah.
Could you see Jacob Villalobos?
Yeah. He pushed Tyler into the road. I think Locke might have helped with that too.
Could you see them at the time that you could no longer see Mr. Valle?
Like once they split, was I able to see Locke and Lobos? Yeah, I wasn't focused on them. Like I never really took screenshots in my mind of all the people that were around and everything. I know who was there, but I don't know the specifics of who was where, when, where, and how.
This was a chaotic scene, right?
Yeah.
You heard a lot of people screaming, right?
Yes.
In fact, before you heard Charlie Connery screaming about a knife, You heard other people screaming other things, right?
Not necessarily, because Charlie yelling, he has a knife, was significantly louder, and like everyone heard Charlie yell that.
You didn't hear anything being said when Tyler Da Silva was being attacked?
No, at least I don't recall. Like, it was scuffling and shit talk. I don't remember exactly everything that was said.
Thank you. Nothing further.
All right, I'm assuming there's going to be some redirect, is that correct? All right, this is a good time to take our morning recess. So we are going to break for 15.
And I think this is a good time for us to take our lunch break. So what I'll do is I'll schedule the afternoon session. We'll pick right up where we left off. And I believe it'll be redirect for Mr. Griffin Marcinsic, I think is what his last name is. We'll start right back up with him. Fascinating cross-examination. I'm excited to see what happens with the other eyewitness accounts. But I am going to, what time is it? 12:21, 30 minutes. Let's say 5 minutes to 1 my time. That would be 5 minutes to 2 on the East Coast. We'll meet back here and pick up right where we left off. So everybody go grab a bite to eat, and I will catch you for the afternoon session.